Yeah,
Warm in here.
yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, I've kind of broke out the spring jacket, so
Yeah, I did too.
yeah.
Okay,
Well, I'll
it's
wear a
like just
sweater.
over the knee, like leather coat, but it's still
Yeah.
my spring coat.
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
She doesn't have a deputy.
that's right. That's right.
Oh. It's fascinating.
Yeah, can't find any. Morning, Heidi.
Okay.
I got extra chicken.
No, I've got pins all over the place. But well, and I just don't do those. Are they gel pens?
Gel pen. Yeah,
Yeah. And handwriting is atrocious.
yeah, atrocious.
And that doesn't help.
Oh, it doesn't? Yeah. I like them because you can write faster with them, but
Sun's shining outside.
We're inside.
I haven't fallen down once today.
that's good news.
No, I don't normally fall down. It's just,
Oh, yeah, we've been.
Morning, laptop.
If their teeth seem, they have to knock them out.
Yeah,
They do that?
they do that.
Huh.
What?
Some dogs
What?
bite.
Oh, dogs. Yeah,
I'm thinking,
right,
I would like that.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Kind of like that thing I read sometime this weekend about people with the same problem, not need hip replacement. And one goes in, sees the doctor, the appointment is scheduled, for around 2 weeks.
Right.
The other one, once they go to the doctor, determine they need that, they have to go to a specialist, and then somewhere 6 months down the road, they get hip replacement. The first one's a dog.
Oh, you forgot somewhere in there, they have to do physical therapy before they get the surgery to prove they need the surgery. And then they do physical therapy afterwards too.
Women's Day, National Women's Day
Yep, I'm
petition.
gonna go buy some shoes today.
Yeah.
Get 25% off at condoms.
Don't have to be any, just have to be a woman. How about the people that identify as women that aren't? They get it too. Hey Lois.
A couple copies in there. Oh, there they go. Okay.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
what? Should bring these.
Printer error, who's not come out.
Oh, look at that. See? All right, guys, I handed this out, but I emailed it to you last night too.
Oh, okay.
Did?
And nothing kicked back saying you didn't get it, but that's okay. This
Yeah.
is,
I got time. Get him late.
no, this is on cloud-based backup.
Yeah, it's, yeah. I got it right here.
Yeah.
I sent it.
Yeah. It printed. We'll see if it's 2 pages.
I only sent the one I need.
Yeah, there's that, but then there's 2 pages on top. My memo and then like a bullet, point, what we're getting, summarize it for you.
Did it come out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just something, share that,
Oh,
And-
yeah,
that.
right, yeah, no, yeah, that's not what's on the notice.
Thank you, Lois.
Alright. Um,
And you sign anything.
well, kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. Hmm.
Hi, chief.
Started already?
It's such a big sigh.
That one's.
That one was getting replaced.
Heidi, are you ready?
Yep.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Ardella?
Yes.
Lois? Don?
Yes.
Well, we'll call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. We'll call when ready.
Goss, here, Bennett,
Here.
Pop,
Yeah.
Glenn,
Here.
Volunteer.
Here.
Any changes or adjustments to today's agenda?
I handed this memo out. This is on the cloud base. I want to talk about it today for budget purposes only. So I don't know if we need to add that to the agenda or just talk about it when we get to that area.
Board, what's your pleasure?
No objection.
I don't have any objection.
I think we just discuss it as part of the
I'm good with
ongoing
that.
budget talks. If the board is.
Yeah, because we're not making any decisions.
We're not.
We're just, talking about adding money to the budget.
Yep.
For when we do it in the future.
Sure, yeah, good. Thank you for doing that. Any other changes or adjustments? Any conflicts of interest this morning? And how about public comment here in the township hall? Hearing none, I'll go.
I got one.
Oop.
Stand by.
We don't have to get up, Heidi.
I don't mind. Heidi Balmy, trustee. Apparently when I was typing the invitation up for the movie night, my computer decided to change movie night to Friday. So I have a new copy. And I'll try to get it changed online also. But sorry for the mistake, and I'll figure out how to fix it. That is all right now.
Okay, well, thank you for the correction. And I don't know how we get it out to
Could I just put it on the website?
the township board. We can
Somehow?
probably do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have a new copy later today.
Does the board have any issue with putting it on the website? Yeah.
The notices of the meeting is, well, no, that's not, it's not really a meeting. It's not gonna be posted on there.
Right.
So somebody else can post something, sure.
Actually, that's a board, likely a board decision, right? You're good
Well,
with it?
yeah,
Okay.
I thought she was asking for that, so
Yeah,
I'm saying,
I believe so.
yeah. and
Board,
no
are you good
objection.
with posting it?
Under information, not under meeting notices.
No, correct. Just letting them know what day it is and that everyone's invited is fine.
Okay. Let's go out to Zoom land. If you'd like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand comment function, excuse me, and we will call on you. Good morning, Melissa.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. So I just wanted to, I sent this email out late yesterday, so just kind of wanted to comment to make sure. Back in January, I had sent an email to you, Ron, with kind of the list of what PrAC was looking at for or suggesting for different budgets. I know a lot of it was gone through on the last budget session because it was more rec related. But one line item that I had just earmarked a 50,000 budget estimate was for some additional playground equipment. I don't know if you recall when we did at the park, when we did the playground modifications, we had put in that layout drawing a kind of a blank future for a slide. And it had been addressed or commented, I should say, to the PrAC that there's really no equipment there for younger children, that all of the equipment is 5 and older, 5 to 12. So the PrAC had wanted to look into equipment for specifically that age group. And so the memo that I sent yesterday was just that we had received an official quote, which gave us a little bit more definition on what we're looking for, as well as the budget for you guys to look at, to discuss as far as today goes. But it did come in quite a lot under the 50,000 that we originally had put as a target line item, without the discount for the early bird. You're still looking at it just under 30,000. So anyway, didn't know if anyone had seen that memo. Essentially, the equipment is 19,300. There is a discount. Right now they're running a promotional for till the end of March. So March 31st, that would give you a 35% discount off of that. So that's a $6,755 savings. And then they did give us the estimate with the freight of 1435, and then also installation. So if we want to have them come out and do the installation process, that's another $7,000. So I just wanted to make you aware of it in your discussions today. So it would just give you a little bit better definition. And that's all I had.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Thanks.
Connie, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to make a quick comment. Good luck in your budget talks today. It's not my wheelhouse. I find the documents hard to follow, but that's probably just me. A couple of considerations. The raises seem, I'll be interested to hear the conversation about the raises. So not sure how those come into play or the justification. So I look forward to that part of the conversation. Hopefully I'm still on. I have to leave for a bit, but yeah, good luck to all of you. I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else out in Zoom land that would like to make a public comment? Seeing no hands, we will move into our business item, which is
Don't you have an email from Kim Elliott wanting something read?
to my knowledge, the last response I had was it was in the board packet for March. You have something different?
No, he asked it to be read. It can be read at any meeting.
Well, I think it's in the next board packet.
Is it in
Yeah,
the next board
he
packet?
said,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
He said he wanted it right at the next board meeting.
I'll get it. Sure.
So I apologize if I've missed something, but that's where I've placed it. Now, do you think we're free to move into the budget work session? Okay. I do apologize for not being here present on the 21st and 22nd. I did make detailed notes along the way. So I don't know how the board would like to approach it, but do we want to begin with the topics of discussion on the 21st, then move into the 22nd? Or how does the board?
Yeah, I would, my recollection is that, they were the two sessions, although the continuity was there, the questions on the 21st, I think, are different than the 22nd, and just probably from a workflow, since we started at the beginning, starting with the 21st makes sense to me, and then roll through. But that's just an opinion.
Well, that's just basically starting with the general fund and working our way through the entire fund, all the funds. I think we just do it in order.
Okay,
Yeah, we had specific areas that we said we'd come back to.
you did. Yep. Okay, so I can take the lead from my notes, or if someone else would like to take the lead, what would you like to do? Follow along?
Sure.
Okay,
I don't have a problem with that.
here we go. The first change I would like to recommend is a change in our taxable revenue.
Forward to it.
Hold on a moment. There it is.
Oh,
So-
yeah, you had the board of review, didn't
We had the
you?
Board of Review yesterday, yep. And the assessment role that was transferred to us uses a 273 million $483,185 value.
Could you repeat that number? 273?
273-483-15.
Thank you.
185.
Yes,
You said 15.
I'm sorry, 185 for.
And you'll,
But that's not the final
will you
number. is it?
pass that document on to me so I can stick it in my tax book? What you
All
got?
473 pages?
Oh, no,
or-
I just want the totals page.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
want all the, I just want the total.
Is that the final number?
And then there was an additional of special taxable, which is our swamp tax or our PILT payments of 1,503,473.
That's the swampland and the PILT, you said?
Yeah. So what I didn't ask or verify with the assessor is that they pay the same millage rate as the residential improved as all other real properties in the
Are you
township.
talking about the PILT in the
Yes.
swamp?
I believe they do. And where they get their tax break is in the assessed value or the taxable value.
They don't pay admin.
Oh, they don't pay admin? Okay, so there'd be a 1% difference
Yeah.
in our collection of that 1,503,473.
But this is not the final number, correct?
So
The final number won't be known until after both sessions of Board of Review are done.
that's
next week?
correct.
Okay,
So it could change slightly. But
I can't see it going down.
Well,
Well, my
for
assessment
example-
went up. Did yours go up? Did yours go?
for
Everybody's went
example,
up.
I will likely have an action at Board of Review. And I will be arguing for one to go down. I will be arguing that. So it can go down. But whether or not it gets approved and whether or not the taxable value is actually affected.
Right.
Right? Is yet to be seen. But if we had $1 million of change, that would be huge from the Board of Review. Typically, we have something in the neighborhood of, $20,000 or $30,000. So I feel comfortable, to make a long story short, at moving our taxable value for budget purposes to 270 million. Is that reasonable to everybody?
I would rather have the final number after Board of Review. That's what we've always done.
Well,
It's easy to plug that in at the budget public hearing.
So what were you thinking 402 was going to be instead of the 147.9? That's what I'm interested in.
Sure.
Me too.
Yep. So. And Cheryl, to Cheryl's point, trying to be the most accurate, I get it. But really, we won't know what our final tax multiplier is until sometime in May or June. So the tax levy rate that we use, I've currently estimated it at 0.5644 is going to change too.
Can you make a note that when you put together the L 4029, that I get a copy of it?
Oh, I didn't know you didn't.
I don't get a copy of it
Oh.
from you guys. I'm getting it from county. And I don't. Be kind of nice if I got it from our own facility instead of waiting till county gives it. to
Yeah,
me.
absolutely. That's easy to do at any time.
Thank you.
So to Della's point, is the 147.9 going to change now today? I need to know because this document's going on the website on Monday.
I understand, Cheryl.
So
And I think that's where we're at.
that's,
So
we know it's gonna change, but
you've indicated that you don't want to change it.
well, I didn't say I don't want to change it. I'm saying what we've always done is had the number, the final number after board of review, and the multiplier, that's a whole different thing. We've never worried about that. I think we just base it on, but if y'all want to use a different number, I just want to know,
Well,
are
this
we
not,
leaving
this
the
147
147.9 in there, or am I making
the
a change before the
147.9
document goes to public hearing?
was just a best guess to begin with. With the numbers you've got today, whatever number you come up with is gonna be a better guess than the,
So
147.9.
147.9 was based on a 262. So this is adding essentially $8 million of taxable value.
okay, so give me a number, Ron. I wanna
All
plug
right.
it in.
Yeah.
So is it 270?
I mean, I don't have a problem using 270. If it comes in higher in May, then we can deal with that with a budget amendment if it's significant, but I think I would rather err to the caution
Low
side of
side, yeah.
270 than. I mean, we may have to take some action if the rate changes substantially too, so.
It's not gonna change substantially. It's all, there's a formula out there that you use for it and you just calculate it.
Okay.
So. It'd be 152. 388.
It's the number I get.
Yeah.
So referring back to the 221 meeting. There was a question on note number 1 regarding the cell tower and why it changed or why there was a recommended change. And let's see. What I did is I went back through the actual agreement and then brought forward what was supposed to be the annual increaser. And that's how I arrived at this number. So what I'm hearing is over the years, you know, how long has that cell tower been there? A couple of decades for sure. Probably when you figure out the interest multiplier or the rate multiplier over 2 decades, a 4th or 5th digit becomes significant. So, but that is how I arrived at the 44,000.
Okay.
But
The cell tower income is changes during the middle of the fiscal year. It's on a schedule. There's a set schedule for the cell tower revenue. And so the payment that we get changes, I forget where in the fiscal year, but somewhere along in the fiscal year. But you can see that Last year, we got 44,775. And so this is just a guess, of course, but so the 44,000, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time talking about it. It's probably a little on the conservative side, but that's okay.
Can we go back up to 445 penalties and interest? I think we need to increase that from 1,500 to 2,000. Just the 3% penalties that I have received in before I closed my taxes was
There seems to be a lot of people who were either
2,200, some almost
on
$2,300.
vacation or,
Yeah.
just slipped your mind or whatever, right?
Yeah,
So
and-
what's the number you recommend?
I'm just gonna say 2,000, even though we've already got 690 sitting there. It's closer to 3,000 is what I collected this year for penalties and interest owed to us.
So we changed it to 2 or 3?
Change it to 2. Conservative, but
And the cell tower lease should change, value should change either July 24th or soon after, because that's when the original agreement was enacted for both towers.
And you can see on 445, the year before, we got close to $4,000, so
On what line item, Cheryl?
445.
yes,
Oh,
So is there a new number being proposed for 670 cell tower lease, or are we?
are we done with 445, Ardella?
I am.
Okay, and you're comfortable with 2,000?
Yep.
Okay. It's to the board pleasure, for sure. We received 44,775 last year. And we know that there's a 3% increase. That is what is required by the lease agreement. So we could easily go 45,000 there, no problem.
But it's only a half a year because it doesn't take effect till July or
July,
August.
right.
July, so,
Well, that's only 3 months into the fiscal year.
Yeah,
right, so
I'd be comfortable at 45,000.
I'm fine with 45.
Ardella,
Yep.
Heidi?
I'm good.
Then the next question I wrote down was line item 665. Interest a bit low.
Mhm. It's because interest earned is. I mean, the percentage is down practically nothing. We're not earning anything. If we want to earn more in interest, I've got to move the money into more of a money market type or into CDs, some kind of other investment than regular banks,
So
which makes it less fluid.
So in essence, it's savings account.
Well, yeah, I mean, we used to all be making pretty good on the interest. It didn't matter what bank you were with, but since this recession has come out, since Biden, sorry, all the banks have dropped all their interest rates. Look at what you're making on yours.
I don't want to, thank you.
Nothing. So,
I believe this discussion revolved around why I had set the value at 1,000 for this line item.
Hmm.
When already this year we had received 1537.
yeah, but look at the previous year was 16. So 15 is, I mean, we can bring it up if you want. I'm just not confident that with the rate of inflation that's going on, that we're going to have any increases in what they're paying us in interest. I
So
mean, I'd be comfortable with 15 because that's where we're at now.
my response to that initial question was, I believe that we will this year use some significant dollars from our holdings in general fund for fire. I think we got 100,000 going to fire. We've got values moving out of the fund, right?
Yes,
Combined with what you said just moments ago. That's why I placed it at the $1,000 figure.
yeah.
So I'm comfortable to move it if that's what the board would like.
1,500 would be fine. Let's change it. 665.
Yeah, I can see the logic both ways. I mean, if we move some of those funds, yeah, it's gonna dip it down. But $1,500 is not a significant,
No.
it's not a,
And we're talking $500 change
yeah,
here.
so
So-
I support the 1,500.
Cheryl,
Yeah, let's do it.
Heidi,
I'm good.
It's just a guess.
Yep.
That's all
If it makes it, it makes it, gets there, it gets there. If it
Right.
doesn't, it doesn't.
so I'm kind of backtracking here a little bit, and I'm not sure why, but there was a discussion about line item 573 should not be 0. So what is 573?
Community stabilization.
No, that was explained.
Yeah, I
Because
thought-
we don't get that anymore.
Was part of this, my note says it's part of 574 state shared revenues.
Mhm. Yes,
And my notes continue that Della explained the program. Yeah. The next section I have questions on or made notes on was township board expenditures.
any particular line items?
Let me get there. Heidi had a discussion about the 72 hours of medical leave. There was quite a discussion about that. We now know that there is no need for us to worry about that in this budget year. So we kind of fall back under the original requirement of 50 employees, which we don't meet. So I think that board discussion was completely accurate with the information we have today. And I have not heard of any changes in or movement on that.
Talk about the 72 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a webinar about 2-3 weeks ago from one of the law firms, and they said it's just dead. It's dead in the water. They might resurface down the road, but it's certainly no action in their opinion. It's just sitting on the floor.
Sure. So the next line item was 702. Cheryl wanted to have a salary wage schedule to show the math and the number of meetings and so on and so forth. I apologize. I didn't provide that this year. So I think you guys did a good job at calculating that out during the meeting. And I'll make a note to supply, the math behind the calculations.
Sure.
And I think that was based on 18 meetings.
That's what
220
we
per
normally
meeting.
do. And I would say that is correct. We redoing the math now.
Or maybe we chose more than 18 meetings because that seems kind of light.
Do
Well,
we do 22? I got 22 written down for some reason.
depending on what the wage is and for this particular line item discussion, I believe the new trustee wage is $220 per meeting.
That's what I have.
Kind of what the discussion agreed on. Okay, so let's use that just as a basis point. And so that would be $440 per meeting. And if we did it times 18. sorry.
18's not enough. We've already had more than 18 special meetings, or not, I don't know about
We
special
could be
meetings.
optimistic and hope that we don't have to do that in the upcoming year.
So Cheryl has a good point, though, but let's take a look at all of our special meetings. A lot of them are revolving around park or rec and legal concerns. And so if we get our zoning ordinance taken care of, I'm not sure that we're gonna have the additional need. And with added input from PrAC and potentially a park manager, are we gonna have a bunch of review for park design?
Well, we've already discussed for the park boat launch improvement project that there's probably going to be some extra meetings for change orders and that type of thing. So I think 18 meetings is just not enough
Okay,
because there's 12 meetings as it is, and then to only budget for 6 additional meetings, that's just not realistic.
I think we added 4, 1 per quarter and for along those same lines. So my
that like
my opinion is I
22?
think we have some topics that tend to surface during the course of the year. I couldn't certainly predict what those are, but I think that they're better served in a special session because of the length and maybe the intricacy, the complexity of it. We do have a few things with ARPA grants or, GTC ARPA grants. And I would
Good point.
imagine that's, so I think we pushed that to 22. I can't find my note. but that
it
seems to-
calculates out to 21 point.
I got 22 with a circle, so I don't know why, but
Well,
So-
at 22, it should be $9,680 according to my,
Right, so what do you say we just do
Calculations.
10,000?
I'm fine with that.
good
I
with
think
that.
I as optimistic as I think everyone wants to be, I think we're going to have topical meetings.
okay, so you want to make it 10,000?
How many meetings? did we
22.
22 meetings?
Well, that'll pay for at least 22 meetings, yes. And then line item 703 was the next. Are we good with 702?
Yeah, I'm
As
fine.
far as I know.
Okay. And my notes indicate that the not showing the budget amendments, Zoom, marijuana subcommittee. So that's kind of the discussion there.
Well, the budget amendments are shown in the document for today's meeting. So, we put another 5,000 into 703 wages. And as of the printing of this document, which did not have, a couple payrolls posted to it. It was 6,000. So we put a new number of 6,000.
Yep.
But it's gonna be more than that for this year. Well, it's gonna be more than that. Yeah, it's gonna be more than that for this fiscal year. So,
So here's my recommendation, and I apologize. I just don't see the need for a Zoom facilitator during items like this. I'm fully capable of operating Zoom as well as conducting the meeting. I know originally it was thought that, you know, one person should not do two tasks, but Cheryl takes the meeting minutes. So I think we leave whether or not a Zoom facilitator is needed up to each board.
I don't agree with that at all. The Zoom facilitator is the person who is doing a lot more than sitting here at the meeting. And those other, I can't imagine that the Planning Commission, the ZBA and the Parks and Rec are gonna wanna, you know, have their chairperson or somebody they designate go out there, generate Zoom links. Then what? We've got everybody having access to the Zoom account. Generate Zoom links, send those out. They're gonna have to, they have to send them to me so that I can put them on the notices.
We
They have to be
understand all
sent,
that, Cheryl.
huh?
We understand how Zoom works.
Well, no,
Okay.
I want
We
everybody.
understand the process here in the township.
Excuse me,
hall.
I'm making my comments and you've had plenty of time to make yours, so I'll make mine. Thank you. So, you know, the Zoom facilitator doesn't just sit here at the meeting. They generate the Zoom link, they get it out. They download the files after the meeting is over. They send those links out to people who ask for those. Sometimes I ask for those. I don't want to have to go umpteen places to get the files. I don't want to have to go to the Planning Commission chair, the ZBA chair, the PrAC chair, you to get those Zoom links. With having Lois do it, it's all consolidated and everything gets done. And she makes sure that the meeting gets recorded and all that kind of stuff. So it's not just sitting here. So I greatly disagree with you trying to eliminate the Zoom facilitator position, because I can just see that that's going to be a disaster.
And again, I'm recommending that the Zoom facilitator not be eliminated.
You're just
unless-
making the choice.
Well, again, at this board, I'm totally capable of it. If the Planning Commission doesn't want to, that's fine.
I can see
Yeah.
that being a little hairy.
Board of Review, not a problem for me to run it as a secretary.
Yes, but
I'm-
Board of Review, Ron, is a lot less
I
going
understand.
That's
on
right, but
than
he's
in
only
a
second.
township
That's
board
right.
meeting.
I'm still,
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
still
Go ahead.
rebuttal, okay? And as far as the video links, I believe that the video player is nearly up and running. To my knowledge, the final changes were made. So the video links will be available to everybody.
Yeah.
And you can go to the website.
Yeah, sure. And I guess while you're on that topic, I'll comment on that.
Good.
We've been months and months and months getting this YouTube channel thing going. I contacted Jim Sundberg back in December. He told me it was going to be about a week. Before that, I do have the link. I can go to those meetings, but last I knew, nothing had been uploaded past September of last year. But then apparently over the holidays, you decided you didn't like the format or something. Now it's March. We still don't have it available to the public. I'm sure Jim would like to finish up the project so he can submit his bill and get paid for it. This has been going on for months and months and months. So I would like to see that project finalized and get that link out there and get that link on our website so the public has access to all of those meetings. And here again, who's going to be uploading the Planning Commission meetings? Those should be out there too. You just have, there's a lot going on with the Zoom thing. And to ask the Planning Commission chair, who's brand new on the Planning Commission, quite frankly, and to ask her to run Zoom and generate Zoom links and all that, doesn't need that on her plate.
He
Well, the
didn't
way-
ask to
And
put it on our
that'll
plate.
be a discussion when we get to the Planning Commission 703.
My thought on this is I like to have it all in one place. one person's responsible for getting it all done for each one of our committees. It's a support staff thing for our committees and our commissions. We constantly talk about how they do so much on these commissions and committees for so little. They're not doing it for the money. Why would we add more burden to what they're already doing?
And also,
Hang on a
Sorry.
second, Cheryl.
No.
And the responsibility of getting it uploaded and links sent to people, if you have one person doing it, then they concentrate on that and it actually gets done. If you have multiple people doing it, now it gets not done.
that's right.
I mean, that's been proven in the past. All we gotta do is take a look at our zoning ordinance to prove that. Who's doing the updates on it? If you had one person assigned to it, it'd be done every single time.
And also a Zoom facilitator isn't even being paid for the planning commission, ZBA, or Parks and Rec, because the Lois is there as the recording secretary and she doesn't get paid for both. So it's not a budget issue for those other three bodies.
I'm recommending that we stay at the 6,000 as discussed on 621.
Could I just weigh in with my thoughts?
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry.
So-
Yeah,
So,
no.
quite all right, quite all right. I just letting everybody have at it. I would opinion that we're on the cusp of potentially changing the way this works from either Zoom to YouTube. And I would suggest being that close that we just maintain the status quo, project what we would normally do for this budget, but I think we can then address it as a board once, in fact, the YouTube option becomes a reality. And if a change needs to be made at that point, we can make the change. But why make a step change? I don't think that accomplishes the end goal, which is trying to simplify this, and I think we should just focus in on that, the YouTube switch.
Okay,
I can agree with that.
so you want to leave it at 8,000 then for budget?
Well, if you're gonna do the way you want to run your meeting anyways, do you really need the extra $2,000 if you're taking?
No.
Okay,
Well,
No.
we have 6,000 in there.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, but as you indicated, the budget amendment that was not included for whatever reason in the original document that you used for discussion on 221 did not
Well,
have,
that's your document that you generated that a long time ago. The budget amendments hadn't even been approved, I don't think, when I generated that document for you.
and that could be,
Yeah.
So
we're talking line item 703.
703.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah,
I see 6,000 in there, and that my notice, that's what we landed on when we were.
but if you take a look at where we are through January, we're
Right.
already at 6,016.
Right.
And
But-
so,
And
But
that's
to
with-
Don's point, that we're right on the edge of switching over to the YouTube situation, right? That should eliminate,
some of the costs.
is that what you're
Mhm.
saying?
It's not gonna eliminate the Zoom facilitator cost unless you eliminate the Zoom facilitator. That's what's being paid out of that, as well as any subcommittees of the board.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a fan of any board members sitting at this township board level doing other duties during the meeting. I want your full focus on what we're talking about. That's why I'm not a fan of the clerk doing meeting minutes. Because she can't fully focus on the conversations. She's focused on taking meeting minutes. You doing the Zoom, you're gonna be focusing on people's hands coming up, people typing messages to you. It's gonna be popping up in your face while you're trying to have a conversation about township business. That's why I'm not a fan of that. I believe that you're here to be at the meeting to conduct fully engaged in the conversation, not doing double duty. So I'm not a fan of clerks taking meeting minutes or anybody on the board being a Zoom facilitator. I mean, I can see if it's every once in a while something, but on a regular basis, I'm not a fan of it. I'll get off my soapbox.
And I suggest we just compromise and make it 7,000.
Don, was your point to stay at 6,000?
My point was to stay at 6.
I'm good with 6. Heidi, you good with
I'm good
6?
at 6.
Ardella?
That's a majority. Let's move on.
Okay. Next line item was 802. And I think that is audit. And according to my notes, both Cheryl and Ardella are down to or are up for some type of request for bid this year.
Well, I've been saying that for years. Every time you vote no on,
So
Hiring
again,
Tobin.
my notes are that you and Ardella are going to create that document this year. Is that incorrect?
as the meeting minutes reflect, I said I would get a sample RFP from the MTA website. But there's no doubt that there is absolutely zero transparency in what was done last year, and that is you picking the auditor.
I believe the board voted on it.
Well, the board voted on it, but you picked the auditor. There was no RFP put out. We received no bids. There was
So-
zero transparency. And I'm saying, what Dell and I are saying is that there needs to be full transparency in the process, and that needs to be put out there
Well,
sooner
if-
rather than later, because we don't have that much time before.
I was
I've
just
already
gonna
been
say that.
contacted by Baird, that they, by Zach wanting
have
to
you
schedule the
downloaded?
audit. And I said, I don't know if you're gonna be the auditor or not. I haven't,
So have you downloaded the MTA sample?
no, I
form?
haven't.
Okay, when will that be done?
I'm not sure. I
Well-
got through budget first.
If you want, I can download it. I'll get it and then I can hand it out, or we can add it to our agenda in
Boy, March is so full.
March. Well, I can
They're
also
all full.
I can
Let's
email
do
it to everybody.
Let's do it
Everybody
in
get,
April.
I won't be here in April.
Oh. Okay,
When I'm
I say it
vacation.
just gets added to March. We can take a look at the document. It's not.
Why
gonna
don't
take
I
that
get
long.
it and I will send it to everybody electronically? That way you have a chance to look at it, think about it before the actual meeting, and hopefully we can say, yeah, this is good. Let's go with this, or these are the changes, and then we'll get it published. We'll get it taken care of. It shouldn't, it's not rocket scientist stuff. We've done this before.
I'm in agreement with that.
um,
And I do think it should be discussed at the March meeting. Because if we're gonna get it out there, we need to make a decision on that.
and I also have a note that we should include that for the audit should be in July.
Well, we'll schedule the audit once we get an auditor. We need to schedule it when it's works for Della's office and my office, and September is a horrible month to be doing an audit.
Quite honestly, you can't do it in the latter part of June or first 2 weeks in July. That I'm just swamped. I couldn't do an audit.
So then maybe that discussion was kind of incorrect. Maybe it should be August then.
Well, and here's the deal. The board chooses the auditor, but it's Della and I.
For the
that-
RFP,
that
we need to name a
schedule
month.
the audit. So we will get together as we've done every year and agree on with the auditor who's chosen. And come up with a date. I don't want to sit here and say right now that the audit is going to happen in any certain month. We just need to get the auditor chosen so that we can find mutually agreeable dates.
And all I'm saying is for the RFP, we are gonna have to state a month. So the auditors know they do or don't have the capacity to handle it. But
No,
you're right,
they
that'll
don't.
be for a discussion on the 14th of March,
Right.
which will just turn into an overnight meeting. Now, I can see that.
No, it won't, because we're all gonna be prepared for this meeting.
We're all
Simple.
prepared.
A simple yes or no. Move on. Here's the changes, move on. I predict it's gonna be a 5-minute discussion. And then we're gonna get the RFPs out, and then the bigger discussion will be when you get the quotes in
You're
from.
funny.
5 minutes, I'll take the over.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
What's the amount gonna be in the line item?
I think we just leave it there until we know for sure.
Mhm,
Leave it
sure.
at the 11,000.
The next line item was 817 scrap tire.
Not scrap tire, that's cleanup day services.
Sorry, cleanup day. Ardella indicated that we weren't happy with last year's.
I said I wasn't a fan of it. I didn't like it. I like the company, don't get me wrong. Their personnel was really good. I didn't like the setup. I didn't like
You were going to contact GFL.
yeah, I haven't had a chance.
Okay, so 14 is a good number for me if it's good for everybody else.
Good for me. It gives me lots of room.
And I think I just saw where company out of Manistee is servicing our new Shell stations. So it's interesting that they brought a new garbage collector along with them.
We don't have any contracts
Yeah, that's why I say
with garbage collectors.
apparently it was an Allied or something like that.
Anybody can come into the township and pick up garbage.
The next line item that the board had question on was number 830.
Yep.
Why was it so high? And so in my budget calculation, I include those line items of 703, for example. At some point in time, it's not the position today, but at some point in time, 703 could be a full-time person. Does that make sense to everybody?
What would they be doing? What would this
703
full-time person be doing?
703 can cover multiple boards and commissions, right? Like Lois does now.
No,
The board-
703 in the general fund only covers the township board.
But this line item, oh, I see your point. I see your point.
Yeah, they broke out for fun. So
So,
for example, the park and rec person that you hire is not going to be in the general fund. In this line item, it'll be in the park and rec.
Well, based on what we put in for 702 wages, 702 salaries for the trustees, this line item should be at 1,000 because it's 10% of salaries.
and then what,
But actually, we only have one trustee who is gets the pension fund. So you could actually make it 500.
and then what about zoning board of appeals salaries? And what of,
They don't get a pension.
but if it was the same person, I mean, I don't care what we do.
Well, it can't be,
Only
it
elected
can't be.
officials and full-time people get the pension.
Yeah, but Cheryl, we've already spent 3,379. It can't be 500.
Right,
Oh, okay, well,
Because that,
yeah, because it's, okay, so how did I miscalculate that? We've got, if you've got 10,000 for wages, for salaries, and then it's,
where did you come up with 10,000?
Well, you said you wanted to change 702 salaries to 10,000.
But that's not that's not the only 702
That's not
in the
the,
general fund.
you've got you got all the board members, not just the trustee.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So
Okay, yeah. Okay, so well, that can be added up.
So I'd say 4,000 on it,
okay,
because we don't know what's gonna happen. We don't have any plans right at this particular point
we don't.
to hire a grounds person or something like that, right?
Well, but that doesn't take into account wage increases.
Well, what are you suggesting then? Do you have a number?
I'd have to add up the numbers that
So
we,
let's just do 5,000.
All good? I'm for that.
sure. 5,000.
Heidi, are you good with that?
Yep.
Don, are you good with that?
I am. I am.
There was discussion on line item 940. And I believe that it was regarding my note for the postage meter and copier. And according to my notes, 940 should only be the copier lease. 941 is the postage.
Postage meter rental / fees is 941.
So I don't think the discussion there had anything to do with dollar values, just the assignments I had in the left-hand column.
Do we ever put anything other than the copier in 940?
No,
Why don't we change the description to say / copier?
That's what I
Because-
did.
That way
Well-
we don't question it later.
but if we have 940 in another fund, we can't, that's gonna change the description. The name of the description changes the account name across funds.
Okay,
Yeah.
So I don't know if we do. I believe we have equipment rental in the park fund. So we don't want it to say copier rental in the park fund.
Right. Supervisor department is the next notation. My note indicates that you left this department completely until I could be present.
yeah. Is that okay?
Great. So here we're going to talk about wages, I guess, huh? Salaries.
Mhm.
There seems to be some concern about salaries. I've certainly heard it outside of this meeting. My major concern, I guess, at this point, first of all, I'll let everybody else speak. I apologize. So anybody have anything to say about salaries?
The board, what I will say is the board has had a tradition of not doing any increases to the township elected officials, but once a year, or excuse me, once every 4 years. So that means you go 3 years without a single raise, not even a cost of living. So if you take the raise that you get today and you divide it over those years, most of the time it doesn't even reach the cost of living. And I'll remind you that every 4 years, you have to spend money to run for this job. This is the only job I've ever had that I have to re-interview for every 4 years and pay for the interview. This is the only job I've ever had that's done that. And I understood that when I ran. But looking at the history of how other townships do it, they do a standard every year. They look at it. They do, if anything, they do a minimum of the cost of living increase, just like any other employee out there. We are employees. We may be elected, but we are employees, and we should be entitled to standard raises, which we're not getting and haven't got. I believe that if we need to treat ourselves just like we treat the people on our boards. We give them standard raises every year. And I know myself, for the amount of work I do here and the skill level I put in and the amount of effort I put into this job, I am not ashamed to say I feel I deserve the wage increase. So that's what I have to say, Ron. I mean, this is your department. What do you have to say?
I get it, but it's really going to trickle down to everybody's department, right? And I'm just trying to be, provide courtesy to let everybody else say what their wishes are. Cheryl, what are your thoughts?
Well, my comments would echo Della's, and also if you're going to give raises, you need to give the same raise across the board. So I'm, we in 2020, the budget that year, we heard some comments that, well, you shouldn't be raising, even though it had been 2016 before that, since anybody had an increase. Well, you shouldn't be raising it because of the pandemic. Okay, well, but the price of gas and all this stuff, everything goes up. And so I just feel that they can be justified. It's a 3% per year raise that actually was not given for 2 years, the 3%. If you took the 9% and you divided it by 3 years, which it's been 3 years, then you have 3% per year, and you have 3%, you have 6% that no one got and lost out on those years. And I think the board is going to have to, and really my understanding of the reason it was only done every 4 years is they were really doing it before the next election, so that the person coming in, it applies more to the person coming in. Now, we don't have an election till next year for township officials, of course, but I think that the township is going to have to get into the 21st century and do something about increases every year. Every other level of government is doing it. And while I understand that I'm a public servant, I also didn't take a vow of poverty. So
Yes, we did.
no,
Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, we did.
sorry, I'll disagree with you on that. So
I don't want to
anyways,
be
I
in
think-
poverty.
I think the raises are justified. I think all the raises that we've discussed are justified. In some cases, they're probably not enough.
Well, the job duties haven't decreased. If anything, they've increased. Especially with the amount of board meetings we have and the researches we have to do and the things we've got coming up. I don't see it slowing down. The other thing is if we standardize how this is supposed to be done, let's get it in writing. Let's standardize how this is supposed to be done. New boards coming in will know. And let's face it, you might attract people that say that that's a wage I can deal with for the time I know I'm going to be putting in. So it's for attracting new candidates to run also. It's not just us, but I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I feel I'm worth more than that. But I also knew what I got when I ran.
Yep.
And I will add to that also that the public is likely not aware that this job comes with one benefit, and that is the pension plan, which you can choose to participate in or not. I chose to not participate in it, as have some other board members, but we don't have health insurance. We don't have any other benefits. It's not like we have some big benefit package here or something like that. So like I say, we don't have health insurance. I paid mine on my own, as everybody else has for years. And when I do know people who have thought about running for elected office in this township, and the stopper was, there's no health insurance here, and they can't afford to leave their job where they have health insurance.
The other thing, guys, is trying to attract younger people to run for the board. You can't have just as old fogies that's all retired to run for the board, because we're all set financially, and this is just added bonus. It'd be nice to have younger citizens on this board, because they've got a different viewpoint of the future.
And most people work during the day, so you would have to change your meetings tonight for that to happen.
Maybe, or maybe you get somebody that
So I like,
doesn't work in.
Don, it's just not your day, brother.
oh, that's okay.
Yeah, it's not
I'm
your
listening
day.
to, I'm hearing good arguments, like, good points. I find myself agreeing with all three of you, Ardella, Cheryl, and Ron. My observations are that I don't think that even just a short time, 2 years ago, let alone 6 years ago, my observations is the design of the township, because of the size, the positions were pretty much expected to be part-time. Now, I wasn't expecting, 40, 50 hours a week. And I just think that the world around us has changed. I see all three of you working like crazy on lots of different things. And I know just, from my side of it, just, how much time, due to the nature of the issues that come before us, how much research time I have to put in. And, and I gave up trying to do a per hour calculation, because it's distressing. So,
Yeah.
add to the fact that we want to encourage continued education. I add on top of that, I mean, you guys are traveling, we travel to events, I hit outside opportunities for learning, and it's a lunch here, lunch there, and everything just keeps eating into it. I think when you look at inflation, you look at the number of hours that really it takes to perform this job, whether it's in the office or it's preparation or it's study. I think that a raise is certainly warranted, and I think it's really exasperated today because of the inflation factor over the last 18 months, 2 years. And I think
Crazy.
And I think if you don't address it, what does the future board look like? And so I am for the raise. I am supportive for a lot of reasons, many of which I heard and many of which I possess on my own. But what's the number being thrown around, and I think it's not a small number. I don't think it's a small number. So
I have a different take, because benefits, yes, you got benefits. You don't punch a clock. You get to come and go when you please. Nobody's telling you when to be here, and you only have to have set hours that you set yourself. I've been in jobs where I've gone 8 years without a raise. And it wasn't because it was a performance raise. It was because the company couldn't afford to give you a raise. Now let's look at the bigger picture here. We have some big, huge projects coming up. Do we really want to have to put some of those projects on hold because we gave big raises?
We're talking $9,000.
But it's 9,000 this year,
a
next
minute.
year,
Where did you
9,000
come up with
again,
9,000?
9,000 again,
Well,
9,000
We
again.
budgeted 27,585 last year. That's what our salary was.
Okay.
And now we're looking at 30,068. It's basically $3,000, maybe a little less.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 9,000.
Well, times it by 3.
Times it
You,
by
me and
Oh,
Cheryl.
I get you. Okay, I
Yeah.
get you. Got
I
you.
mean, we're not talking breaking the bank here at
I-
50,000
I
or something. We're talking,
I completely understand.
and
However, we're giving it across the board. So now that's more expense. So when does this expense become a tax increase?
it's a drop in the bucket compared to all the other expenses we got going on. And to be honest, you list out how we set our own hours. You know what? I'm here until my job's done. Sometimes I'm here until 11 o'clock at night. Cheryl's here every single day
But,
and sometimes on
okay,
weekends.
but there's nothing in stone that says
Well,
you
what
must be
could
here.
happen, no, you do the job until the required part of your job is done. You don't get to leave because you got deadlines. We got deadlines, dates we have to
I
meet.
completely understand
So
that,
there
but
are times where it's not as busy, but there are times where you're here all the time. And I'm here late. While everybody else is at home watching TV, I'm here. So I don't feel like I'm going to justify why I am going to get a raise this year to you, Heidi, when you don't do my
you
job.
don't, hey, I'm just making some statements about
Sure.
benefits. To me, those are benefits.
Those are not, that's a wage for doing a job. That's not a benefit. A benefit is additional above that.
Yep.
And
a
we don't
big one
offer
is
that.
that punching the clock. That's a big one. You don't have to be here on time. You don't.
But I gotta stay here until the job's done. Yeah,
works
there's
both ways.
other things that, you make that sound like you don't have to punch a clock. Well, that's not what elected officials do. I can work from home. I don't have to be in this building but 2 days a year.
Okay, I'm
And
just
I
saying, you
choose to
said
be
there's
here
no
for the
benefits.
public.
In the public's perception, there are some benefits here.
Well, maybe the public needs to just understand that there isn't, and we show them and we talk about it.
Oh, okay.
Instead of taking the, let's attack somebody because
I'm
they
not
feel like they
attacking you.
could
I'm
get a
looking at
raise.
this as a budget. In my household right now, if I told my husband that I was spending X number of dollars on one project, okay, let's take my house right now. If I told him that he could either go on vacation or fix his bathroom, okay, I would still have to give him a plan. I would have to show him that I went out and got 3 different estimates. If we look at this like normal people would look at it, you got some big projects coming. Maybe a raise isn't a good idea right now. Maybe a
So-
raise isn't a good idea until we look at what these projects are gonna cost us.
And
But
Heidi,
you
we
do
hear
what you
that
want.
every time we ask for any
Yep.
raise. We hear that same argument. I've heard it for 14 years. Every single time we bring up any kind of raise, that's what somebody says.
Okie dokie.
So
I'm
I
a
guess,
party
I
of
guess
one
if
here,
you get
so
in this
it doesn't
position,
really
you
matter.
should never
One at a
express a
time.
raise with that
One at
attitude.
a time.
We didn't have one last year and we didn't have one the year before. So
So here's my thoughts.
many years we go without raises. Many.
Here's my thought. Based on what Ardella said, I like to have something documented, right? Based on what Heidi said, I too see the value in detailing what we do. So recently, Ardella, not to pick on you,
Sure.
you said that no elected official has to do anything beyond their statutory duty.
That's right. It's volunteer.
And you are absolutely correct, okay? I believe, like Don indicated, the original contemplation was that, and I have no facts to this, that the original contemplation was for our current wages, is that we perform our statutory duties as well as those duties that are assigned by our township policy and procedure. So I am for this raise. However, I believe that we need to, as a board, agree on what the base salary is for our statutory duties. Then we need to agree upon an added value for those items which are now deemed voluntary. but assigned by our township policy and procedure.
Yeah, I just saw something on the community connections about this.
So a lot of people are going, a lot of townships are going through this discussion right now. And Ardella, you said you knew what you were getting into when you ran for office. So did I. I think all of us probably had an idea. Okay, maybe not. In Don's case. But in all fairness, we have tried to pay you for your additional duties, and thus far
Absolutely.
you have not
Absolutely.
not accepted that.
Just
So,
for that.
so we have tried.
Yes, I acknowledge that.
You know, have some form of compensation. So I like the idea that the community calendar brought up. And that's an MTA board that I think even private individuals can comment on, maybe not.
I don't.
No, you gotta be a member.
Maybe you've all seen that particular thread. So if we were going to have $20,000 for our base and then 10,000 additional dollars for our additional compensations. I'm sorry, for the additional duties assigned by the policy and procedure manual. That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? So for example, Cheryl, she's got cemetery. She's got, what else do you have, Cheryl?
Elections.
Elections.
No, that's statutory.
Well, but the problem is that, you know, next year there's gonna be at least 3 elections,
But
which is
some
gonna
years you have
consume
nothing.
an enormous amount of time. And I won't get anything extra for that. In the past, the salary resolution for clerk at some point used to have an additional amount for per election. So
Because it-
we did away with that.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, there's plenty of things that all of us do that are not our statutory duties. And I honestly, if the public wants to come in here and quiz me about what I do, they can sit down and I'll tell them, everything that I do. And they can leave, more educated. But, I don't know, I don't understand what this base salary thing, we got to get through this budget document
I
and we're on
understand that.
page 2.
I
And it
understand that.
is 10:20.
Cheryl, just briefly, what that budget thing he's talking about, that was in Community Connections, they asked what people were paying their employees
Sure.
or their elected officials in one
It
township. said,
started out
they
with the
pay-
deputies.
Yeah, they pay a base wage, and then anything additional, they pay for that also. Like 27,000, your base wage. Now I do the cleanup day. I get additional payment for that. I do the newsletter. I get additional payment for that. I do something else that's not, you know, that's an actual.
Statutory duty.
Right. I mean, I'm not talking about, oh, I'm gonna put together this MTA RFP stuff. I'm gonna get paid separate for that. I wouldn't do that. It would be just additional duties that you do all the time.
Mhm.
Kind of like what Don is doing right now. That would be additional pay.
Mhm.
And we've already got something set up for that.
Yeah.
But I see what you're saying. It's not for today's conversation, but along with the set raise thing, like it's gonna be whatever the cost of inflation is.
Yep.
We put it in the policy manual, future boards know what to do with it.
Yep.
Or they can change the policy, but from that day forward, even the public knows. This is a standard thing we've set up. It won't be any big surprise to anybody. I said, I knew what I was getting into. Let me clarify that. I knew what I was getting into job wise, how many hours it was gonna take, how many days a week. And it snowballed. Because when I got on there, I didn't expect to be put on the ZBA for 12 years, and that is work.
Mhm. Yep.
I mean, you put together some ZBA packets, so you know, there's a lot of research
They're
that happens
huge.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's quite a weight on your shoulders to
There
make
is.
sure you get it right.
Yep.
I didn't know I was gonna be taking over cleanup day and doing it for 12, 13 years. I didn't know I was gonna be taking over the newsletter and producing 3 of them a year. I didn't know that when I ran for office. Those are all additional things that I do That's not included in my base wage. That base wage is treasurer duties. These are other things. And I had no idea, because it really wasn't publicized, that they only gave raises every 4 years.
But that's been a board thing.
Yeah.
The
but like you
board can
said-
raise their wages at any time.
Right, but as you've said, just because something's been done that way doesn't mean it should continue.
That's right.
So,
So for the purpose of this discussion, I'm happy if the outcoming resolutions for this budget public hearing indicates that the salaries we're adopting are for those duties outlined by the state of Michigan, i.e. our statutory duties, and the duties currently outlined in the policy and procedure manual for each of our offices.
I'm not adding that to the resolutions. That's ridiculous. The resolutions are, we have standard wording for the resolutions, and that's something that if people want to talk to any elected official here, they can find out, you know, what their statutory duties are. They can research what their statutory duties are, and then they can ask the elected official, what else do you do? And we can all provide them with a list, but I don't think the resolutions need to have any language added to them. I don't, and that's just not gonna,
well, on the treasurer's page, I will put out there what the statutory duties of the treasurer is. It's not that, it's not hard to do.
Right.
All you're doing
Because
is
I've got
telling
a
the
whole
people
list.
what you're doing.
And so
easily looked up.
I don't think the resolution needs to be quite that complicated. I think it needs to state what our statutory duties are. Those are outlined by MCL. So that's pretty easy. And our duties, additional duties, and Cheryl, this is specifically because we've suffered 2 resignations this year that for some reason the duties automatically, you have reassigned them to the supervisor's office. And
I didn't reassign
to-
them to anybody. I
to
just
have
gave them
that
up.
happen again. And as Ardella has pointed out to the board, these are apparently volunteer duties.
Yes, they
So
are.
I will not be voting for this budget unless the wage resolutions include language similar to statutory duties and duties assigned.
But I
I-
don't think we need to list the statutory duties.
no.
No, he's not
Then what
statutory.
meaning- then what meaning does it have? You're saying statutory duties and
Stat-
duties assigned.
If
You
if
know
it
what?
would allow.
I don't see
if it
that
would
as a
allow
sticking
the
point.
idea to sink in, Cheryl.
Okay.
There
go ahead.
is an MCL designated for each of our offices.
And it's stated in the resolution.
Yes, it is.
That's
Yep.
right.
So that's already taken care of.
Yep.
And all we need to add to the precious resolution instrument is, and those duties assigned by the policy and procedure manual. That's it. It's very simple. But that no longer makes those duties volunteer. If you want to get paid this wage, then you're going to do the job. That's what you said, Ardella. You're here to do the job. And I agree, I'm here too, right? I mean, this last packet, I didn't like. I worked on Saturday until 2 o'clock because of last minute submissions. So you do what needs to be done.
This packet here,
No, the one on the 14th.
I will say this, you know, as long as we're, and I'm not trying to go out on a different branch on this tree or anything, but this township is getting to the size and the volume of work that we are going to have to consider at some point, maybe hiring an office manager that takes over many of these duties, such as the board packet assemblies for each and every board, working with those chairs to make sure that that's done, the posting of meeting minutes on the websites, you know, keeping all those updated, answering general questions from the public, greeting the public. I mean, there's lots of things here that don't get done because nobody does them,
And to your point,
or we're paying multiple people to do it.
that community connection provided several different viewpoints, right? Some people hire their deputies. And I thought that was a unique way to take a baby step, if you will. I agree with you. We're coming to a full-time spot here. And I tell you,
More than one.
yep. I'm not going to work full-time for 30 grand.
No, I know.
I'm not going to work full-time for 50 grand.
Yeah.
And I don't think you should either. I don't think Cheryl should. So just toss those numbers out, right? And if you want to take a look at line item 702, just double that and do it for every office. That's 90,000, just round numbers. That's going to require a tax increase.
Yep.
Yeah, but who's talking about doing that? We're not.
All I'm saying is you brought up the point that we're getting to the full-time position. And I think that what I plan for the supervisor's office is to delegate a lot of those duties. And I am going to focus on primarily just our policy and ordinance review, which has not been done in a very long time. So again, back to wages 702. I support the wages that you guys discussed. 221, but the resolution has got to include the other duties assigned to the offices by the policy and procedure manual.
There's many of those duties that aren't assigned to anybody.
Okay, so then with that thought in mind, that's an excellent thought. So for example, the cemetery ordinance may assign the clerk's office with those duties, not the policy and procedure manual. And so that's an excellent thought. So it should include the resolution language should also include or by other township ordinance.
Are we on 703?
We're still on 702. Are you still opposed to the amendment or the resolution?
I
Language
am,
change?
because I don't think it adds anything to the
Okay.
discussion at all. And
Are you opposed?
No, I am not. And the reason I'm not opposed is for a different reason. I agree with Ardell. I think it's future generations. I think it's getting some clarity in there as to how that was derived at. And I think, that it should be looked at that it, transcends this board, whatever the makeup is, and it allows people to at least understand the thought process. I think it brings clarity to the issue.
Ardella?
I don't have a problem with adding the words only because a board member has an opportunity to say they decline
that's
to
right.
have something assigned to them when you're updating your P and P.
That's right.
So if they do not want to do a particular job, they have the option to decline it and another board member can pick it up.
And
I mean, it leaves
Not
you,
your
it
turn,
leaves,
Cheryl.
it leaves you, I mean, who knows? Let's say that something happens to me, I leave here and something happens to me and now I can no longer
Mhm.
take on maybe working the
Garbage day.
cleanup day.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. Somebody else is gonna have to take that over. Well, if you put it in the P and P manual that I'm assigned to that, the treasurer is assigned to that duty. Well, then I would come to you and I'd say, I can no longer do that. You're gonna have to find somebody else. And an adjustment would have to be made to the P and P manual.
And an adjustment made to your salary.
Yep.
no, you can't adjust an elected official's salary.
That
during that
has to
term.
be volunteer. That
So-
if you're decreasing it, that's a volunteer thing by law.
Only for your statutory duties,
Yep.
only for the statutory duties. So I guess, Heidi, I didn't hear from you.
Well, all you're doing is making your paycheck a little more transparent when you put in the extra money for your extra duties. That's all you're really doing. Correct? You're basically telling the public, I make X number for this, and any additional monies, I'll get this. Technically, if you look at the big picture. Because that's all you're basically trying to do is split the statutory duties versus the other duties, correct?
What I'm trying to do is protect ourselves from resignations. And this was all brought on by activities that took place in 2022. You know, we're going to end this volunteer session. Well, you know what? It was in the policy and procedure manual. We knew what we were doing when we ran for election. So it's not a voluntary thing.
Well, can I just,
Although the law, as Ardella pointed out, does indicate that it's a statutory duty. That's all we're responsible for.
but you
and
also
so-
own it.
What I am indicating is that it's important then for us to amateurize, would be my choice of words, what this $30,000 buys the taxpayer.
Yep, that's basically what you're doing.
So if the $30,000 buys them just the statutory duties, then so be it. Then I believe for future generations of boards after us, we need to assign a dollar value or an hour value to those other work items that get assigned to our offices or that you pick up arbitrarily throughout the years. So Cheryl, second round.
Two things. If you're referring to the fact that you are trying to say that the policy and procedure manual says that the clerk does the board packets, it does not say that. It does not say that the clerk assembles the board packets. So that was never a duty of the clerk's office. Also, when a new person comes in here, they don't have to accept any of the duties that you might have thrown into the policy and procedure manual. They can come in here and say, I'm going to do my statutory duties and that's all I'm doing. And this is the salary that you have approved and I'm going to get that salary.
Yep.
So means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. To say, oh, we need to change the resolution and, you know, we're gonna add this and add that. It means nothing. It's not enforceable. It means nothing. And that's why I'm opposed to it.
So this wage increase that I'm talking about here is for our statutory duties.
Okay.
I am not asking for additional pay for any of the other things I do. I'm not. And I haven't. And I don't plan to. So I don't know if it makes a difference to have this wording in the resolution or not. I haven't really had an opportunity to sort through that in my mind, if it means anything or not. I'm not sure. I mean, you've said, Ron, that the purpose is the cancellation of duties. Now somebody else has got to find a way to do it.
Yep.
Somewhere. Maybe we'd be better off trying to discover a solution for when something like that happens, because it happens. Like I gave you the scenario, something could happen to me.
It could.
And all of a sudden, somebody else is going to be picking up the newsletter and possibly the cleanup day.
And so,
And so we have an avenue for, let's say if Don picks up the cleanup day, he should be getting paid for it because that he is not on a salary, he's on a per meeting
yep,
wage.
yep.
So he should be getting additional pay, or Heidi, if you were to do it, you should. But
No.
we're not just talking about you, Heidi.
I
we're
know,
talking
but
about
I get it.
future.
I get it, but I'm not.
So
doing it.
understand, Ardella, what I'm proposing is that the language in our resolutions for each of our offices indicate that we are responsible for these statutory duties plus the ones outlined in the policy and procedure manual.
Which is
So-
subject to change though.
But,
That's
okay,
right.
so understand that at a later date, the board should assign our numbers or values to those duties. So for example, let's say that you have 100 hours into the newsletter generation. Okay, the board agrees it's 100 hours. So you get additional money for those 100 hours. Should you become incapacitated for whatever reason, or just lose interest in doing it, then those duties could be picked up by another office. So those are pre-agreed values that we can cover after our budget is approved. I'm just merely saying, before I vote for this budget, not just this line item, this budget, we have to provide the taxpayer with some assurance that the duties that need to be done in this township
They're gonna get done.
are gonna get done. No more of this, it's voluntary, it's not statutory. It might not be statutory, but you're gonna do it
And you can hire an outside person to do all of those things.
with
You
board
can hire an
approval.
outside person to do the newsletter. You can hire an
With
outside
board
person
approval.
to coordinate cleanup day. You can hire an outside person to sell cemetery lots and record burials. It means nothing to have them assigned to a certain person. If they're non-statutory duties, that person doesn't have to do them.
So maybe in the policies and procedures book or whatever avenue we decide to use for this, instead of putting it underneath the treasurer's office or the clerk's or the supervisor's office or the trustees, what we do is we do the newsletter and we say it's a voluntary thing and it's going to be determined year by year at budget time, who's going to take that over, and then we make that part of it. Or
That all-
somewhere along that
yeah.
line, instead of saying the treasurer's office is responsible for this, clerk's office is responsible for these voluntary duties. Instead of doing an actual office, we do,
Right there with you, but our current policy manual is written in a different form. Okay,
yeah, but
so.
We have the
but it
option
needs
to change
changes.
that.
Oh, we do, but not before April 1. We don't have the opportunity to change it before April 1.
no, but all we have to do is make a commitment as a board.
And
that we're
that's all
gonna
I'm
put that
asking.
on our radar, and we're gonna work on it.
Yep,
And I agree with Della, the salary is for statutory duties. And that's all that needs to be in the resolution, the MCL that refers to the township officials' statutory duties. We don't need, because I'm with Della. I'm not getting paid extra when there's 3 elections instead of 0. I'm not getting paid extra to do cemetery. I'm not being paid extra for several things. And this salary is for statutory duties. It's
so
not for other things.
when
But-
you say
but
you're
to-
not getting paid for elections, that is a statutory duty. If you choose
I'm telling
not
you,
to, if you choose not to delegate, that's up to you. I can tell you
this
that
salary is for statutory duties.
I think
and I
that's
can-
just what I said.
Yeah,
But again,
exactly.
your ears are closed,
No,
so
my
open them up.
ears are wide open because I've been listening to all this conversation going on, and now it's 10:41. We've spent another 20 minutes on this, and we have not moved one line item in this budget.
I hear you, Cheryl, but the
You have to
conversation
be
is.
transparent too. Go ahead.
It's, this conversation is a necessary conversation. It's an uncomfortable conversation. But I think the transparency to the public is that we're having this conversation. We're not just, oh, that's what it is, move on, let's get it over with. The transparency is that as a board, we are having the conversation.
So could I maybe just maybe potentially tie two of you, your idea and your idea together. Because you said something that I thought made an awful lot of sense, that former fashion, you said, you know, the P and P, rather than say the newsletter is part of the treasurer, that basically, okay, in the P and P manual, that revision is a menu. It's a menu, and there's values assigned to those. And so in the resolution, it clearly states that the salary is based on statutory responsibilities. However, and I'm not saying this is the wording, but the reflection would be that if you choose to pull off of that menu the cleanup day, you pull off that menu the newsletter, you have your statutory compensation, and the resolution says you are entitled to this compensation for these services that you will perform during this next fiscal year. And
Additional to.
additional to the statutory. salary
You
base.
mean people might actually say, oh, I'll take this one and I'll take this one.
Well, I don't know, but an idea.
Pizza and you'd
But
pick
if
the
it's,
pizza and
I
get
mean,
the
if we talk
fries.
about, we talk about things that have to be done in the township to make it run that are just frankly not statutory. Then, there's and you're willing to put forth the time and effort and make a product or provide a service. The compensation, is clearly then, and it goes back to what I said earlier as to why I am for some language in the resolution. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'm that says, okay, this is the compensation that, now I'm not picking on you, Ardella Bennett received from the township was X. And so a citizen just looks at that and says, well, wait, this is my base for statutory, and I did these things, and here's the schedule for this, and that's why my compensation was this. I think it just makes it a whole lot cleaner and builds out maybe a model that future boards can use as well.
The problem is that doesn't apply to an incoming official.
It
It has
will.
no effect on it. No, it doesn't.
It
An
will.
incoming official does not have to accept the doing of non-statutory duties. They
Correct.
don't have to.
Then they will not
Correct.
be paid the same value that we are today.
But
Now, mind
but
you, I am
can't-
not
they
proposing
come in-
any pay cuts here for us, right? I am merely saying that we here today, for this year, we agree that this wage we're talking about gets these items accomplished, both statutory and those assigned by the township policy and procedure. I'm not going to be the butt of receiving any job that any office wants to resign halfway through the year. Not going to do it. So
Then the board will
that's
hire
going to,
somebody to do it.
Then
Because the.
I
but
guess that
because the
takes us right
township-
back to
The elected
possibly
official
hiring an
doesn't have
office
to do it.
person
That's right.
to take over some of these things, but
That's right.
like I said, that's
that's
That's in the
another
future.
discussion. So
Right.
to move on, just know that this line item will remain at 27,587, 585. And I will not be voting for this budget as a whole.
Which line item, Ron, was that?
So 702 remains 27,585.
just so you know, I'm not reducing mine.
Nor am I.
Well, that's going to be a board decision.
I'm not reducing mine.
Then all
I
I'm
don't,
asking
I
for,
do not feel the same way you do about it. And I think we've had a lot of discussion on it. Your issue right now is adding wording to the resolution. That's it.
will you accept that added wording?
I already told you I would. I'm not sure what it really is going to do for us. I haven't had an opportunity to really wrap my head around it. You said other duties assigned by P and P or township ordinance is what you wanted to add. Is that correct? Did I
Yep.
get that right?
Yep. So Cheryl brought up the idea that the policy and procedure manual doesn't cover a lot of things. And quite frankly, two of the things that I can think of right off the top of my head is the newsletter and cleanup day. That,
Yeah,
that's
but
not
it's not
even,
mentioned at all.
that's not mentioned. Either one of those are not mentioned at all.
Technically should be, because it should have some rules and regulations to protect you.
Well, to
I don't-
Cheryl's point, the person that's incoming is gonna understand that they get paid X number of dollars for the statutory duties. Don's point and your point, if you want to select this item that's typically been assigned to a office like cleanup day or cemetery for the clerk, then you get paid this much more.
And
You know,
I don't even think that's legal. That needs to be checked into.
Actually, other
because-
boards are doing it.
Although
Yeah.
it's right
The
here
other
in the
boards are
book.
doing it.
called
It was on
Town-
Community
Township
Connections.
Yep.
Right,
Oh,
so,
but I said, is it legal? And so just because it's on Community Connections doesn't mean it's legal. And I'm telling you that if a new elected official comes in, they are under the salary that was already approved. And this idea of listing in the salary resolution, oh, you're gonna get $500 to do
oh,
this.
no,
That's
no,
that's not.
that's not
really-
gonna be done. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
See, she doesn't
Okay.
understand what you're trying to
She's
do.
not-
It's gonna be your-
So she's not following because she doesn't want to.
You're saying that you're gonna assign these things, assign values. Where are you gonna assign that? In the P and P manual?
That's what
Then
he,
every time that changes, you're gonna have to change the P and P manual because you put in there that, oh, the clerk's gonna do this for $500. And then 2 years down the road, the clerk should be getting paid more for doing that.
so why couldn't you, instead of,
So.
you know,
too
John's idea
complicated.
of doing a la carte list. And we volunteer to do those things. Instead of putting a wage in there, why wouldn't we just use the wage that we've set up for additional the $18 or whatever it is, additional thing? The wage, that way, all you'd have to do is change that one document, that one wage for
Yeah.
additional, you
And
wouldn't
then
have
you're-
to do each one of them.
And then you're gonna be filling out timesheets.
Right, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, you fill out
Okay.
timesheets and you collect a paycheck. Some of us are doing this for free.
I
'cause
mean,
we don't
and
want
if
the
you, and if
paycheck.
we're seriously considering that, I think we should also seriously consider allowing support staff such as deputies to be able to pick those duties up also. Instead
You
of,
could do that, but it's gotta be assigned by the board. I just read that.
I indicated earlier in my conversation that that's what I plan to do with my deputy.
That's why I looked it up.
Is to, the deputy kind of works for the particular office. And so I would just assign them those duties. Now, the board approves the number of hours and the rate of pay.
Yep,
The board approves the rate of pay, not the number of hours.
You want to bet?
it's right here in
No,
the
they
book. I
don't.
just read it.
It's right in the book.
Yep,
they don't.
MCO
Read your book.
41,
Okay.
61, 61, 77.
I would like to take a 5-minute break because I need to use the restroom. I'm
Me too.
sorry.
Okay.
To stop everything right in the middle, but maybe that's a good thing.
What page, Heidi?
114. Actually, you gotta start reading it. 115. Go get a highlighter. Like 15 minutes a day. Pass me one of those, will you? Thank you. Ooh, root beer. I gotta have two now.
Oops. Sorry about that. Hold it to the left.
That's all right, it's right. There's a 10-minute rule on that one.
It's wrapped.
Yeah,
It's 6 if it falls in the water.
yeah. You might be able to get it.
Yeah, I'm down to I gotta. You know, it's funny because I haven't bought them in a while. I normally,
These are hard to find.
yeah, I know. And it's funny, the place I normally got them in when I lived on, in Walmart.
Walmart don't have no more. The bins.
All the.
Weren't these in a barrel too? Weren't they come in a barrel?
Yeah.
Like a clear.
Find them at the service station, whatever.
Well, try the river. At least. I'm talking about the gas station on the way to something big. I think it's a mobile. But they're getting harder. Any kind of wrapped candy's getting harder and harder.
People over there, but they're different. I looked them up and they don't work our area.
Well, that company, well, they may only be doing commercial. And so through North Energy may have set a contract with them for those. I think they have 16 sites in their own area here, so they may have a separate. So.
What was that page again, Heidi? 115. Oh, I thought you said 114.
It starts on 114. It starts on 113.
Barrel.
It goes all, it starts all the way with,
Gerald?
statutory.
I'm sorry, what?
duties.
No, I got some things. Oh, I see what you say. The board does determine what hours the deputy may work and what the compensation will be.
Should talk about Willis.
I'm talking about roads.
Okay, good.
Barrel.
Okay, I gotta put it in my calendar or I'll forget. I think what we should do is we should have tacos that night using that meat to show everybody what it's gonna be like.
I was thinking that too, actually.
Want to come to our WeSound meeting on Monday night at the fire station?
Movie night.
Nope. Not getting suckered in anything else.
You don't want to join our auxiliary? Come on.
That's not critical of the work you do.
I just don't have no more room on my plate.
Okay, so. What time? 6?
See if I can find any daytime
Oh,
to do.
Are we ready to come back?
I am.
All right. Heidi, are you ready?
Yep.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Ardella?
yep.
Lois? 10:57.
Thank you guys for the break.
We can drink more water.
I'll finish my coffee.
So I
Playing
think
the fire.
on our way out, we had Heidi brought up page 114, 115. I think I found it on 115, Heidi. In paragraph 2 on that page,
Yep.
the township board does not have a vote over who is appointed as a deputy, but the board does determine what hours the deputy may work and what the compensation will be. Is that the sentence you're describing?
That and there's a couple other ones too. But it all says basically the same thing.
Do you have other references?
If you read backwards,
So it might be a moot point. Again, I'm just trying to get through the budget like everybody else, right? And I'm trying to protect the township with some language in our resolutions that say,
Well, I think you've already got a consensus that we're willing to put this wording in there. So I'm not really sure why we're belaboring
okay.
this.
I didn't think, I
There's-
thought you were still on the fence,
Yeah,
Ardella.
I'm not part of the consensus.
I know that.
Okay,
that's
so
okay.
it's not a consensus because a consensus infers unanimous
Okay,
consent.
Okay,
But
majority of us think.
we stand corrected then. It's not a consensus.
it's a majority.
It is a majority.
Yes.
what is the language? The
Other
exact
duties,
language?
other duties assigned by policies and
No, wait a
procedure.
minute. We need to speak in complete sentences here. When
No,
we
we
talk
don't.
about adding something to a resolution. The
No, we don't.
resolution has language in it. So what sentence do you want added to it?
Provide the resolution.
I just had it right here.
Okay.
Looking it up out of last year's budget public hearing packet. Okay. Here's salary for supervisor. There's a heading. Then it says, whereas pursuant to MCLA 41.95 parentheses 3, which provides that in a township which does not hold an annual meeting, the salary for officers composing the township board shall be determined by the township board. And whereas the township board deems that no adjustment in the salary of the office of supervisor is warranted. Now therefore be it resolved that as of April 1, 2022, the yearly salary of the township supervisor shall be $27,585. Probably ought to be going back to an annual meeting, then we can all let the public set our salaries.
I'm for that. Is that a motion?
No, it is not.
Is that a motion, Cheryl?
I just pointed it out.
I'll make that motion to go back to an annual meeting.
We're not making any motions right now.
Why not?
We're in
Well,
the
it's
middle
not
of
on the-
budget. I thought you had some language you want to add to the resolution.
We're
I'm
a full
trying,
board.
I'm trying to get it in the resolution here for you. What is it? What did you agree on and where does it go in the resolution?
I'm looking up the Public Act.
Let me ask you a question. This as signed by P and P, if we're really heading down the avenue of doing like an à la carte thing, and it's voluntary that we volunteer to do this, this, and this, shouldn't that wording be different than assigned by?
So again, I was
I
trying
mean,
to.
we're heading that direction, aren't we?
I was trying to look for a simple add to the resolution that did one accomplishment. And that was that the current duties that you do, the current duties that I do, current duties that Cheryl does is included in this wage. That's all I'm looking
Trustees?
to do.
Trustees also, the trustees, there's a resolution for trustees. It applies to everybody on the board.
So to answer your question, maybe the answer is to leave it today as the P and P, because then that's the direction you go for it. And then the revision as we move forward to the P and P maybe creates an appendix or it creates a schedule. And then, the resolution, then can be more specific next year. So I guess if the timing's right, or it says, okay, per the P manual, Schedule K, Appendix I, or, whatever the number fits in. I just hypothetically, but,
But the word
Should-
assigned is wrong. It
yes.
needs a different word.
Well, today, there's some assignments in there. And I hear you. I'm just, and I need to think that all the way through, because I do agree that the wording needs to be.
Because eventually when we get to the voluntary, I am volunteering to take 1, 5, and 6. That's it's still voluntary.
Yeah,
So it's not assigned. So the word assigned is going to have to be changed in the future, maybe not today, but it is going to have to be changed because we're heading in a different direction.
understood and agreed. Because the township policy currently does assign those duties to an office. So,
And that's where I think we're at today, is that the language probably should say assigned, because that's what exists. And then when the P and P, when the move is made to change the P and P and change those sections and create that schedule, then I think we either have to
have a
do
different resolution.
different resolution to then adjust it. But today it is assigned. And to say other ways would be misleading. But I do agree with you, Ardell, that when that change happens, I think that nomenclature needs to be adjusted.
It should also say then, subject to future amendments.
Okay.
That would cover any changes we may make in 23, 24.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to go back and amend. Or
Yeah.
change it.
Well, I think, I mean, that's a commitment of mine to do this, right? Because I see other townships struggling with this very question. And so we've struggled with it. And I think if we clarify our policy and procedure manual, maybe it includes a menu, maybe it includes a schedule of fees or, revenue, whatever you want to call it. And then you can voluntarily select these items. I
And
totally
that
support that.
Says the next person coming in
Has to do
take
it.
those
No.
over.
That's right.
No, no, in no way. It's just that these are the other items that need to get done in the township, and this is what it pays.
And maybe there needs to be an annual meeting once a year where the board sits down and we go over those duties. There's additional things, and is there a change, much like you do when the boards and commissions pick chairs, vice chairs, those type of things. That's an annual meeting. And maybe we could look at it then.
And to your point, we haven't addressed any fee schedule for the township in a very long time.
As in what we charge,
And so that could also be
part of that
a
annual. meeting.
function of that,
Raise
right?
some of those fees. so
And I
they're-
certainly like Don's
compatible.
previous idea about the park. We should be doing that in the fall of every year, reviewing our fees and this cost of goods that we're contemplating here should be reviewed in the fall, so it's prepared for budget time.
I think that's just a part of, every business has a schedule of things that they do at certain times a year. Just like the treasurer's office has a schedule of things that are
So
done
usually
once a
in your
year.
Standard
You know,
operating.
you've got all
procedure.
these things that you only do once a year, but they're on specific dates. And I don't think the township has ever had one of those kind of meetings. And maybe it's just something that we put in the P and P manual that future boards, this is how we've operated. And add to it. I mean, one of the things that I found hard when I first became an elected official is finding the roadmap to how townships run. You can get all kinds of education and stuff, but each township is individual, and Whitewater Township didn't really have a roadmap that I could pull out and say, oh, well, they do this here, they do this here. That wasn't there. It'd be nice to leave that for future generations
Yep.
coming in. And a lot of the conversation that we're having today would be done at those annual
Yes.
meetings.
Yep.
You know,
As well as the review of our wages, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So by November or so, we should have relatively good inflation numbers released by the government. So we've got an idea of what that CPI is. Or maybe we just simply make our raises annually tied to the inflation,
rate of inflation.
rate of inflation.
Honestly, I believe that is a good starting marker to start at. And any future boards coming in, if they want to do something different than that, like a rate of inflation plus something or minus something, leave that up to them, but at least we give them a base.
Let me correct the statement, not inflation, but consumer price index.
There you go.
Why?
Um,
Well,
there's,
we're way behind following that.
there's good documentation that the state tax commission uses the consumer price index in many of its compulations.
It's also region specific.
Yep.
That's the huge advantage of using CPI is
Yep.
that, Southern California is going to have a different rate than Northern Connecticut versus Northern Michigan and.
Yeah, I was
CPI
gonna ask, if we did the rate of inflation, would we be using Michigan or would we be using
Yes.
national?
Right.
No, you
But
use
the problem
Michigan.
is there's too much convoluted data on that. The CPI goes down to very, very specific areas and it's it's a tool I'm most familiar with in evaluating our employees in the past. That seemed to be more reflective of the community activity, the impacts.
Well, see, since you know all about that, maybe you're the one that should write that section.
So I agree with what you said with
He
the
didn't
one
say
possible
yes.
exception of, instead of rate of inflation, because of inflation could be 0.2%,
Or it could be 7.2%.
or it could be 7.2, but historically, I think we're under 3%. So, so getting back to the language for Cheryl then, the last recommendation you made was subject to future board amendments. Or you said amendments,
I just said amendments,
Yeah.
but I don't care about board. It can be
and so read what you had written down there, Ardella.
other duties assigned by policies and procedure manual, subject to future board assignments and or township ordinances.
And where in the resolution is that going to be inserted?
We haven't,
I would think that it would go underneath where the MCL is listed. It'd be in that same area. I don't have it in front of me, Cheryl, so
so I do. So let's make sure we've got the language correct, Ardella. Other duties assigned by policy and procedure and or assigned by township ordinance.
subject to future board
Subject.
amendments.
Subject to future board amendments.
Yeah.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah.
Don?
Yeah, that's what I wrote down as well.
Okay, Cheryl?
I don't agree.
Okay,
I'm good
Heidi?
with that.
all right. So then looking at the resolution. Let me just print copies real quickly.
I don't need a copy. I've got it in a Word document right here.
I wasn't printing you one.
Thank you.
I got them, Ron.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My recommendation is just add it after the second whereas.
So it would start with
Same language.
whereas.
The township board deems that no adjustment in salary of the office of the supervisor is warranted. By reason. Other duties assigned by policy and procedure. and-
By reason, other duties.
I'm sorry.
Is that what you said?
On you yet?
I thought you wanted me to type this.
No, we're talking amongst ourselves right now.
Okay,
Can we just put a whereas in this?
Oh, you want to make it its own?
Yeah,
Its own
Okay,
paragraph? That's
sure.
good.
Don, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it needs, I think, I'd rather keep it as a separate
Okay.
section, if whereas is the proper lead word, then
Mhm.
agree with Ardella.
So we'll just make this a separate whereas. And should we place it before the current whereas number 2 now? So we have whereas pursuant to the MCL, whereas pursuant to the other duties, whereas the township board deems that no adjustment in the salary of the office of the supervisor is warranted.
duties assigned by policies subject to future board amendments.
So those board amendments will likely assign some dollar amounts to these additional.
See, my thought is should there be something in that line that says something about additional compensation?
That's what I'm thinking, like maybe
As-
per P and P or per your administrative, whatever manual.
For compensation schedule.
So I like your thought, but here's my concern. This is not a proposal to reduce any elected official's wage or salary, excuse me, right? And so at a future date, we are, as a board, we are going to determine what these additional compensations will be. So I didn't really think, but we could. And we could get an opinion on whether or not that is a consideration of reducing an elected official's wage.
Say that again?
I'm just thinking if we added an addition to that, compensation to be determined based on additional wage scale. What was that? The $18 an hour that was, what was it called? Additional?
I think it was called Additional Activities Compensation Program.
Maybe put that in there. That way it's clear that if you're being assigned by the P&P or you volunteer, that's,
Yep.
I think that's the direction we're going.
I do. Yep. I
Um,
like that.
That, or if it's in an ordinance, then additional compensation will be paid by using this additional activities wage we've already got set up. I mean, that'll cover us until we get to a meeting where we're changing the policies and procedures, and then maybe we decide this particular job is going to pay this much instead of hourly, but at least this would give us an avenue at this point.
Okay. So is your recommendation then to put that in that same whereas?
Yes,
Okay.
because I believe it's all one thought.
So would you then make an adjustment to just simply say, whereas the township board deems that no adjustment in the base salary of the officer?
Well, that would make it very clear what we're
Yep, that's
talking about.
clarity, that clarity.
There would be no questioning then. That would be very clear.
And then you could go, is warranted. However, additional compensation.
Either determined or based on additional wage, additional duties, wage rate. What was that wording again?
So let me try and follow your thinking. Is it your thought to cover the statutory duties first?
I think statutory duties is already covered under this MCLA that's listed here.
You know, it doesn't. It does not cover statute. That particular statement does not cover. It covers.
It covers what it says it covers right there.
Annual meeting.
Mhm. So paragraph 3 reads, in a township that pursuant to section 8 does not hold an annual township meeting in a charter township created under Act 359 of the Public Act of 1947, as amended, being sections 41.2 to 42.34 of the Michigan compiled laws, the salary for officers composing the township board shall be determined by the township board. If a petition is filed within 30 days after the township board votes, the salary signed by 10% of the qualified electors of the township requesting the question to be submitted to the electorate, the township board shall call a special election and submit the question of
So
salary.
let's pay 10,000 or more for a special election.
I'm just saying.
Instead of giving somebody a 3%. How does that make sense?
Hey, you guys did it with pot, so, hey,
How does that make sense though?
hey, there's 20 things in this book we could do to people. And they have
So-
no say.
The important language out of there, in my opinion, is that the office of the supervisor's salary is determined by the board. The rest of it provides legal remedy to the public if they disagree with the raises that the board approves.
Yep, you know what that's called? Don't reelect them.
Recall them.
That's what it's called. If you've got a rogue board that goes out there, and, oh, we're giving ourselves $20,000 each. You're looking at a recall almost immediately, or you're looking at, you're not getting voted back in. So enjoy that $20,000.
You know, that happened in 2021, right?
Yeah,
in Grand Traverse County.
it wasn't it Blair? Was it Blair?
I don't believe so.
It was,
I'll remain silent.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm gonna remain silent on that one too, because I just read that.
So, Ardella, your additional language is,
Don, what was yours? You said something additional than
Is-
that.
I'm sorry.
No, that's right. I was just, I was suggesting it goes into that same second, whereas the township board deems that no adjustment in the base salary of the officer of supervisor is warranted. However, where's my note here? Additional compensation, could be warranted for those duties assigned by P and P manual, plus the other township ordinances, subject to further amendments.
Future board amendments.
Yeah, from board amendments.
All right, so
But
instead of
can
putting
you
it at the
just-
end, you put it in the beginning of it. Whereas the township board deems,
I would
No
I was putting
adjustment.
in after here. After this point, and then at the tail end of it.
okay,
So logically thinking that through 1, 2, 3, 4. Would we outline the duties first and then say that there's no amendments recommended to the salary?
now I don't really
Um,
want to put in there outlining our duties. I think it's a good idea to take our statutory duties and put them on the website
Yep.
underneath our things. That way people can go see what it is.
Not suggesting that. I'm
Yeah.
just suggesting that we use your whereas as a substitute for whereas number 2 and move whereas number 2 to whereas number 3 with Don's changes of base salary.
That would flow, that seems to flow to me. I'd
All
like to
right,
see it
so-
in its black line, but I think that flows.
So using this. And we've got the first whereas, second whereas. Township board deems that no adjustment in the salary of the office of supervisor, clerk, or treasurer is warranted. Where are we putting your whereas? Is it before that, after that, included in it? I'm a little confused.
I'm thinking now, I was originally suggesting it go between, well, it's first you have number 1, whereas number 2 at whereas, and then the third starts out now. I was suggesting that it go between the second whereas and the last,
The third,
and the third one now. That's where I was thinking it maybe should go.
all right. So that becomes number 3.
But I also, to distinguish that now therefore it be resolved, the word base be inserted in the second whereas and also in that line item.
Okay, give me the words on that. Now therefore, be it resolved that.
As of April 1st, 2023, the yearly base salary of the township supervisor shall be $27,585. Where I saw this flowing was the second whereas it states that there's a base salary. The second, whatever we start that word with, whereas or whatever, that description of additional compensation goes in there.
In the second whereas.
Yes. In or after as a separate. Creating the distinction between the base salary and then additional compensation would be consistent with what's the P and P manual the township ordinance.
So it would go like this. Whereas the township board deems no adjustment in base salary, comma, other duties assigned by policy and procedures manual or township ordinance, subject to future board amendments, comma, compensation to be determined based on,
It's not called a policy and procedure manual, it's called something else. Administrative something.
So I did create a Word version. It's going to be messy, but would you like to see it in typed version?
yeah, sure.
Okay. Not quite yet. No, this won't be perfect. I don't think I got all of your words in there, Ardella. But we'll see.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Cheryl gets a copy. I've got mine. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Thanks. Not a complete sentence.
And change P and P to what it's really called, administrative, whatever.
Yeah.
What's it really
Yeah,
called?
I would recommend that as a good change. Yeah. I have a title page. I don't know that it's current, but I don't know why it would change either. It's called the Whitewater Township Administrative Policies and Procedure, plural, manual.
Oh, okay, let's try this. So again, I'm going to suggest that the second whereas in the revised copy that was just handed out be moved below the third whereas, be moved to the number 2 position. And I would still recommend, whereas the township board deems that no adjustment in the base salary of the officer of supervisor is warranted. And then now read another whereas additional compensation may be earned for the performing of duties as assigned in the Whitewater Township Administrative Policy and Procedure Manual, other township ordinances, and are subject to future amendments. And then the last one would read, now therefore be it resolved that as of April 1st, 2023, the yearly base salary of the township supervisor shall be $27,585. See what I wrote.
So I just have one question.
Mhm.
Okay, so your third whereas additional compensation. What was the next word? May be earned.
I was gonna say shall be based off or based on that additional compensation
Oh,
schedule we already have. Because we know we're gonna, well, I think we know that we're gonna use that $18, whatever it is,
For the-
that for the additional to pay for additional,
because
at least that's the way,
because
that was the
that's what
direction.
exists today. Yeah, that, and then if we change it to a table or a schedule,
Then you amend that.
yeah. I see your point.
At least it gives us a place to start. Rather than trying to sit here and say this job is gonna be worth X amount of dollars.
I think that's a really good point.
Also, I believe you might have to revisit your additional activities compensation program because I don't believe the clerk treasurer or supervisor are subject to that.
Are listed in that, are they?
To that document.
So
They're
that would
they're
need to be
excluded
changed.
from that document,
So
I believe.
here's a simple fix to that. At a rate equal to. So they don't apply under the additional compensation program. They
Okay,
just
so that
equal
wording
to.
works.
That way we don't have to mess with that program, which is already under review, right? So the value is set, it'll be determined on an annual basis by the board. Seems reasonable.
And to Ardella's point, it locks in what exists today.
Yep. So additional compensation may be earned for the performance of
I think, Ron, it should just say that additional compensation for other duties shall be based at a rate equal to the additional compensation program. Instead of saying may, it shall means it's gonna happen. If you take this duty on, this is what's gonna happen. If you say may, that leaves it up to, well, maybe they're gonna say I only get $4 an hour.
so I read that differently.
Oh.
I thought Don was addressing your concern about, going back to the menu conversation. You may select to do this.
Right.
And so that's how I interpreted Don's.
I think that is the way, I was looking forward, but to the point Ardella made, that doesn't exist as of this moment. So having it refer to the present policy is more like, it makes more sense now, thinking about that. because it takes the question mark out of it and
I
then change
see.
it by an amendment after.
I see, that might, going from shall
To
to
me.
may might be one of those future, okay, yeah, I totally, yep,
Yeah.
okay. So additional compensation shall be
Based,
earned. Based,
based. At a rate equal
I'm fine
to
with
the
either-
additional
I'm fine with
compensation.
Either term,
based is good with you?
yeah, I can live with based.
For the performance. You said performing here.
Shall be
Yeah,
based
my-
at
it
a
just may
rate.
Not be my writing, so I mean,
I've got shall be based at a rate equal to the additional compensation program.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
Don went a different,
yeah, follow her line for, because that
Okay.
brings it to the present, so.
okay. So additional compensation shall be based on. Ardella, it's you.
Shall be based at, not on, at a rate equal to the additional compensation program.
Additional compensation for what? Non-statutory duties?
Additional compensation for other duties or non statutory duties
Statutory.
would be a good word there
Mhm.
for non. Thank you, Cheryl. Duties shall be based at a rate equal to the additional compensation program. How's that sound? And instead of saying P and P, do we need to spell out Whitewater Township
Yep,
policies
you
and
do.
procedures?
Yep.
Procedures and policies.
Isn't it Whitewater Township Administrative Policies and Procedures?
Manual.
Mhm.
Well, where does that go in there? Because what I heard was whereas additional compensation for non-statutory duties shall be based, blah, blah.
Well, where it
It's
goes,
above,
whereas
but she
other
wasn't
duties
paid.
assigned by the Whitewater Township Administrative Policies and Procedures or
Township.
township ordinance.
Oh, so you have another whereas in there.
On top her, yes.
So you have a total of 4 whereases.
No, I'm just
Okay.
following what Don had on whereas number 2 there, right?
He added on
No,
number
that'd be
2,
whereas number
whereas
3.
other duties assigned.
That he moved number 2 to 3.
Yep, that's what I think.
And then I added to then I was just adding to the
Okay,
new
so
number 3.
so what I've had between you and Don is whereas number 3 will read, additional compensation shall be based at the rate equal to the additional compensation program, and that should be additional activities.
Yeah, so it's got to start with,
Compensation program for other or non-statutory duties assigned by the Whitewater Township Administrative Policy and Procedure Manual or ordinance and subject to future board amendments. Can I give you a printed copy?
Are you inserting the base, the word base in?
Well, let's double check that. So I have the word base salary in the second whereas. So it reads, the township board deems that no adjustment in the base salary of the office of supervisor is warranted.
Right. And
Then we go into whereas additional compensation.
Yep.
Then we go into now therefore, as of the date, the yearly base salary.
Yep.
Of the township supervisor shall be. Is that
Yes.
Yep.
okay? So let me get. Should be out there. And there are spelling errors in this, so.
What happened to your subject to future amendments language, Della?
It's in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're done, Ardella. She's feverishly comparing 3 different pads.
I
of
am.
paper. Oh, I know.
To see if, we got everything.
I was hopeful Chief was still here where he could stand by with a fire extinguisher.
Okay, so. Third whereas.
Yep.
Be based at a rate, not the. Although I am not the best when it comes to English composition. Cheryl is the one that I
Sure.
rely to on that. Or Lois, she's also equally as good. Compensation program for other. Instead of or should just be for other non-statutory duties
Okay.
assigned by Whitewater Township Administrative Policies and Procedures Manual or township ordinances. And
Okay.
instead of and, shouldn't it just be a comma, subject to future board amendments, Cheryl?
That's how I'd write it.
Otherwise, I think everything we've talked about is in there. Don, do you see anything different?
No, it's nope, I think it's wordsmith to where we.
And as far as now therefore be it resolved, that 27,000 needs to go to 30,68. Because we have covered your requirements.
I'm good.
What's the definition of base salary?
Do we need to do that?
Well, you say up there deems that no adjustment. Okay, you want the resolution to say deems that no adjustment in the base salary, there's
Well,
being an adjustment made, so that
well,
language
below.
doesn't apply.
Well, below where it says now therefore, the yearly base salary is listed right there.
Okay. All right, I get that, but once again, what about your paragraph that says no adjustment in the base salary of the Office of Township Supervisor is warranted? Currently, the salary is the 27,585.
But it's gonna be what we choose to be the salary in our budget for the new year.
Cheryl's point is that this particular paragraph will have to be changed and state that the board deems an adjustment is necessary. With as you changed the last now therefore it to 30,068 or whatever the number is. What is the number?
30,068.
So with your last minute change, Cheryl, I think correctly indicated that
Well, they conflict otherwise. So I mean, you
So
have to
basically-
fix the whole
basically you change-
document, right?
You're changing the word no to and, whereas the township board deems that an adjustment in the base salary of the office of the supervisor is warranted.
Right.
Whereas, yeah, because
Because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
You made a conflict out of it. Yeah, I see your
Right.
point, Cheryl. Spot
Okay.
on. But the word and would just correct that,
I concur.
so.
Cheryl?
I don't have any comments.
All right, so
You want a final copy of it?
I just typed it right here.
would you mind reading it back, Cheryl?
Well, in the second whereas, you're changing no to and. You're adding the word base in front of salary. You're adding a third whereas that says this. Whereas additional compensation shall be based at a rate equal to the additional activities compensation program for other non-statutory duties assigned by the Whitewater Township Administrative Policies and Procedure Manual or township ordinances, subject to future board amendments. In the fourth paragraph, you're changing 2022 to 2023 and adding the word base in front of salary.
And the salary amount is changing.
Right.
Well,
Well, yes, to
So-
$30,068.
and to Cheryl's point, to Cheryl's earlier point, in the second whereas the township board deems that an adjustment in the base salary of the office of supervisor is warranted, and adding the words for statutory responsibilities. Does that separate that whereas and the next one that they're fundamentally two different compensations?
I hope so.
I like that.
Yes, I agree. Let's add that.
And then the third.
What are you adding?
Cheryl, at the end of the second whereas, where the township board deems an adjustment in the base salary to the end of that line where it says supervisor is warranted for statutory responsibilities.
And in the third whereas, just before non-statutory, I think Ardella recommended the word other be removed. Is that right, Ardella?
Oh, no. Like you said, I got 3 versions over here.
Kind of like our ordinances.
I mean,
There should be
Well,
board duties
I don't think-
assigned, not other duties. I think was what my thought was.
I think the or is not necessary. So additional
Well,
compensation.
we already took or out.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Then my,
for non-statutory duties
Other
instead of
non-statutory.
other. Take out other.
yeah.
So it reads, additional compensation shall be based at a rate equal to the additional activities compensation program for non-statutory duties assigned by the Whitewater Township Administrative Policy and Procedure Manual or Township Ordinance, subject to future board amendments.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know this took some
Subject to
time, but
future what? It said board amendments.
to future township board amendments or just
Okay,
board
the township
amendments.
board, township was not in there. You want township board amendments?
Does it need to be there, Cheryl, do you think, or just board?
It's your language. I'm not gonna comment.
I don't think it needs to be there, but you can put it there if you would like.
Put it in there.
Thanks for your comment. Appreciate the participation.
About time.
Would you like another reread, Ardella?
No, I'm satisfied with this.
Okay.
You have anything, Heidi?
Nope.
Hearing some heavy sighing over there.
Guess we're never gonna get done.
Cheryl, are any questions?
No. no
Okay.
Any questions?
Don, you're good?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think you're gonna find that there will be township officials who won't do certain duties for the additional activities compensation. And then you'll have to find somebody else to do it.
And that might be true, Cheryl.
Yeah.
And going down the road, maybe that's where that office
Manager
staff
comes
That's
in.
is gonna
right.
have to come in.
Yep.
Well, in that $18 an hour was set a year ago. And we may want to review that, right? So I'm totally on board with that. So that brings us to 7:03. I would like to revise that number to 17,250.
What hourly wage is that gonna be? Because we have to put that in the payroll system, of course, so we have to know what the hourly wage is gonna be.
So that is for board discussion on March 14th.
No, it's not for board discussion on March 14th because
It is.
we already know what a 6% increase looks like on the graded wage scale. This graded wage scale document will be at the public hearing. It's one of the items on the agenda to be approved. And so we need to know where on here you're coming up with the 17,250 figure. I don't know if you got a copy of this or not, but you weren't here, but I added 6%
Did you
to
send
all
one?
you weren't here at the meeting.
So did you send a copy?
No, I haven't scanned this because this isn't done. This whole thing needs to be revised.
I think I have one.
Well, you have one that's already been revised
I believe so.
when you haven't shared it with us.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, so
If
Yep.
the only question on your supervisors is the 703? Or does everything else look?
yeah, I'm fine with everything else. Yep.
Well, I want to know what you're planning, where you're
I
planning
am
for them to
budgeting.
be.
750 hours. And $23 an hour. That does not fall on the graded wage scale.
Well, deputy supervisors, all the deputies get paid off the graded wage scale.
I understand that,
So-
Cheryl,
So.
but the
that has to
budgeted
fall
hourly
into-
amount does
Okay.
not fall on that document.
Okay,
Okay.
fine, but a wage
So
on here
the-
will have to be chosen.
We understand
He
that,
just told you $23 an hour.
Okay,
but
Did you
No,
not say
but
23?
23 even is not
correct.
a,
23 even
that's
does not
my
fall on
point,
that.
Heidi.
It's for budgeting
Okay.
purposes.
Okay, well, and also, I guess, why do you think your deputy needs to get $23 an hour?
That's for a discussion on the 14th.
Well, what do you mean? We've all discussed our deputy wages, so why are we waiting
haven't
until the
yet,
budget
really,
public hearing?
have we?
Well, we have, you
Oh.
weren't here, but we did.
Okay,
So,
We ain't
and
done
we
that.
discussed the amount per hour.
we ain't done
And-
that yet.
Okay,
Okay,
well, I get
so,
it, but.
hang on.
So to answer the question,
Seems like there's some secrets being held back here by the supervisors. I'm getting
That's
to.
the secret. The biggest secret of them all is when you put the 6 with the 3.
so
Biggest
to answer the
Heidi, you're-
question,
off the wall.
No, I'm not.
Tim's resume supports over 30 years of governmental experience.
However,
So what?
however,
However,
I understand what you're saying about, him. I looked at his resume.
Yep.
But my deputy has 30+ years of not only office, but accounting. I mean, and she had to start out at a wage on the scale that was conducive to how many years the board as a group felt, and that was year one. And if I had come to you and said, I think she should have 5 more years at it, I guarantee you we'd be told no. So I'm uncomfortable with starting out at
Yep.
that many years, Ron. I don't know I mean, I looked at his resume, sure. Impressive resume, but what's he gonna be doing? What's he doing for you that would be worth that amount in that many hours? I think
understand.
it's a normal conversation to have at budget time, like
Okay.
we do about our.
and I'm totally down with that. If you also read the packet for
I
314,
did.
then you will see what the duties for the deputy supervisor are outlined as. And so that duty list is everything that we've talked about here in the pay resolution today, with the one exception. 2, he cannot vote, and he does not run the township board meetings in my absence
That's right.
unless the board
Tell them
appoints
to.
him to do so. And the board can nominate any board member to run the meeting.
He cannot,
just
he
saw
is
that
not
happen.
an elected official. He cannot,
He can't, he will
Participate
not
at
be
the
sitting
board
at the
level.
Board table.
He
will
cannot.
not be
Well.
getting- No, he won't.
Yes, he will.
No, he won't.
Lois sits here.
Lois isn't,
Lois
she
isn't
isn't
here as a
voting.
deputy.
she
But
isn't
still,
voting. She's
She's
here.
a non-voting
She's-
member,
She's not.
then
she's-
move Lois away.
Well, she's not here as the deputy treasurer. She's
So
not here as the
that
deputy.
she's a non-voting,
Well,
I-
we went all through this when
Wait.
you appointed Ron Backey, and Ron Backey.
I
sat
think
right
I'm
out.
talking different than what you're talking about.
Okay.
You're talking about having him sit over there. He can't conduct the meeting. He can't participate in the meeting. He cannot sit as a board member and communicate and vote.
yes. he
That's
can come
very
in.
clear.
No.
He cannot.
He can.
No,
He's not an elected official, Ron. He cannot.
He
We already
can
went through this with
participate
Ron
in the
Backey.
board meetings.
Can he vote?
No, he cannot vote.
Can
But
he-
he can participate in the discussions.
out there.
No,
No, that's, we cleared this all up when you appointed Ron
you
Backey.
cleared it up
No, we all
because you were
cleared it up.
offended by my previous appointment.
No, I know.
Just like you are
No.
with this one.
Okay, we're getting off track, and I really don't want to do
You
this.
appoint Ron.
If you believe that he can sit up here at the board and participate and do everything but vote, then I'm gonna have to see the MCL that says he can.
Yeah, that's
You're-
right.
And then we'll be all good.
You can show me the MCL that says he can't.
No, I can show you the documents that says he-
Okay.
that nobody other than an elected official can take part in the actual discussion and voting of.
Well, show me that.
All right, I will.
Yeah.
I can get that to you,
Okay.
but is that really what we're talking about here today?
It's not.
Tim, he works a full-time job, correct?
No.
No? He's retired?
Well, I would refer you. Okay, to page 114. We were there previously today. In both the general law and a charter township, the deputy supervisor cannot chair a township board meeting, cannot chair a township board meeting. The township board must appoint one of its members to chair the board meeting when the supervisor is absent.
We know that. Everybody has said that.
Nobody's saying that that's
And then
wrong.
he doesn't sit at the table either, because then next week.
Read that section where it says
Well,
he does not sit at the table.
I'll
Yeah, I
dig
want to see that.
Go back and I'll dig out from 2019, when we consulted the MTA about Ron Backey sitting at the board table, and they said, no. They said deputies do not sit at the board table.
Then why is it?
Okay, because then it looks like to the public that they are voting.
And
And
how do you
so,
think this looks?
So what's the?
How do you think it looks?
It
She's
doesn't
the
look,
recording.
she's not.
No, she's
the
not.
deputy
No,
treasurer.
she's the Zoom facilitator. And if we had someplace else in the building where
Yeah.
she could
Well,
sit,
then
you know, we do that, but.
Then that'll
let's
be
not
made.
Can we not make it about Lois? She's
it's
not,
not.
here's my deputy.
it's not. It's not about.
And
Lois.
if I was absent, she wouldn't be sitting in my spot. My chair would be absent.
All I'm saying is that when Cheryl was absent, we invited her deputy to sit at the board.
We
Yeah,
did.
And I think that's only
And I.
courtesy.
And I have since schooled my deputy that she is not to sit at the board table.
Okay, so you're cross-training her. Excellent. All these years, no cross-training.
Oh,
You're finally
please,
doing.
Heidi. I
Well,
haven't been around
You know,
for
if this is what
crap.
this is deteriorating,
No,
to,
I'm
I want
making
to
a
end the meeting.
statement.
I have
I'm
a big gift.
I did not, I instructed my deputy to not sit at the board table. You invited her to sit at the board table. If I had been where I could tell her what to do, I would have told her to decline that. My deputy will never sit at the board table, even on the end of the table down here, ever.
I will treat my deputy better. I hope the board does
Oh,
too.
please. Well, we'll dig out the MTA information. You weren't here in 2019 when we had to go through all this. But
And
your
MTA
deputy.
is not law.
MTA, this book is full of laws that apply to township
Yep,
boards.
but
Yep.
it's not all law. I found that.
It's all law.
out.
That's
It's
right.
not.
Well,
Call the lady that wrote it, Cheryl.
several people wrote it and they're way more educated than anybody in this room.
So
Anyways,
we're
so
at
you want
7:03.
the 17,250 in there? Okay, what's the next line item?
The next line item that were questions.
Whoa, can I,
Yeah,
in your supervisor section,
Mhm.
will you need a piece of equipment for your deputy supervisor?
I've already purchased that.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm good to go with that.
Okay, very well.
Yeah, but thank you for.
What
asking.
is line item 715 going to be? And 716?
715 will be 2934. 716 will be 686.
What about the rest of the line items in the supervisor budget?
Acceptable to me. Everybody caught up?
Yes.
The next question I've recorded was on elections 703. And apparently the document you used on the 21st did not contain the budget amendments. So I just want to verify that even though we have no special elections this year,
Well, you don't know that yet. We don't have one in May. That is the only for sure.
okay,
People still have, governmental entities still have time to get something on the ballot in August and November. And the presidential primary falls in this fiscal year. So
February of next year.
February of next year, that's right. So there are 3 possible election dates in this coming fiscal year.
and it would be my recommendation that we bump that number from 25 back up to the 30,000.
I'm happy with it at 25.
Okay, And the reason I made that recommendation is you may want to delegate some more of the election stuff off to your election workers.
Well, there's certain things the election workers can't do.
I understand.
Okay, an
Those are
election
called statutory
administrator
duties. We've
needs
been
to
through
do
that.
them.
We've
Yes,
been through that.
exactly.
So,
I'm happy with the 2,500.
okay, 25,000.
Yeah, 25,000.
Okay. And
847 software support. I inserted that number. I told everyone on the 21st that I would get the number. And every year from now on, we are done with the free support. It's been 5 years of the free annual support on the DS 200s and the express votes. We have 2 of each. And so this year, the support will be $790 for all 4 of those devices.
Should we just make it 800 even?
790 is good. That's why I put it in there.
yeah, that's what I have.
What's the $10 gonna do? Nothing but sit there. Doesn't need to be in there.
And then
I'm happy with the rest of the election budget line items.
line item 970. Cheryl wanted to purchase a new elections laptop. $600, Cheryl, I don't think is enough.
$600. They do not need one of these fancy tablets that you're planning on buying for who knows who. I'll be buying a $400 laptop. $600 is plenty. Programs are not loaded on it. It doesn't need Word. It doesn't need Adobe. It doesn't need any of the Microsoft Office suites things. And so $600 will cover a laptop that is used maybe three times
Right.
for 3 elections. Other than that, it's sitting in a closet.
Is
We
this like
don't
gonna be
want to
like
put
a
a lot of money
Chromebook?
into a laptop that's just gonna be sitting there for 350 days of the year.
Is there specific requirements that is needed for the poll book that will be
Any
covered
la- any-
underneath that?
Well, I had to get the old elections laptop upgraded several years ago. It didn't have enough RAM and stuff like that. But any brand new laptop will suffice. It will have whatever.
So 600 is
needed.
good enough.
Yep. Also, we have a Paul's old laptop that's around here that should be assigned to somebody before a brand new laptop is purchased.
That's newer than my laptop. It's newer
So
than
are you
this
gonna
one.
take that one then for elections?
No, I'm not going to.
Oh.
It's got Windows 8.1 on it. I need Windows 10 or 11.
Then the next question, I'm sorry, go ahead, Dan.
We talk about pretty old.
Windows 8 is pretty old.
I had
Well, you have to
7 on
look and
this
see
and I
when it's-
upgraded
when
it.
it's
I got
not supported
10.1
anymore,
on
or
mine.
you could have Windows 10 put on it, maybe, I don't know. It
Might
was,
not have the RAM.
I think it was an inexpensive laptop that Ron bought for Paul.
We got Department 209 assessor.
That's where my next note is. Yep. And so there were questions about why the $1,200 a month. And why I had recommended the 2640. You guys correctly discussed the 72 hours of sick time. And so Dawn has an employment agreement with the township that is primary. State Tax Commission requires the assessor to be an employee of the township. For that employment, She is paid $100 a month. In addition to that employment agreement, she has a contractual service that you see down below under 807. And according to my notes, you had a question about postage. Why
up
the
to
number was
1200.
off. And simply put that this form was generated before the last revenue expense sheet had been completed.
Well, postage has gone up and it will continue to go up. So the assessor needs, you know, at least $1,200 worth of postage.
Yeah, that's the number you guys set at the 21st. I'm fine with that. So we've reached our 3-hour mark. Thank you for the clue, Ardella.
No problem. That 807 and 702 is a perfect example of people in Lansing getting involved in something they know nothing about and making a rule. That's a loophole there.
Yeah, totally agree. Do we want to continue?
Well, this document's got to be finalized today because I have to post it no later than Monday.
Well, do we want to have a lunch break or, you know,
I will be taking one.
Do you want to take it now? It's 12:15.
And how
Sure.
long are we going here?
Good
'Cause
time
I have to
is it?
go to work.
Huh?
So how long are you planning on going here?
Well, if you have to leave, you have to
1:30.
leave.
Well, we're on
Okay.
page 3 of 23.
Awesome.
Welcome to township governance,
Whitewater? Whitewater.
where the
So I
rapids
haven't
are
heard from you,
bumpy.
John.
I'm good to go. I'm good to keep going.
You're good to keep going. Heidi, you want to keep going or you want to break for
Keep
lunch?
going. I'll go till 1:30.
Okay. Ardella, are you good with 1:30?
I guess.
Okay, Cheryl,
Lois brought me lunch, so.
I see that.
I'm going to eat my lunch in a couple minutes. You guys can keep going if you'd like.
Okay, we will do
um,
that.
Yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fine
have a
with me.
time Restriction 1:30. I just assume keep going to get this done.
Okay. So were there any other questions on assessor?
I have none.
I don't have any listed.
I don't have any.
Okay. And so then attorney, there were some long discussions on, but really nothing changed there. And you have included a $60,000 value.
I tried to up
That's
it.
what
They
you
said no.
proposed.
I tried to up it to 80.
I look at it this way, guys. If we need to change it during the year, we'll make a budget amendment.
Yeah.
There'll be an action that justifies it.
So it will be anyway.
Yes, there will be.
So
Well, it's really, it's hard to predict what may or may not happen.
Mhm. Okay. Salaries then in the clerk's department.
Seven oh two should be the 30,645.
That's what I have. Yep.
And my deputies, hours are, I budget 1,000 hours for her. So 700 hours, is not gonna get it. And per the graded wage scale, her hourly wage with the 6%, that was added on, is at $20.37 per hour.
So that begs the question. Other departments are asking for 750 hours for their deputies. Is 1,000 hours good for the board?
This, in my opinion, it is. I don't do Cheryl's job, but statutorily, she has twice the amount of statutory duties that I do. It's just take a look at the statutory duties that a clerk's office is responsible for. It's a lot more. There's the reason I did not run for clerk.
Yeah, but weren't there hours freed up with the getting rid of the FOIA and getting rid of the?
That's what I'm.
Yeah, but now you've got
No.
those
So-
elections,
Those
you gotta
are-
be open 2 weeks prior. And somebody's gotta be here.
That's right.
those, like,
And so we'll be using, and it's more work.
And those are non-statutory duties.
What are
The
non
FOIA, that's not statutory duty of the clerk's office.
no,
Huh?
I know that,
Yeah,
but-
right.
but it was housed in the
So
salary
it,
report.
The
this,
year before, she asked for 150 hours additional to complete the FOIA process. Yes, you are correct.
you can't give up your statutory duties, so,
As you indicated, it was not a statutory duty.
that's right. So it doesn't affect the statutory duties.
And
that
you
we do.
asked for an additional 150 hours last year for your deputy. For FOIA requests.
Okay,
No, I don't recall that at all. I've always
Okay.
budgeted 1,000 hours for her. That's always what it's been budgeted at.
Trace basically works 2 days a week.
If you look back last year, okay, her wage this fiscal year is $18.66 an hour. And that's what was put in the budget, $18,660, because that's 1,000 hours times $18.66 an hour. There wasn't anything about extra hours for FOIAs.
I'm good with it. I'm not into micromanaging other people's departments.
I get it.
I'm not either, but we're giving raises just because of how long you've been here instead of qualifications, but okay.
But
My deputy is way overqualified for this job.
So in your opinion, what duties is the deputy deputy clerk responsible for?
The deputy clerk can do anything that the clerk does. Except vote.
Can I read something, please?
What are you thinking?
hey, if I'm not getting
The number one authority of a deputy is to serve as a substitute for the official. This means that a deputy automatically has the authority to perform a statutory duty of the office without further authorization when the official is absent, sick, disabled, died, or recalled.
And why did you read that?
Because you say you can't come to the table, he's sitting at the table.
There's another
That-
section that talks about that.
I get that too, but
Okay, so you
you
can't,
just asked
cherry
what the
pick.
deputy is supposed to do. They serve as a substitute for the official. Now you understand why I'd like her cross-trained. But
Okay,
that's
but-
okay.
but I'd like
We
to
have a
stay
division
focused
of
on the
duties
budget.
In our office that has worked out well for us for
Awesome,
11
Cheryl.
years.
What about the
Thank you,
next
Heidi.
person that
And you don't
comes?
run the clerk's office. Thank you.
Um,
Is there anything else?
Yes,
Any other
what deputy
adjustments?
does, so.
Well, if you're so intent on cutting the hours, you're gonna wait longer for things to come out of the clerk's office because if I have
don't
to
get
start
anything out
doing
of the
some of the
clerk's
things
office.
that she's doing, you think it takes too long now, it's gonna take even longer. So
I
have at it,
propose that if
people.
we're done with
I
the
mean,
clerk's
honestly.
department, we move on.
And we read about clerks being convicted of obstruction all the time.
Oh, give me a break.
Board of Review. Anybody want to talk about that?
Are we good with the clerk's department?
I am.
Don, you look like you're in thought.
Yeah, I just, the only thing about this whole cross-training thing and the fact that Carol, I don't know, I don't know firsthand sitting a day in there. All I know is directly the statement made to me when we had that closed session. And I was talking to Therese, you were absent, and Therese was doing the minutes. And she just
She
flat
did a
out,
bang up job too.
but she said to me, she's never done minutes in her life. She's never been trained. And
She's
My
never
point
had to.
exactly.
okay, but she
Never
just
had
said
to know it
she
here.
said she didn't know how, and we were, which was fine. We were just explaining to her, we were trying to help her, but she made that
I
comment to
had a
me.
document all prepared for her to use for the minutes. She didn't need any help from any of you. She was perfectly fine doing the minutes. And I typed up the minutes, okay? I listened to all the everything. And I didn't even use her notes hardly to, all she had to do was be here. Okay, so she had the motions already typed into the document she was using and everything. And yes, she hasn't had to take minutes. She doesn't really want to do minutes, and she told me that from the beginning. But she does have to sit in once in a while when I'm not here. And take the minutes. She doesn't have to prepare the minutes because I do that.
I'm not talking.
So anyways, so are you talking about, you want to
I'm just-
reduce her hours by 300 hours a year because
I didn't.
one time in 11
Cheryl, I
when
didn't
she
say
took
that at
the
all.
minutes?
I just,
Okay.
I just have
We're
concerns.
on the budget
that-
here.
Very well.
I think,
My concerns are what?
My concerns are the fact that I do know that the treasurer's department has standard operating procedures. You've got that manual and I think, that
SOP.
you're gone,
SOP.
and you're gone. Lois fills in with a yeoman's effort and. she's trying.
with that said though, Don, we have a division of duties in
Mhm.
our
That's right.
office.
Right.
There's things I traditionally do, there's things she traditionally do, and then there are times when I'm not there, so she'll do something I normally do.
Right.
Like, pull some out of the tax distribution. She doesn't normally run those where we pay out the money to the entities. She doesn't normally do those, but she knows how, and she has a written set of instructions. There's some things that she does that I don't do. But if I had to, I do it at least once a year, so I can keep my brain wrapped
But
around
That's the
it.
definition of
That's
cross-train. That's the
right.
definition of cross-train.
That's all we're asking.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I
I'm-
believe
it's-
Cheryl's
I'm
office
just
is
asking-
that too.
We're getting the notion that we don't have written procedures. We have written procedures for payroll, for accounts payable, for general ledger, for tons of things. We have written procedures too. So any assumption that we don't have written procedures is completely
Not what
false.
he said, but
Um,
okay.
Well, you're
Well, what I-
insinuating that Della has it.
No,
It's
I've heard her-
insinuation that we
No,
don't,
that's not.
but we do. Okay, well,
I'm
that's the way
saying-
I took it.
Okay. Let me clarify. She has mentioned those a number of times. I've never until this moment heard that statement from you. And I would simply say that, I based my concern on what Teresa told me that day. And that was my takeaway from it. I
Yeah.
said that was just something that was nagging in my mind, that
Sure.
to what degree is she trained, cross-trained to fully function your job if you were
She-
gone for a month? And
she-
so
She's had all the election administrator training that I've had. She's required to get all the training that I get for elections. She
does accounts
probably
payable,
doesn't
payroll.
want to do those
I know
things
she's good at payroll.
on her own, but she can do those things on her own. And there's plenty of other help. If she had a question and I wasn't available, she can call another clerk. She can call the county clerk. It's not that it's not going to get done.
I know her background's with Sarah Lee in payroll, accounts
But she
payable,
also
so-
does accounts payable.
Yeah,
so-
right, yeah, so I'm not,
She does a lot of
so-
things beyond accounts payable and payroll.
And she did a lot of the daily park reports
Mhm.
before we got them.
But she won't be doing that anymore because we won't be handling any park reports at all.
Hmm.
Daily reports or the online reservation, we won't be doing those. I've already shown Don how to do those. And of course, the daily reports will start up when the park starts up,
But
but
the
that's
park
all
re-
park stuff.
The daily parks have to be inputted into the accounting system.
Yeah, you'll deliver the money, or whoever the manager is will deliver the money straight to the treasurer's office.
They do a
With the
day, they do
daily
a
report.
daily balance.
That's exactly how that'll
And the
happen.
money,
The only reason it ever came through the clerk's office was because the clerk was the Parks and Rec administrator during the time I did it, and previously when Carol did it for who knows ever how many years, but that will not be coming to us. We will not be going to the park. I will not be going to the park and picking up the money and bringing it here.
so I'm
That'll be
assuming
a
the park
duty of whoever
manager
you
will
guys
be
assign it
taking
to.
that duty over
That's
and
right.
delivering those daily packets to us.
Yep.
So considering all of that work being out of your office, again, the question I think is logical, why the 1,000 hours?
Well, because
that's just-
we can fill her time with other things.
That maybe
so
have been neglected.
That's right.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of micromanaging other people's department. Ron, I'm not micromanaging what your deputy
I
is
get it.
going to do.
I get it,
You shouldn't be doing mine and I shouldn't be doing Cheryl and all vice versa.
but it's a valid question when we arbitrarily reduce the
Jobs.
duties
and
that go
functions.
to a specific office. It's a conversation that needs to be had. You said earlier, uncomfortable. Yep. But are we actually providing transparency if we don't have the conversation?
And those were
Okay.
all duties that I didn't have to take on when I came here.
But
So in fact, I did the parks, basically kind of filled in as the Parks and Rec manager for 2 years for no pay at all. So, they're all things that I didn't have to take on to start with and did, and then realized that it's too much work.
But I will say this, Teresa has a track record of her work here. We know what it is she's doing. We know how many days a week she works. It is not a stretch to say 1,000 hours at all. And as you can look and see, she hasn't met what we budgeted last year. The year before was actually much less. So just because we're budgeting 1,000 hours doesn't necessarily mean that's what she's going to be working. Her 1,000 hours is well, it's less than your deputy, Ron, isn't it?
No. I
No,
don't
it's
think
very
so.
close. I mean,
Yeah.
your original
No,
was
I get it.
25.
I get it. So this all
So-
goes back to, the discussion that we saw online through Community Connection, what we're actually doing in our offices. And I fully support the idea that the things that Cheryl can't get to, those additional items, that they be sent off to the deputies. I'm in total support of that. And that's why I kind of indicated we may have to review the additionals activity compensation number. Because, for example, if Teresa was going to do something, what'd you say, Cheryl, at the $37 an hour figure, is that this year or next year?
That's for the fiscal year beginning April 1.
Okay, so it would be unfair for us to ask Teresa to do something for $18, right? An hour. And so that was the basis for that statement right there. And so, I think that is reasonable. And you may find that your hours have to go up, right? You may find that. But again, these are for strictly statutory duties. And so, I can easily see that on April 1st, Cheryl resigns from cemetery, from all of those other duties that are non-statutory. I see that coming down the pipe.
Well, don't pull your crystal ball out. You don't know. And at that point, it would this is just supposition. You don't know.
You're right.
So I make.
We've
proposal
already
that
been
we
told
move
that-
on.
We've already been told that we would have a delay in response from the clerk's department.
But I think we need to move on. We've got a lot to cover here.
So are we good with the 2037?
I am.
Heidi?
Apparently, this is the only job you get a raise for just being here, but okay.
Well, we review the rules of the graded wage
It
scale.
does, okay, doesn't really
Which
matter,
we are
Cheryl,
in charge.
because
Can
listen,
be changed at any time.
Sure, sure can.
So
the people are gonna look up the graded wage scale, okay?
It's always in the budget public hearing packet, always.
I'm good to move forward. Don?
Yeah, move forward.
Keep going.
Yep. Cheryl, are you, any other questions in your department?
No?
Okay. So Board of Review. Again, my note here was, I need to show calculations for the number of meetings in the future. Yep, I'll do that. Line item 703.
Well, I believe we have a calculation for our number.
Yeah, you do. Yep.
Right.
Yep, and so that, as I've recorded, is 1,700.
I believe we have a calculation for that. We recalculated a lot of wages.
I have 17.
75. Well, 75, moving up 6% to the $75 an hour. Or 75 per meeting or 16 per hour from 70 and the salary wage schedule. It was moved up from 70 and 15.
Can you repeat that?
Well, on the salary wage schedule for this year, Board of Review gets $70 per meeting. This was in the last year's budget, public hearing packet. $70 per meeting or $15 per hour. So for instance, for yesterday's meeting, they'll get the $70. For next week's meetings, they get paid by the hour, which is terrible because they spend a lot more hours. And I don't know where people ever came up with this. This was something that was in place when I got here and we've revised it, but you know, next week for the $15 an hour for $6, they'll get $90 for two different sessions, for one session and 90 for the other. But yet for yesterday, they got 70 for 1 hour, less than 1 hour. I don't know about that, but anyways, on 121, we agreed to change that to 75 and 16. And then we need to revisit 703. So I don't remember how many meetings that was. Well, we calculated how many hours they usually.
703 is a Zoom facilitator, correct?
Well, we're still on 702. So if you took,
Didn't we use the note that was in there? There was originally a note in there of 9 meetings plus 36 hours.
He has on here 9 meetings plus 36 hours.
yep, that's what I have, but that note is likely old.
So how many could you go to?
So we have March is a regular meeting. Then we have 2 in March that are hourly.
In July and December.
And then we have July and December. So thinking that we have 3 members at $75, 3 times 75 is what, 245,
2 1/4.
2 1/4. And then thinking that each March meeting is 6 hours long. Each hourly meeting is 6 hours, so that's
$96.
12 times 16 is $192 for both meetings.
Great.
I don't see that there was a note for 702 in the 247 department. What
So-
note are you referring to, Don?
One of the first passes came out with the, out in here.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant a note on the notes.
Oh, no, no, no,
document.
no, I'm
Oh,
just not
okay,
saying-
yeah, the right, the 9 meetings plus
Yeah, that
36
was-
hours
yeah.
or something like that.
So-
Okay,
The March meeting would be $225.
at what rate?
At 75. There's 3 board members, 75 times 3.
That has gone past an hour sometimes, but it's a per meeting rate per diem.
Yep. And then the March Board of Reviews, there's 2 of those. Each of those, as you indicated, Cheryl, will be compensated at about $96. So multiply that by 2, that's 192. And the July and the Decembers each are 225. That's a grand total of $867. And on the 21st, you put in 1,700. And I recommended 1,272 just because of the raise, but clearly 1,200 will still get the job done.
So put that back to 1,200.
What are you calculating for number of hours for the July and December Board of Review meetings?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so you're just calculating 225 each.
Isn't that in accordance with the township
I believe so,
schedules?
yeah. 675 and 288. So did you come up with $963 total?
I came up with 867.
Well, if you got 225 for the March organizational
Yep.
and the July Board of Review and the December Board of Review, that's 675, is it not?
Sounds right?
And then you said 288 for March Board of Review.
No, I said 192.
Well, you got $16 an hour times 6 hours.
Wait a minute.
That's 96, and then that's per person, but
Yep.
then it's 96 times 3,
Right. Yep.
and
Yep.
I get. Well. I get 288.
And so
That's just a phone calculator. Anyways, I don't know where we came up with the 1,700 to tell you the truth.
Did we put the hours for the sick time in there by any chance?
No, I don't think so. We were eliminating all the 2 hour stuff.
6 times,
But she did it by 6
I
instead
got
of 3.
576.
Maybe we did it by 6 instead of 3.
So the 1,200 works, right?
No,
You want more?
yeah, we need 1251 minimum.
Make it 13.
Where are you getting the 1251?
So your math, Cheryl. 3 meetings at 225 each is 675.
Right,
Is that correct?
I believe so. I
Yeah,
just did
so-
it on the calculator. I did it in my head, but
Correct. What what appears to be the issue is the 2 March meetings, and I see what my error was. I currently only have 2 members, but I should calculate for 3 for
Mhm.
budget purposes, right?
Yeah.
So
Is
each-
Brenda Baker no longer on board of review?
each meeting is 6 hours long. There's 3 people, so that's 18 hours per meeting. Times the new rate, which is $16 per hour. Equals $288 per meeting. And there's 2 of those meetings, so it'd be $576.
576 plus 675.
Correct, would be $1251. So if we went with the 1,300, I think that's a good number. Is that good with you, Ardella?
Yeah.
Is that good with you, Heidi?
Yep.
Don?
Yeah, math
Cheryl?
works.
What's the number you want? I was adding that up again and
Did you come up with the same number?
I came up with 1251.
Same number.
Is that the number we're putting in there?
No, we're putting in 1,300.
Is that seriously? You're not being sarcastic there, right? You're putting in 1,300?
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah, just check it. Just check it.
And so line item 703, I'm indicating that the secretary of the Board of Review will do the Zoom facilitator job. Yep, I'll take care of the upload. I'll take care of setting up the meetings. It's not a big deal.
So under training, we got $1,000 for this department.
Hold on. 715 moves to $81. 716 moves to $19. Now go.
Question on the training.
Yep.
Is this year one of those years that they have to all redo training again?
Yes, and we got into our preferred training program, which is offered by the Michigan Township Assessors Association. It's like $20 a person.
Wow.
But if we have to go to MTA, and they only allow 50 people in the class. So you have to be one of the first 50 to
stick your
register,
butt in the chin,
right? And so far we've been lucky and we've gotten in the first 50. But if you're not the first 50, then we have to go to MTA. And that's what the $1,000 number is based on.
Gotcha.
We'll probably be a little short on mileage. If we have to go to MTA, but we can pull from different areas up for $25 or $30 off, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we budget by line item, but we don't.
Right.
We actually expense by cost. center.
Yeah, and really, the Board of Review doesn't publish much, if anything, and so there's an extra $100 that could be probably used for different line items.
Are we done with Board of Review?
I think so.
Think so.
So that brings us to Treasurer Department.
I have a request for 727 off supplies and expenses. I'm going to have to buy more envelopes. And everything has went up. So I'd like to increase that $200.
2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say 1,000 or 2,000?
2,000. So instead of 1,800, it'd be 2,000.
So not skipping anything. Sorry to bring this back. Are you good with a similar resolution for the treasurer's office?
I was assuming that anything that we did on the supervisor.
Well, it's gonna go the
We're doing on the clerk and
Okay.
the
Okay.
treasurer
And trustee.
and trustees. We'll have it too. The wording.
I don't show any other. Questions. Under treasurer. Excuse me.
Yeah, I do not have any.
But the
I,
summary-
do you know what? Yeah, I do have a question.
Okay,
And I don't know how the board is going to want to, I put them in the wrong pile. Too many piles that man. This memo that I handed out earlier on the cloud-based backup. If and when we get around to picking a company to do this with, are we going to be breaking it out? Like if you look on the quote, the estimate quote they gave here, they list out the managed workstations, and if you're doing just the file level backup or the pooled, like a full image backup, that's programs and all.
Yep.
If my department chooses to do the 50 gigabytes of pooled full image data, that's gonna cost $26.50 a month. Should I be putting that in my
Yeah,
budget?
kinda.
Or does that go under township?
good question.
Yeah, I
Any
mean, it's something
recommendation?
we need to think about, because honestly, I'm
Is that
going,
more usage for just you, or is that more usage for the township as a whole? Because if it's more use as a township of a whole, then you need to split it in all the departments.
well, that's what I'm asking here. How would the township want to do that? I mean, there's initial cost setup for it, but then there's ongoing maintenance, a monthly fee to host your cloud backups. So would we be putting them in our individual departments? Or would we be putting them under the township? Under,
As an
like we
overall
do for
expense.
copier and the postage machine? Is this just another one of those features? Because everybody's laptops, everybody's desktops would be covered under it. Like my desktop and my laptop are key for me. I want my desktop mirror imaged. So if this building burned down tomorrow, I go to Best Buy and I buy either a desktop or a laptop,
And all
and
her stuff
boom,
still.
I'm back up.
Let's make sure that's what mirror means.
That's what I asked that question. I had he came in and sat
Get it in
down
writing.
and I
Won't
talked to
work.
him.
Won't work,
Yeah,
won't work.
So
well, that's not what he said.
I understand.
So I'm going with what the expert told me, Ron.
Won't work.
So since it's based per device, wouldn't it just the overall bill just when it came in be allocated to the department based on the number of devices active in that department?
Well, that's why I'm asking, Don, is that the way we want to handle it? Or do we want to treat it like what we do the copier and the postage machine? This is like we don't break out
Sure.
the internet, our Spectrum
Well,
bill,
that's
we
what
don't
I'm
break that
thinking.
up.
Maybe you just ought to put it like the one expense, because it's gonna affect every single department. So why not just I'm sure they're gonna bill you one bill.
That's what I'm saying. Is that how we should handle it then? Should we handle it as a township service, even though individual departments are using it?
Thoughts, Cheryl?
It should probably be expense to each department.
Agreed.
Okay,
The copier, for example, is kind of expense to different departments. I know, I'm sorry, postage machine. I know the supervisor has a code. So I use that whenever I mail something out.
Right.
Board of Review doesn't, so I put it under supervisor. But I think that you might have 3 laptops. I might have 1. Cheryl might have multiples.
I have 2 laptops and a
No, we have
desktop.
2 desktops and this laptop.
So elections wouldn't
We wouldn't
be,
back that up. There's nothing to back up.
okay, all right.
So I guess then I would want to, because I know this is a goal, we've talked about it for a while. What we have historically here and to be able to get up and running, if something was to happen to this building. I can't even imagine where to start. If I didn't have a way to be able to restore a backup that included everything I had. I mean, all the historical data would be gone. Clerk's office would be really bad also. If something was to happen to your desktop in there. And
Well, I
you
have all
didn't
the
have,
accounting stuff backed up.
but let's say,
But
the
I have
building,
tons of files. Tons of files that I do not back up all the time because it takes way too long.
it's a complicated process because we don't
How
have
can it
anything
take
that's
too long?
automated. Well,
To
because,
back up my main documents folder, which has hundreds of folders under it, takes an hour. I'm not gonna do that every day. I want, we need, because other townships have
What
this.
do you do? Copy the entire folder over each time?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Yeah, I do.
so would that be the
that's-
professional
So
services? do you
I don't
think,
have a
or
program on there that just is going
software
to
support?
copy
I'm
the
not sure where it would go.
files that change. So anyways, we need cloud backup so that we are making sure that, you know, the most important offices at least are, and this would apply to zoning too. Zoning
Put it
should
under
be
professional. services.
backing up
That's what I'm wondering.
automatically every evening. The zoning computer should be backing up, as should other township devices. So that we don't have to spend time on that.
Unless you want to put it under 847 and call it software backup support.
Well,
You don't have too many lines you could use.
so the side conversation that's going on, are you thinking 804 professional services? Is that where you think you'd like it to land, Ardella?
that's what I'm wondering, if professional services is the spot for it, Cheryl,
I think
in your
software
opinion?
support is the spot.
Yeah, you got 847 too. Why not put software/support and leave Peachtree out of there?
Well,
We
she
don't need-
uses,
I know, but we don't need to know.
you
that-
don't use Peachtree, you use something else.
I use Peachtree and I use BSNA. Peachtree is my accounting program.
Okay, all right.
So I mean, we don't even need to tell the.
So the recent purchase order for, what was it?
That was Peachtree
Steering
software.
Or grass, that was
Sage, they're called Sage. now.
Sage, yeah. Siri is something different, right?
Yeah.
I don't care if it goes under 804 or 847, but it seems like it's software related or computer related.
Okay, so if I did my desktop at the mirror image, I'm just going by what they've got here.
Yeah.
And I did the 2 laptops with the pooled at the file level, it's only backing up files, not programs. Then it's I'm looking at 624. For cloud,
$624.
yeah, for cloud backup support for the year. For 2 laptops and a desktop. So I would like to put that in my professional services or software,
Where you
add
want
it to my software support,
624 was the number, Ardell?
yeah,
624 a year, Della?
yes.
So the new number on line number 847 will become 2647.
No, 2624.
I'm sorry?
She said 624. So
That's what I
2000
wrote, but I said 620.
624.
Yeah, but I said 47.
Just checking to make sure I'm on the right line, folks.
Thank you.
that's all.
No.
No, wait a
that
minute.
was- That was
To
my mistake.
847,
Which is 2,000. So it should be 2624.
And I put
2,624.
You
Line
said
item.
624.
and how many devices were you planning for now? I'm sorry. I missed
That's
that.
two laptops and a desktop.
Okay, then we have 2 desktops and a laptop, so that should be the same amount for the clerk's office.
Right, so you'll have to change your software support to include that. Ron,
Yeah, so going back up to the clerk's office.
Be 3424.
And then
Supervisor.
at supervisor level. We would only have 2 devices that I can think of at this point, and I don't even have professional services in there.
So would you want to do a mirror image of them, or are you looking at file level?
So
Now, wait a minute. Okay. I thought we were adding this to 847 software support.
Yeah, that's under mine.
Right,
And under
but Ron
yours,
said
under
he doesn't have
847.
Professional services, but if it's not going under that,
No, it's supposed to be
But
going
you
under
don't have that-
software.
I'm sorry, I don't have 847 either.
We
so
can add
We'll
847.
add 847. Yeah.
And keep in mind, I'm not saying we're going with these people. I'm
No, I
saying this.
understand.
No,
is
I
our
get it.
budget.
You're just adding the cost.
Cheryl, you had 2 desktops and a laptop, is what you said?
yeah,
So if we had 2 devices, Ardella, that's $60 a month times 12. Round numbers.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We had 2 devices, full mirror backup would be around $30 each.
Yeah, it's 2650.
Yep. So if we 30 times 2 would be 60 times 12,
Times 12.
right? 540.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, yep.
So I'm gonna make my line item 728, $580 for backup.
postage,
Yep.
847.
It'll
software
be
support.
847, but for budget purposes,
okay, 847 is gonna be how much? 500 and what?
580.
580.
Are you good with everything else there, Ardella?
Yes, I am.
Aren't you township board, won't you have Heidi's and mine backed up?
You're gonna need that. Yeah,
I
so we
mean,
need to go up to,
You're gonna have,
Oh.
you're
But-
gonna have the PC.
I would think
But
you
they're-
would need that.
But they're not here and on.
But
Okay, what if they're at your house and you have a fire? Somebody has to insure it or back it up, correct?
What does the location of the device have to do with backing up to
Nothing.
the cloud?
Nothing.
Just want to hear this
Yeah,
explanation.
I
I
gotta hear this
guess I
too.
thought that at least for the desktops, those will be here, so they'd be backed up from here, but if the laptops can be backed up remotely, then
Yeah, the company I work for, I have a laptop with the company I work for, and they have
Mhm.
Carbonite as their backup,
Mhm.
and it backs up like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, good.
And so,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
it's relevant where it's at.
okay, then we're adding that to the township board budget.
They don't have a blanket cost, huh?
That does not have
By
a
computer.
47 software support, so that'll need to be added.
They don't have a blanket cost.
I'm not sure I understand what you're.
In other words, just we'll give you X number of storage for X number of cost. It's basically just by device.
So that'd be the same two, that'd be 2 units, but they both be laptops, if that makes it, it doesn't make a difference in the price, does it?
It is what they did there. It is-
Okay, is it laptop versus tablet or are they the same price?
We didn't talk about tablets,
What
so I don't know.
what I understood is that it was based on 50 gigabytes. That's, I believe, what your number was based on, was 50 gigabytes. Does
Yeah,
that
makes
look
sense.
familiar, Ardella?
And when we get to the point where
Yeah.
we're gonna pick a company, we'll get more finite details, you know?
Sure, yeah. So just to recap, then board is gonna add $540 for 847.
Let me get there.
Got it.
All right, so we need to add 847 because I'm not seeing it.
Right, we have to
Yeah, we
add
have to add it.
847. And
How much
You
is
have to
that
add
again,
it to
Ron?
Bob's too?
11, I'm sorry. The additional is $540, 2 devices.
Okay, so. What price are we using for that? Is this just file level backup?
No, this was complete mirror image. We're estimating $30 per device. Ardella's
Okay.
quote was like 2651
Okay,
or
you're
something like
using an
that.
estimate, yeah.
Yeah, so $30 a month times 12 months is pretty easily calculable.
That's 360, that's one device.
So how did we come up with 540?
I don't know, but it's. not
Well,
right.
was it
740.
because
Right, it should
the
be 720.
supervisor had one that's probably gonna be file level and one that's gonna be
Yeah,
mirror image? That's how you came up with your 580, isn't it?
I came up with 540 and but I didn't write anything down, so I apologize. So looking back at township board, we should have I'm gonna write this down. 2 laptops, 30 each, equals 60 times 12. That's where I went wrong. I said 506 times 12 was 540. but it's
So it's
only
720.
720. Yeah, that's where I went wrong. 720.
Same thing for yours, Ron, or did you
Yeah.
wanna do both?
Yeah,
Your
we're
laptop's
only in
here.
budget phase at this point. You know, I might only have one device, right? So
Right. Cheryl,
Yeah,
are you still looking at? The 3424? Does that cover, do you want to do full image or do you want to do file level?
well, you said 624 was mirror image for 3 devices in your office.
No, laptop, the 2 laptops, I'm doing the file level and
Oh,
the desktop, I was doing mirror. It's got all my heavy duty programs on it.
okay, well, I've got 2 desktops. So how much is it per desktop?
For mirror image
Yeah,
is $26.50. Ron was using $30.
360.
Okay, so 60 a month times 12, that's 720 for 2 desktops.
Right,
And then the laptop could be file.
so that's
Why would the
1275
laptop-
must have say 13 times.
Why would the laptop be different than the desktop? Just
Because I mean, the programs, I mean, I guess you could do mirror, but I don't know that, I guess we'd have to buy the programs again, but wouldn't that be covered by insurance? I
Well,
don't
for
know.
example, my laptop right here.
Mhm.
I have Sage loaded on it and I have BSNA loaded on it. But they're not networked. So I have to do a backup, restore, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
So my desktop is acting as my server. That's where
Gotcha.
all my main programs
Gotcha.
and data is
Mhm.
stored. I don't need a mirror image of this. I need my files.
Sure.
That's the same with this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your new number, Cheryl, for your?
Well, I was asking Della how much file level on a laptop is.
It's 1275, but if you go 13, it's $156. You know, just rounding it.
Okay, so 720 plus 156 would be 876.
To add to what's already there, which is 2,800, right?
Mhm.
Right.
3676.
Yes, I believe so.
What was the number, Don?
3676.
So does that finish up treasurer?
I think it does.
So under Township Hall and Grounds, I have, the board must have had some questions about line item 703. And the determination was it would be a subcontractor.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily true. Could be an employee. It depends how you decide to do it.
It could be. I have received two quotes for contract maintenance people. Both live in the township. Well, I've received one and received a letter of interest or a personal visit of interest from another one.
Some
Mandy-
years ago, we put together a position job description for,
Yeah, I get it.
and I think that's what the money was in there for, but we've never actually hired anybody. So the people that you've been talking to, are they interested in doing contracting
Yeah.
or employment?
No, it's contract labor. It's contract.
Well, I look forward to you bringing that to the board at some
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, so, you know, I don't think that the wage line needs to be entered in. I think your discussion of 221 is just fine at 0 because we would,
Then we would put it under 804 professional services. Or where would we put it?
where have we been putting it?
Why wouldn't it go?
We
under
haven't had
facility-
any.
Why wouldn't it go under facility maintenance? Oh,
There are improvements.
facilities
Well,
repair?
typically those are things you pay for, but I suppose they could be services too. I guess. Yeah, we have paid some services out of there, so it could be under there.
So it'd go under 930.
For budgetary purposes, it's just fine. And I think we could hire both companies, provided the other one gets a proposal in, you know. See which one we like the best and then decide later on. So those were the only questions For some reason, I had a note to revisit 810. And it seems like the vacuum cleaner needed to be cleaned. Lady, have you made
No, I haven't
progress on
got-
that?
I'm in and pick, I'll take it.
The vacuum cleaner is junk. Needs to be replaced. I had it repaired one time, but
Has it been cleaned? Because when I looked
it's
at
been
it,
cleaned.
the tub is full.
It's been cleaned.
Yeah, we're talking probably under $150. here,
I
people.
get it. I get it.
Move along.
You're gonna get a vacuum for $150?
Oh, yeah.
Not a good one.
Then maybe you should buy
No,
it.
I got a shark.
I did too,
Like I
but
said.
you're not getting it for $150.
We're on township.
We're not gonna be using it that much. We have a cleaning person who brings their own vacuum cleaner.
Since we're on township hall and grounds, could we budget for another chair or two?
Yeah, no
Since
kidding.
we're-
These chairs can be fixed. Integrity Business Solutions will pick them up and fix them. The hydraulics on it. That's all that's wrong with it.
Can we budget some money for them? Because
Are you telling
And
me they
because the other
can fix
problem-
a
the other-
chair
the other
cheaper than
problem
you
too
can
is-
buy one?
with a full built out PC, we just don't have enough chairs.
Yeah, we don't have enough chairs in the PC.
So
So that's under capital expense, no doubt. And
No,
Well,
that's-
my question is, are you serious? It's cheaper to fix a chair than buy a chair?
Yeah.
I'm finding that.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Way cheaper.
It's expensive to buy these chairs.
I think it was like $45 a few years ago or something like that. Maybe. it
To
was.
fix them,
They fixed two of them, I believe.
we're
Two of the
talking a
chairs,
couple
but
$100
not
to
that
buy
one,
them.
but two of those. I'm sure they charge more than that now.
So anyway,
so if you think we need some additional chairs, either for the PC or we want to fix that one. I'm willing to. Who was the company, Cheryl?
Integrity Business Solutions.
Before I'd fix the chair, I'd ask them if they got any used ones to buy.
where, are they located in town here?
Travers?
Travers somewhere.
very convenient if they just come and pick them up and bring them back to you for that price. They're not tore up. They don't have holes in them. It's just the hydraulics have stopped working.
Yeah, the handle's busted on that one. I think they might be able to replace that too. The one that's to the right of Cheryl, I think that handle's busted. It's
Oh,
tape.
yeah.
Somebody packaging tape.
That was Teresa's chair and it's not adequate, so I moved it out here and she has one of these chairs in there. Unless you want to buy a new chair for the clerk. Really, we need two new chairs in the clerk's office.
I tell you, I don't know who picked out those chairs for around that table in my office, but getting
true.
something with wheels on them is absolutely a better choice than those stationary ones. They don't move well on the carpet. We can donate those to the
Pandora's
fire
box.
department.
Well, what are we gonna budget? Are we gonna add some extra money to facility repairs and maintenance?
No.
For chair repair? I don't think
Chairs
we
is
need
gonna be
to.
Capital expense.
Well,
And
no, I said chair repair. Chair replacement, yes, would be a capital expense.
we've got $8,000 in there that should repair a chair.
Exactly.
All right, so
Okay.
a good point, Don.
4 to 6.
So, line item 810. You guys wanted to revisit. What is line item 810? Did I mistype something?
Maybe because there isn't an 810 in town hall.
Yeah.
What do you mean? In township?
Oh, there it
Hall and
is.
Grounds, there's
Janitorial
810, that's
services.
where we take care of it.
Okay, yep,
Services.
yep. So for some reason, we wanted to revisit 810.
My note here was,
You wondered-
was there a change in the rate?
Right. And
That was my note.
And I agree with that. And all I did here was simply calculated a % increase. Now, Kim is our person who cleans the township hall, Kim and her dad. Yep. She may not avail herself of that. It might be more than that, right? I'm in the same situation with Bob. Bob said he would have a new proposal to us by February, board meetings. I didn't get it. I don't know if he's gonna deliver it tomorrow or not, so I just guessed. And that's what I did here with Kim, just a percentage increase.
Couple of years ago, I contacted her and asked her if her rate was going up and she said no, but she might. They're just coming from across the street here.
Are we good with 1,800 then, just as a guesstimation?
Estimation, that's a good one.
Yes?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm fine with
Okay.
it.
So then that moves us into cemetery. And 703 had some discussion on cemetery. And we wondered, or apparently the board wondered, why there was $500 in there. And I believe the discussion centered around a park ranger potentially maybe going to collect garbage or something like that.
Well, the garbage does have to be picked up regularly at the cemeteries, 2 cemeteries.
Yep. And so.
Although Bob Wilkinson does pick it up sometimes and take it out to the dumpsters at the park if he happens to be here. But particularly before Memorial Day, all the trash has to be emptied over there. And I've hauled it in the back of my car, but I won't be doing that. And park rangers have hauled it in the back of their car too, but sometimes Ben picks it up and you know, during cemetery cleanup, sometimes he will pick it up. But
Don't leave the 500 there.
Yeah, I question whether or not it's enough. Thinking that, you know, some of our park rangers make close to $30 an hour.
well, it's not that, it's they don't have anything to haul it in. They
Yeah.
should not be hauling it in their personal vehicles.
And
Nobody should
And
be
that's
doing
another
anything in their
consideration we should
personal
probably
vehicle.
make for the park, is that maybe it should have its own vehicle again.
Different
So-
day.
Yeah, different day. I think 500 is good for us to start at this point, unless anybody else
I'm fine with that.
has issues. And then 930 was a point of contention. And my note is Sexton for roof and general cleanup, including trees. So, but I don't know if 930 was enough or if you thought it was too much.
Are we talking about the removal of trees?
Yeah, so if you go out to the cemeteries and take a look at the property as a whole, there's a lot of maintenance that needs to be done in the cemeteries, a lot. One of the items that Cheryl brought forward last fall was the roof on the Sexton house at Circle Hill needs to be redone. And I couldn't agree more, but I want to make sure that the old shingles are pulled off first before we start putting on additional weight to a building that's very old. So there's just an immense amount of work to do in the cemeteries, a lot.
Well, they've been neglected for a while. And the
Well, if you
trees,
remember- Yeah, we'll go ahead.
and in the situation with the trees, the hanging branches, the branches that are dead way up. I mean, you can't just cut the tree down. It's costly to have those removed. So I know we did some of it last year. We budgeted 25,000 last year and we've spent 21.4. So maybe we might want to increase 930 in case we get around to getting the rest of those trees out of there that are dangerous to, well, people walking on them and if they fall and they hit those historic monuments.
How
Yeah,
you
last year we
replace it?
had partial go through the Williamsburg Cemetery and take down dead limbs, They took, I believe, 2 entire trees out. And there's a jagged stump over there that needs to be taken out still, but somebody could do that without needing a bucket truck or whatever, but, yeah, and all that work has not been done in Circle Hill Cemetery, which is a bigger cemetery than, this
Cedar
one over
Rapids.
here. Then, yeah, Williamsburg Cedar Rapids Cemetery. Circle Hill is bigger. It has a lot of very mature trees that have dead branches on them, and I'm concerned about them falling down on headstones, but I'm also concerned about them falling down on people. Somebody could be killed by some of those huge branches that are up there. I think we need to budget more money than that. And I think we need to get some quotes and
Get it
for
scheduled.
cemetery work in Circle Hill. I had been a few years ago, we had Ben take out the stuff that he could get, overgrown bushes and bushes that are growing over monuments and stuff like that. He did some of that work in Circle Hill and it cleaned up that low stuff. Well, some of that stuff is coming back now, but
What do we spend?
certainly the high stuff.
Partial.
What's
What
that?
did we spend with partial?
Well, I don't know. I didn't pull the detail on this 21,453, but
I think that was
We
for
paid-
one tree over at Cedar Rapids.
no, they had 14 trees that they trimmed, I believe.
Oh, that's right.
Because that was
Yeah.
early.
And then they had 2 trees that they completely took out. One was a 48-inch diameter maple that was a monster maple tree. But yeah, there's even more work that could be done over there, but really that cemetery, Circle Hill, should be addressed next because it hasn't had anything done with dead branches.
I guess where I'm
well,
going to is, it is so much bigger.
Yeah,
Now granted, we had that fence damage over there as well.
yeah,
So,
that's
but-
right.
So basically,
But
we
that's
don't
not
have,
this.
right, that's not in
Well,
here.
no,
So,
maybe it is in there,
so-
fence damage.
so,
Could be.
the
We got
realistic,
Claim, should that be insurance
you've got-
claim?
you've got
We could
double,
get reimbursed.
you've got double, well, not
But it
double
doesn't
size,
show
but
up in here.
let's just for the sake of this conversation, double the amount of work.
Right, yeah. There's a
So,
lot of work there.
I mean, you have $20,000 worth of work.
Oh,
Oh, I bet you got
Well,
more than 20.
That's not addressing the roof that needs to be repaired over there.
lots of townships that I worked for when I was with the sheriff's department had resolved to remove all trees from their cemeteries
Some of
for-
them have.
for
Yeah.
just the items you
Yeah,
guys
for-
have recounted.
Because
And
it's so
so-
expensive.
I would be on board adding $30,000 to this number. That's currently there of 20. And that we look towards tree removal.
I don't think
Guys, you're gonna-
remove all
you're gonna
those
have
trees for 50,000.
Outcry from the public if you go down to Circle Cemetery and
I
remove
understand,
all those trees.
but on the other hand.
You're gonna have an outcry.
On the
Well-
other hand, when we started the cemetery business, we didn't know what perpetuity meant. It's forever.
Perpetuity.
It's forever.
Right.
And
But they figure they're paying taxes here, and part of what we're gonna do is upkeep our cemeteries. And,
Yeah,
you know,
I would just, I agree with you. I think there's some room to maneuver here. But I think if we budgeted 30,000 and then at least went out and bid it or quoted it several ways. And then I think we could have an earnest discussion when we're talking about the funds.
so change this from 20 to 30.
20
No,
to
he said
50.
50.
Well, at least in there, we'll be able to get that roof replaced on that little building.
yeah, that,
Yeah, that needs to be done. That was brought to my attention
Right.
like 3 years ago. And that roof was about to fall in.
Yeah, and if we don't do something, we're gonna be replacing the whole building.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's concrete block, I think, but
You know, I get it, going forward, the expense is not as bad, but you gotta remember that Circle Cemetery has got some of the oldest residents
I'm
of
not,
this
yeah.
township's conception in there.
Before
Well,
anybody
I-
goes running, I'm not advocating all the trees be removed. It's But there may be some, just because of the size and the degradation of them, that we make
Sure.
it's a recommendation. So I'm not talking
Yeah.
about a, clean sweep of the land, but I think we ought to get some people that are professionally trained to help give us some guidance.
So
on it.
that's what we would use
So-
partial or somebody for, because that's what Matt did over there was he, if trees were
Hmm.
dead, those trees need to come out.
Sure.
Does
Right.
that
Trees
conservatory
do
have a
need to
program?
come out, but he found mostly healthy trees over there with, the typical limbs that die.
Mhm.
And so I think, we need to let the experts tell us whether, a tree is dead or, we can just get away with trimming branches. And that would help a lot with, there's hardly, you can barely grow grass over there in a lot of places because there's just too much shade. The sunlight doesn't get to the ground over there.
I mean, at some point, you have to catch up with we haven't done anything. It's
Yeah,
gonna,
that's right.
it catches up.
And
It
it's
does.
expensive when you do that.
Heidi, did you have a question?
Would the conservatory do that? Do they take care of cemeteries? For donations?
Conservancy?
Yeah.
Interesting question.
'Cause,
The
they're always looking
Conservation
for other
district
work.
might for a contract.
So what's the number we're putting in here?
I say 40,
I'm
but
good.
that includes the sexton shed too.
Well, that 20 included the sexton shed, so.
Okay. I mean, I just think we should double it. I don't, but what figure do you want?
I'm good with the
I'm
40.
good with 40.
Yep.
I really have to eat something, so I'm going to be in my office for a few minutes, but please
So I
proceed.
gotta go.
130.
Yep. I gotta go because I gotta close.
Well, do we want to just call this meeting a wrap and set another date?
I don't have any other dates available.
We can just take a break for a minute and somebody can go to the gas station and get Della some coffee. I'm kidding.
Or not?
There's a
Didn't sound like
coffee
a-
pot in there.
didn't sound like a
You
whole
could
lot of
have
kidding in there.
coffee. You could have coffee in here.
Melissa's been
Plug it
spoiling
in.
me by bringing me coffee. I thought you needed it.
So we're gonna take a
Just for the sound of my voice. I thought you needed this.
break?
I'd go in and make some in the
We still
pot
have
for
four.
you in there. That would be
Yeah.
neat.
Still,
Okay.
But I always have good.
You're okay.
coffee.
We still have quorum. Just keep moving.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm sure you guys will do fine without me.
All right. They said move on, so.
Okay.
So cemetery is where you guys left off on 2021.
Yeah, we had finished cemetery
Yeah.
on the 21st, yes.
That's what I recall here, and so I'll be moving to 2022 notes. I'm sorry, February 22 notes. Planning Commission,
I think we were leaving it where it was at, but we didn't know where you were putting the planner.
so
Isn't
my
that what
notes
we-
from
isn't
that,
Our discussion?
That's under professional services, 804, the 30,000. Isn't that where,
Yeah, that's where we landed on it.
yeah.
Just wanted to make sure that's where you wanted it, sir.
And so the first notation I have is under must be 702. I didn't write the line item down. Yeah, salaries. And so the discussion was baffling to me. The chair is going to move to 120, which I like. Board members 75, which I like. I think I recommended something a little different, but I like the even numbers. We're all good. The part I have a concern about is the board member participation. you know, I don't know what we've done in the past. I do know what we've done in the past, and that is discriminate against the board member.
That's ridiculous.
I agree. If the
It
board
needs to
member,
be the same as the others.
no.
Do you
I
think it needs to
disagree.
be more?
I think that if a board member attends a meeting, and I don't care if it's this meeting or one in Traverse City, they're paid their normal rate. That's all there is to it. They're acting as an extension of the board. They're representing the board as a trustee. That's what they're doing here in this chair. So to pay them 1X for this work, but half X for work other places or no X in other entities. I don't see the logic in that.
Well, there's a difference though. Let's say that Don goes to an MTA luncheon meeting for some training.
That's
Then-
training.
That's training.
That's training.
Okay, he goes to the Grand Traverse County Road Commission meeting.
Yep.
We haven't assigned him to go there, where on boards and commissions, we assign somebody to be the rep. There's a difference.
Totally on board with that, but there may come a point in time that we do go to the road commission and maybe we do assign somebody else to go. to
Like we
the road
did for the
commission,
fire board.
Like we did for the fire board. And that's strictly, my thoughts here. We have not approved Don or Heidi to go to any
Yeah.
meetings or
I
meetings
understand
or
that.
anything like that. It's just that they are a board member, their
So
function.
you're saying instead of them getting the $75 for the member rate,
Yep,
they should get their trustee
trustee
rate.
rate. Yep, because they're not a member of the planning commission. They're a member of the board,
Right?
attending the planning commission meeting as we have appointed them, as the board has appointed them.
The PC votes though,
Yep.
the ZBA votes,
Doesn't matter.
the ARPA, listen to me, on my brain, the PrAC does not. And I
Doesn't
think
matter.
that should change too. If you're on the board, you should have a vote on it, and
So
obviously.
then
if
we
you-
might have to add another PrAC member just so we don't arbitrarily have a hung jury, right?
Right.
And I'm fine to look at that, especially with their increased duties that we would like the board for them to undertake. I totally support looking at that. So I think according to my notes, under this line item, we were still looking at 18 meetings.
Yes, that was the math we used.
Yep, I think so. So if we had 18 meetings times, let's see,
We just need to calculate the difference between the trustees.
well,
What's the current-
there would be 6 board members, right? 6 PC members,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's 1 chair.
Wouldn't it be 5 if you're
There's 5, a
proposing
board
to do
member
the
and a
board-
chair.
to do the board rep?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So 5 members and then a board rep.
It's 225, isn't it? I can't remember.
Yeah, they just raised it 220 or 220. I think.
I think it was 220.
20.
That's what I used in other calculations here.
$715
18.
times how many meetings?
Oh, 18
18.
meetings.
18. Della.
Is that how many we have? Holy crap.
12,870. What we got there? Dang, that's close. Original was 12,500. Now
So you have 18 meetings at 75, right? 18 times.
I did it by members, so I did
75.
120 for the chair. 5 members at 75, so that's 375. And then one board rep, which is 220, add those together, it comes to 715 times 18 meetings is 12,870.
That seems like the easier way to do it than what I was doing. Thank you.
Did you boost it to 80? Hold on. This is what it's now.
That's the wrong number, I can tell you that. 12,870. Yes, I agree. I concur. So make it an even 13,000.
Yes.
Okay, keeping in mind that we're just budgeting, we haven't all agreed to the person being assigned to the board to be the 220. That has to be brought back as a board item for us to all say, yeah, we agree to it, doesn't it? Because that's a policy change, isn't it?
To my knowledge, there's never been a policy on it. It's always just what we've been doing.
Yep, there's no policy on this because I wrote that down.
But
on-
I like the way you're thinking.
So do I.
Let's write a policy.
So it's
And
just
where
not-
do you think that goes? Does that go in? I don't even know that I guess that would go on our graded wage scale, huh?
I would think that
Well,
that would be listed
You
there.
publish the wages, you publish that one-page sheet that breaks down all the committees or commissions, and you have the rates in there, and then that sheet, and again, I was on the other side of the table, part of that was, there was a vote to say, we approve these for this.
Yeah,
fiscal
I don't recall that we broke out the board rep
But
separate
there
from
wasn't- it
members.
Wasn't on there. at the time.
Wasn't on there
Right.
because you didn't increase it.
Didn't put, because there wasn't a board rep even listed on there.
That's what
And
I'm saying.
And I think that would be the appropriate place to change it, is we have that schedule that lists all the current rates for those, and then you would add that board member into that.
I wonder how
You would
other,
add you to
Because
do.
I don't think that is on your sheet you gave me, Darla.
no, I don't believe it's on there. That's what I'm saying.
Hold
think
on,
we
I
just
got it.
put
Sit-
the-
Just look at it.
We just put the board rep in with
There,
members,
you just got the fair.
total number of members, included the board rep, we paid.
Right,
same
but I'm
rate.
just saying we break it out as a line item. Is
And-
that,
To my knowledge, that form's not approved.
No,
no,
That's
that's
No,
not
it's
that.
just a sample.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
It's not on there either, so.
No, it was an 8.5 by 11 that had,
yeah, it's lists out all the,
it had all the boards and commissions, and it had had
Each
the-
one.
The previous year's.
Yeah, it's
rate
right
and the
there.
change.
Charles got one right there on her desk. You can see it here.
Salary wage schedule.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was.
This document will be at the public hearing, and
Yeah, we all got it last board meeting.
we
too.
we
Cheryl
approve it
made-
every
Yeah, I
year.
just don't have mine.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we approve it, but I don't think it's in policy.
No, I think you're right. It's not in policy. I'm just saying,
It should be.
You're talking
but-
about paying the board rep that goes to the planning commission, their township board rate, then it needs to be on here.
yeah.
This is what we go by for payroll.
Okay, so I guess there is no policy, Ron. I don't know if we need to make one if all we've ever done is use that wage sheet to make changes or additions or deletions.
I think what we would do is just add a line item under the planning commission
All right, I'll see you guys. There you
for
go.
board member
See you, Heidi.
participation. Thank you, Heidi.
No problem. I just gotta go cover someone, gotta go pick up her kid.
I think that's probably the right, but that's a discussion for another day. And so I can make a note to do that.
So so we need to change this line item from 11.5 to 12.8.7,
1,000 is what I recommended.
13?
For 702, 400, 702.
Yes.
So that'll change. Oh. We have 703. What note was that? What note was that? Note 11.
So keep in mind that we're doing this for the PC. We have to do it for
Yeah, I think so.
all of them.
Yeah,
that have a board rep
Yeah,
going to it.
I think so. 703, you guys calculated 2120. You still good with that?
Yep.
Yep.
So that moves line item 715 to 937. And line item 716 to 219. The next note I have is zoning administrator.
Let's go back to planning. I'm just waiting till you finish.
Okay,
Don't we need to add 847 software support? Aren't there laptops?
I don't know how many of them are gonna need the,
good point. Yep. I think that we can at least plan on the chair.
so we need to add 847.
One laptop for chair?
And what's the dollar amount you wanna use there?
13 Well, you wouldn't do a mirror on that because, so it's $13 times 12,
12,
150,
6,
$156.
the 160. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's a laptop I would definitely think we need to be backed up. Now, that's all I had.
Okay. And yes, I think I didn't have a note for professional services. But that is where the planner comes in at.
We didn't change the number.
Right. The next item I have listed was zoning administrator 804.
And you said you went up a percentage to cover whatever.
Yeah, that's all I did there. And I threw in, let's see, note 12. I was thinking $8,000 for enforcement. Current zoning agreement is 2922. Additional hours can be purchased. Estimate a 10% increase. And I added an additional $5,000 for enforcement.
Under what line item?
804 professional services.
You're gonna combine the planner line item with the code enforcement?
No,
We're in
professional services and zoning.
We're in zoning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, zoning.
So,
Okay, so that's gonna be code enforcement.
you know, we are talking about doing an RFP for auditing. Maybe what we need to do is an RFP for code enforcement, get that on the ball since Bob has said he is not interested in doing it. Maybe that's something that we need to put on our list of things to get done so that we can hire somebody to do our code enforcement.
Okay, I misspoke. You're gonna combine the zoning administrator's wages with the code enforcement person's wages if you put them both under 804.
Right, under professional services, because they're
So that
contract.
means you're gonna get a printout of that and you'll have to go through and manually add up each one. Why wouldn't you have another department
Well, you
for code
could.
enforcement so that you don't have to do that, so that you're tracking that expense separately from zoning?
Zoning
So-
administrator and code enforcement has always been done in one department. Are you saying you think it should be under a different department, and not under 405?
Because it's two different people. I'm just saying what you're gonna get out of the accounting system, if you wanna know how much was spent on the code enforcement, you're gonna get a printout that's gonna show how much was paid to the zoning administrator. And it's probably not even gonna, because all we put in there as a description is the month that Bob worked. So if the other person, code enforcement, also gets paid, and well, I guess, are they gonna be, this assumes they're gonna be a contract employee, so no taxes are coming out. Then, what are we gonna do different to, we could put code enforcement in the description for the invoice, code enforcement, and okay, for May 2023 or something like that. But you're still gonna have to manually break out what each one of them was paid, if you pay them under the same line item.
Do you have a suggestion for another?
Well, I'd have to look and see what other line
I
items.
mean, I
are
think what
available.
you say makes a lot of sense.
It does, but for the purpose of this conversation and another 6.5 hour meeting, can we just agree to add a dollar amount under this line item? And in the future, Cheryl can bring back a recommendation for a new budget line item. I'm totally good with that. I totally understand.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
but-
Cheryl, I'm,
Okay, so we're not adding it today. Okay, so what do you want to add? You want to make this 40,000? Is that it? And it's gonna be zoning and code enforcement?
I don't believe that's I think the 32,000 number that you have is great. I was just merely reading from the note sheet.
And I just want to make a note in my document that the 32,000 is planned to cover zoning and code enforcement. Two different positions.
And I've apparently calculated a 10% increase for Bob. And again, that's a guess. And the enforcement was an additional 5,000. So if you want to put that in your notes, Cheryl, that would be pretty accurate.
Is this number still 32,000?
Number is still 32,000.
Okay, and what that is, it's the zoning administrator and a code enforcement person, two positions.
Yep. Code enforcement to be $5,000. Again, estimated.
Okay, there's just, I mean, I can make a note of that, but the 32,000 is gonna be the number. We don't have a different line item, so you're gonna see the 32,000.
so what we need is a separate department for code enforcement.
Eventually, yeah. I mean, we're not going to establish that at this meeting, but
So
we'll do that.
somewhere between 405 and 410.
So assuming we hire a code enforcement officer, then we would split that out.
Right, then we'd have to do a budget amendment
Yeah.
to move 5,000 into that other department.
Would it be a department or just another line item?
Well, I'm sorry, another line item.
Right. So that would not be a budget amendment.
Yes, it would, because you're moving money between line items.
Will you let us know what, well, yeah, again,
We can deal with that.
we'll deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah.
Does Bob have a township laptop?
No.
No,
Okay.
no.
but he does have a desktop that needs to be backed up,
So then-
mirror image.
So for 847, there's a software support there.
Yep, we need to add that. You're right. Thank you.
And I'm gonna say 2 devices because we need Bob to be able to access the files
Right.
offsite. I was made aware that he couldn't back in June or July. And I had no idea that he could not do that.
I don't think any zoning administrator has ever been able to do that.
Again, we live in a different day than yesterday.
No, I get it. I'm just saying it was never contemplated previously.
So 2 devices is 720, is that right?
2 devices with mirror image, I think
Yeah, no,
Bella said.
it
2
was-
desks, or is it,
Yeah, that's.
was the laptop with mirror image the same price as a?
The same price as the desktop.
Same.
So so it'd be,
360 plus 156. Wasn't it 5?
well, if we're doing a mirror image on both, you might as well say $60.
I want those 2 computers to be the same.
Oh, very well.
Yeah,
So it's 720.
Okay,
yeah, I think 720
understood.
is the right number for budgeting. Line item 804 was the only one you guys had questions on. And yes, I think our code enforcement person would be a 1099 personnel. Next one was ZBA. You guys moved 75 for members, 120 for the chair. We don't currently have a board liaison.
And if that board liaison becomes not a trustee, let's say it's you, me, well, it can't be you. Me or Cheryl. How do you do that? It's not, I mean, they got a pretty easy when it comes to trustees, it's per meeting rate. How do you do that with a salaried?
I think that's something that we should cover
Try to give
in,
me $3,000 a meeting. I'll volunteer.
I think that's something we should cover in our we had a huge discussion about additional compensation outside of the statutory duties.
Yeah.
Right, so that could easily be covered as a consideration there. Yeah, but I just don't,
I don't want to spend no more time on it. I'm just saying it's something
Yeah.
to think about.
so I'm thinking for ZBA, we just because they meet so infrequently. The number that you arrived at 2,500, I think is probably going to cover. Even if we paid the board member $200 or 220, which is it is now, which we don't have one assigned, right?
Right.
So,
And just to be clear on any of this additional. Well. Skip that.
I mean, but we do have to get on that. That does have to be taken care of.
Yeah.
So maybe what we do is we plan for it. And if it doesn't, if we don't have any meetings, we're still covered.
yeah, and I think the 2,500 covers it. You don't,
I don't, I don't know if it does because I don't have in front of me how we came to the 2,500 and I don't need it because I know that if we go further down the line and something has to change, we'll do a budget amendment and it is not going to be a significant amount today. That's going to change very much on our bottom line.
if you wanted to move to 3,000, contemplating paying a potential board member or trustee to attend that meeting, I'm fine with that.
Let's do 3,000.
All right. That was the only question we had on ZBA. Then the next one is a long discussion on Historical Society.
Just real quick, there's 7:15 and 7:16 will change slightly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Don.
That's just by a
Yes, it
couple of
does.
hours.
Yep, 7:15 will be 229. And 7:16 will be 54. So I missed all of Historical Society. I had an online doctor's appointment.
We added $100 for dues and memberships. That was
um,
the only change.
The notes that I do have is that the board wanted to bring back a discussion about the future society, about the future of the Historical Society. Della, you thought we should maintain history. Goss agreed. COVID was to blame for where we are. Last year, public indicated we should not fund this with public money. And then I picked back up the discussion at line item 970.
Well, Della's comment was that we should find another historical society director. I know was one of the things that was said.
I just, Luann is, according to what Cheryl contributed last time, she's got another job. She's taking care of her mom. She's busy. And I feel like, when we decided to fund the Historical Society, I don't know, Ron, if you remember this conversation,
Oh, I do.
I said, we need something for the money that we're
Mhm.
putting out there. And
Yep.
I don't think it's materialized.
A whole job description was developed.
Yep.
And I think the board approved it. And all sorts of things. So
And
yeah,
and
we
where
just
I,
didn't get there.
yeah, where I believe the Historical Society is something that I would not want to see go by the wayside for this township, because there's a lot here.
Does that include using public funds?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
I mean, you're preserving your township's history. That should be a part of what a township board does. I mean, many historical societies out there are
Mhm.
linked in with the local governments for a reason.
Or 501c3s or whatever they are.
However, when we decided a few years back to develop that job description, and there was things that I wanted to see Luann do that would move this forward and maybe be able to generate more members and get more moving on this. And it just hasn't materialized, whether it was COVID or
Right.
job, what life happens. I'm just saying that moving forward, I think in order to get new members, we're going to have to put something new into the society, and that made me in getting somebody else to take it over.
Okay, so
I mean, it's just
support-
one board member's thoughts here, guys.
I support everything that you said, with the exception of replacing the member. I would at least want to give them the opportunity to know that they have to perform. And then if they don't, then we move to your solution.
I mean, we've provided a laptop.
Yep.
We don't have access to that laptop. So all the work that's been done, we don't have access to here at this township.
Well, we do because it's our asset, but.
Where is
okay.
it?
I believe in her possession, I would think.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So are you saying that we should?
That it also should be included in cloud backup.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. So are you recommending that we reestablish the $7,500 and that we at a future date indicate to the current director that we need to have some performance?
I think we already have done that. Now, I think where people are going to disagree with me, they're gonna say, oh, COVID. I am so tired of
Yeah.
the
Well,
COVID
that's all done.
excuse. I am. If we're ever going to actually have a true historical society, something has to change. And I'm not sure that Luann is the one that is the right person to bring that forward in the future.
Well,
I don't have the same confidence.
yeah,
anymore.
all I'm saying is that I think we owe the person that respect to do
Sure.
something. I understand that COVID is used for a lot of crutches, but it has changed the dynamics of many families.
Sure.
So just because yours hadn't changed or mine hadn't changed, doesn't mean others weren't impacted. I'm for all reestablishing some type of dollar amount for salaries. I'm good with the 7,500. We knocked it down in half last year because of, I believe, public comment that indicated it shouldn't be funded by public resources. Now, if this is a debate about that, which I don't want it to be, I support your position. I think we need to take a leadership role in preserving our history. End of story. That's all I have to say on that. Yeah, Cheryl.
Well, I think the job description should be pulled out and it should be reviewed with Luann. And
Okay.
the things that Luann's not doing, I think Luann needs to start doing. And if she can't get to those things, and we need to see tangible evidence that she is doing those things in the way of hours turned in and, you know, and an indication of that she's doing some of these things, because there were several things, you know, there was setting up something, some kind of system, and there was, you know, there were just a number of things in the job description that she's supposed to be doing. And so to the extent she's not doing those things, then I think, you know, it needs to be brought to her attention that the board wants these things done. And if she just can't do them, but for whatever reason, time constraints or whatever, then I think then she needs to step down, and then someone else would take that on. Because right now, what we have is, since COVID in March of 2020, I don't think Luann's been in here one day working. She certainly hasn't been in here on any Tuesdays like she used to be, because I'm here on Tuesdays. You know, where she's got a couple boxes over here and she's working on things and whatnot. And I get it, she's been turning in some time and apparently working from home. But not on things, not on all, you know, the job description things. So you know, if it's like anything else, if you have somebody who's supposed to be doing, you know, they got 10 different things that they're supposed to report on for their job that they're supposed to be working towards, and somebody is only working towards 2 of those, do you continue to retain them as an employee? No, you find somebody else who can make the commitment to do those things, and you fund the department accordingly. I like Luann as a person. I've known her for a long time. Our kids went to school together. But on the other hand, she wanted this job. We gave this job to her, but she needs to do the job.
I just feel like, you know, we set the budget for her to be able to be successful. We set the criteria by doing the job description to show her what we wanted.
Yeah.
I feel like we gave her the tools to be successful in this position, and it just hasn't materialized.
Don? You've been sitting there awfully quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use as many words. I would be in favor of I hear the importance of it. I would be in favor of resetting the budget, sitting with Luann, recalibrating what's expected. We have a place in our consent calendar for a monthly historical report. If after, you know, some restart of him, I can't go back and just, everything that happened in the past is over. Just just draw the line in the sand, recalibrate, set the expectations, monitor it. And if it's not going satisfactorily, then we have it as an agenda item to completely revamp and retool it, redesign it. What do we want to do? But just COVID, all the other things, but it starts with her. If she's, and the answer may be, she doesn't want to do it. I don't know. And if that's the case, then now we have a board item to deal with.
Well, maybe
So-
she has a passion for
so-
it, which I know she does,
Sure.
but maybe she doesn't want the
Yeah.
administration portion of it. She still wants to be involved in doing data entry and
Sure.
stuff.
So I think what we do is, I think we refund it based on the fact that it's important to the township, it's important to the citizens, and we make an earnest attempt. And if it doesn't pan out, then our answer is clear. We have to go in a different direction. We cannot keep pounding our head against the wall, expecting something to happen when it's just clear that it's just it's not the right vehicle to get us where we need to go. So I'm done.
I'm
Building on
for
that.
that.
Building on what Don said. I want to eliminate the possibility that no membership is driving this inactivity.
No.
And I don't remember how we wrote the job description, quite frankly. And so addressing it with the person, making sure that they know, even though there isn't a historical meeting because of lack of quorum, that these other responsibilities still continue. And your word was reset. I think that's wonderful. So are we going to move that number back to 7,500?
I say we do.
I'm on board with that. I think you have to give it a chance, and it's a budget. And if it doesn't materialize, then we're not paying for not paying for results we're not getting.
Cheryl?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. 7,500 it is.
You gotta change.
Yep. So 715 becomes 477. 716 becomes 112.
And I would think if there's been tons of work done on a laptop that we don't have access or files to, we probably should get that and at least download what's on there to at least get a baseline of where we're at.
I think she uses a thumb drive,
Okay.
but
That'd be
we
great.
should
Well,
confirm.
she has a township issued laptop.
Yeah,
Yeah, we bought her one.
but he was
Right.
talking about
Scanner
backup. I
too,
think.
right?
I'm just saying,
I don't
Wasn't there a
know that we
scanner
ever bought a
purchase?
scanner.
don't
I
know.
think we
No, I
did.
think she found one. I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
we
what I
did.
think. So on 804, I've made a notation that the $5,000 includes 360 for backup, which I think covers your point, Don.
But we've been putting that under software support.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's gotta
I'm
be
sorry.
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
way or the
No,
other.
no,
47.
My fault.
So put the,
Yeah.
so
So-
it's 30 times
360.
360.
And what is the 5,000 professional services? What's
Um,
that supposed to be for?
Yeah, so I'll get back to that note.
Because that's a huge increase.
I think. So 847 should go to 360 from 0 to 360. Yeah. Note 14. So that was put in there. Here's my note from the original budget generation. Propose the township consider alternate storage of historical items, possible contract with Grand Traverse County, possible close historical society down due to lack of interest. Luann should be creating policy for items that are on loan to us and donated from other sources. Lost items covered under insurance, but value needs to be set by Luann, agreed to by the board. And so
Yeah,
um,
you're,
what I was looking for, Cheryl, is the state archive will allow us, if we decide to just mothball the project, the state archives will allow us to put cubic footage of storage information in their secure location. Fireproofed, fire resistive, I'll say.
But access to it becomes limited
Oh,
now.
hugely limited. A better source might be Grand Traverse County. Now, that's where the rural fire, for example, the rural fire documents repository became the county. So we have to keep those for, I don't know, X number of years, some things almost indefinitely. But we were concerned about having to answer response questions to a lawsuit that came in the future. So as the rural board, we decided to go with Grand Traverse County. And
What's access like at Grand Traverse County?
you just have to call and make an appointment. Your boxes are, it's kind of like a security. What's the box in the bank? Safety deposit box, yeah. It's like a safety deposit box. You do make an appointment. To my knowledge, rural fire is only used it once.
So I don't think at this point, until we know what's going on
Okay.
with Luann. So I think we can reduce that, take that 5,000 out and put the 500 in that was from the year before. I'm not sure what professional services she's would use other than what you've just,
Yeah, my notes were for storage only, the long,
Yeah.
not quite as elaborate as Ron articulated, but it was kind of the, well, if it doesn't happen, what are we gonna do with everything
yeah,
conversation?
see, my thought is that there'd be training seminars she'd go to, getting professional help, setting up a software package that was strictly made for historical documents and societies, and none of that materialized. So I don't know if that would be under professional services or more software support or dues and membership. I don't know. I don't even see any educational in here.
Yeah,
Is that on the next page?
trainings at
Yeah.
880.
Okay,
And so I don't remember original professional services, but if I dangerously recall the conversation from a couple of years ago, it was to try and get her some professional help in motivation. And we looked at maybe the Historical Society of Michigan, potentially providing some assistance
right.
to her. It was an outside group that probably operates as a 503 and would want money to come help rejuvenate our historical program.
Right.
And so I'm a believer in that, quite frankly. And I think maybe $500 might be a little light here if we're looking at rejuvenating the program, if that's important to the board. And if we're going to use public money, which I do support. So I'd be happy at 1,000.
I'm good with 1,000.
Any other board?
Yeah, I was thinking 1,200, but the 1,000's fine.
I want this program to succeed.
Well, Luann does continue to get inquiries from time to time. They continue to come into my office from time to time, and I refer them to her. So there are people out there who are looking for historical information about the township, and she's the only one that knows what's back in those files and drawers and everything else. So somebody, we have to have somebody doing historical, whether it's Luann or someone else. That's my
And
opinion.
the sad truth is that if it's only Luann, then we have no other avenue for our citizens. Eventually, it'd be nice to have it where you could launch it off our webpage and people could go in and do historical research on their own because we've uploaded documents.
Well, the other bad thing is if you, all you have is Luann, you have no succession plan.
Exactly.
You have no continuity, and that is just,
It's
The-
poor planning on
dis-
our part. quite frankly.
Disaster.
Well, there never was one before, except Luann agreed to take it over from, what was her name, Martha Acker, I
Yeah.
think.
And we understand that we did things a certain way in yesteryear.
Right, well, I'm just saying that it's a slow process, but
And it's hard to stay motivated when you don't have any group with you.
yeah,
So I get that point too.
Yep.
So the next line item I picked up on was in 970. So I missed everything through liability insurance, workers' compensation. But I think in review of the recording, line item 820 was 15,000. 821 was 5,000. And contingency went to 20,000.
my notes show, Cheryl explained to us that on the 820 liability, and 821, and correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, but that we pay a gross amount and then we get a dividend back. and-
Right.
Correct.
yeah, and I pulled the detail for that, and actually the dividend was only $227.51, so we paid $10,593, which was a little, not that much more than the year before, so the 13.5 or maybe even a little, I don't know, where do you guys want to put it? And then also for workers' comp, the dividend was only roughly $160, and we paid $3,004 for that. And see, well, you can, well,
We're
we had
probably overstating
that
that.
budgeted too.
Probably overstated on
Right.
both those then.
Yeah, probably.
So Cheryl, on line item 820, I currently, and I could have missed it off of your latest form. I currently show that we were at 10,365.
Yeah, that's what we paid
Okay,
after the dividend.
right, okay.
And we
And
paid
then-
10,593 before the dividend.
And I show last year's liability insurance at 6222.
Yeah,
So
yep.
I thought
It
I
went up
heard
a
you
bunch.
say it wasn't that much different from last year. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you said.
No, I wasn't comparing to the 6222.
Okay, so we had a significant increase last year in our liability insurance, and I don't know why. We did have a claim,
Well, once again, that 6222 is after dividends. So we paid more than that. So we might have gotten a larger dividend
and I'm
than
thinking it's because of our claim, right?
maybe, I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
reasonable to think.
I'm thinking maybe we should go back to the original numbers of the 13.5 and the 4,000.
I'm fine with that.
Okay,
Melody, okay
13.5
with-
and 4,000, yep.
Yeah, okay.
contingency still stay at 20,000.
And I thought we had taken more out of contingency than with budget amendments than what's shown here, but I'd have to go back and look at that, but it's probably fine at 20. Never know what's gonna come along.
So capital expenditure notes that I have from 222. Cheryl wants a building to take us into the next 20 years. My comment was then fund it. Meaning raise taxes.
We haven't heard from the engineer yet what funding mechanisms are out there, so I don't want to assume that we would have to raise taxes. We haven't explored that at all.
Do you think there's 100% grant out there, Cheryl? Is that?
Well, I
is that
don't
your
know.
thought?
I don't know what's out there. I absolutely don't. I know townships have gotten entire fire stations paid for. So,
I'm sure there could be 50% grants out there.
here again,
so-
I don't know how factual that is, but,
And I don't know how factual 100% grant is either.
yeah, I don't
But if
either.
your narrative and my narrative is put some money aside. If you want a building for 20 years, put something
Oh,
aside.
well, the township will have to do that. Township's got,
So then. we should
problems
quit
at this
talking about
building.
A new building until we fund it.
major problems at this. No, I wasn't.
Well,
suggesting
until
we're gonna
we
fund it this
understand
year.
how we're gonna fund it and we do the research on it.
And we do have money in the public improvement fund that could be reallocated to a building.
Sure. Yeah, I
So,
totally agree. And
yeah, we
that's,
already have
that's
some
my
money.
point here, is that maybe this is the time that we put more money into the public fund, public improvement fund. And I'm not saying we have to create a new building fund or anything like that. But we could make notes like you generally do on the public document, that this money is tentatively earmarked for this amount. I also understand your comments that we do have a full report from the needs study. We all understand what $7 million means. So if we were to even take a 90% grant, we're going to be stuck with 10%. So fund it. Fund it.
And we, here again, we didn't have the engineer at the meeting, that more than likely, we aren't gonna go for all the things that were thrown into the $7.5 million. And for instance, I think we should only build one building, and it should be a fire department and a township hall, because why would you build two buildings? I mean, that just seems crazy.
Lots of reasons
and-
why.
Well, but you don't have to build two buildings. There's plenty of townships that have all those services rolled into one building. But anyways, so there's many questions to be answered there. That price isn't any kind of firm price. We don't know. We barely scratched the surface of looking at that proposal. I don't think we need to worry about putting any money in this capital expenditure line item here for a building, because we're just not even there yet. I'm going to be putting something in the April 1 newsletter about building needs. And we need to get back to that discussion at some time, because we do have a major problem here. And we're gonna need to do something, whether we just add on to this building for 5 or 7 years or something like that, but we got major issues here going on. So also the one thing I would say is that the monies that you had in your note, they add up in my math to 85,000, not 75,000.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, I agree. Yep. Don, what are your thoughts?
I understand the need for the building. And I'm all for seeking alternative sources, or sourcing for that. I am not at this point in time supporting a millage for a building. If I was supportive for a millage, it'd be for roads. And so I think that although the building is important as a symbol to the community, and if we have to make some repairs of the nature of $85,000 to keep this building in place for another 5 to 7 years, as Cheryl pointed out, I think that that's just going to have to be a sunk cost. But if a major effort was to be launched in this community for funds, I would be arguing heavily for road improvements and not a building.
The other notes that I'm sorry, Ardella.
Oh, that's okay. As far as what Don just said about the 85,000 being sunk into this building for improvements that need to happen. Maintenance has not been done. I totally agree with that. As far as building a new building that incorporates the fire department, that is the way townships are going now, because I mean, there's unique situations or problems that come along with that. You gotta have the property that'll accommodate both is the biggest one. And then there's the cost of it itself and the cost of that property to be able to put both of those departments together on one piece of land. And then what do you do with this? Well, there's plenty of things that can be done with this. My viewpoint is at putting an addition on this building and getting us through the next 5 to 7 years, whatever it is the way that I actually prefer to go at this point. And I don't believe it'd be a waste of money because whatever we do to improve this building is going to come back to whatever we utilize it for in the future.
Historical Society?
Yeah, community center.
Yeah, so.
You know, something where our
Yeah.
senior citizens can have their meetings and, you know, their bingo, you know, whatever it is. The
Yeah.
Legion can come here, whatever, Girl Scouts. You know, maybe even a small library that has our history stuff in it. I'm seeing that it can be utilized later down the road. It would not be a waste of money to add on to this building, that direction. Maybe do a circle drive versus trying to find the money right now to do a fire station in a township hall. Perfect world. I'd love to do that.
So-
Right out the gate, would love to do that. I don't see it happening in the next 5 years.
Okay, so then, looking
be
at
wrong.
line item 970. Let's throw in $50,000 for planned development, Township Hall.
Why wouldn't we take that out of the public improvement fund where we've already paid?
It did not indicate any type of transfer. This is an expenditure. But your point is take it out of public improvement,
Expensive out of there. instead
expense
of-
it out of there
out of here.
and not here.
Yes,
That's what I would do.
Okay. So when we get to public improvement fund,
So what are we doing with 970?
Well, and I would just comment on the 85,000 does not address space or security.
right.
And those are the two biggest issues in this building. Those other things are cosmetic. That's not the big problem with this building. The biggest problem with this building is space.
and then Cheryl, from 222, your notes indicated that we are not compliant with voting regulations. There was a construction trailer question brought up for voting.
Yeah.
Della, you said something about purchasing property next door. We've already decided that we weren't going to, but we can relook at that. Cheryl, you indicated you wanted a place to rent to the public.
Well, because I get those phone calls. People looking for a place to have a meeting, and there is literally nowhere in this township to have a meeting.
And I'm gonna come back to my first statement is let's fund it then. So if I have to address some trailer space for voting,
We're not gonna vote in a trailer.
No, that was just
No.
a suggestion of what to do because we're not big in, this room's not big enough. And the more our township grows, the more it's going to become,
I understand. It was your discussion on the 22nd,
right.
so.
That was a suggestion that was thrown out, but it wasn't.
So what about buying the property next door?
That piece over there.
Mhm.
Yeah, a long time ago,
Not that long ago. I was here.
long time ago.
Oh, come on. This gray hair did not.
12.
This gray hair did not come from.
Yes, it did,
days
from
on the
this,
job.
from this board right here.
Came from a single day on the
Okay.
job. So,
So at one point, they approached us about purchasing that, and it's still sitting there unpurchased.
okay,
So if we needed more room, we could approach that property owner. They don't have it listed. We could approach them about purchasing that, and if we needed to extend this building, those trees obviously would come down, and I envision it would go that direction. And we'd have a circle drive with parking in the back. That's what I would envision if we did renovation versus new build.
And that might or might not need that lot down there.
Yeah.
You know, it depends what you do here.
so let's throw in some money into public improvement for the purchase of. Let's fund it. We have an identified need. Multiple board members agree. Let's fund it.
Isn't there already funds in public improvement that are unallocated?
But
That could just, I
Not
don't,
much.
It's a little over 100,000. I mean, it's not.
well, but if you're talking 50,000, you've already got it in the public
So
improvement fund.
why don't you want to fund it, Cheryl? You said we need it.
No,
You-
I'm
you
saying,
Had an idea
I'm saying-
to expand.
I think,
Ardella agrees.
I think Ron's idea of putting more money in the public improvement fund is not a bad idea. I mean, for a while there, we were putting money in every budget season and then
Yep.
we stopped. Because what are we gonna do with that money? Why put it in there if we don't have a plan?
okay, well, that's in transfers to other funds then, not in capital expenditure,
Right.
which we haven't got to yet.
So, fund balance for public improvement as of 12/30 was 129,000. So that's what's in there.
And it's all unallocated.
It is,
At this time.
yep, at this time. But further discussion in Park and Recs, we talked about moving some money out for trails and a walking trail or something like that. But we'll get to that, I guess, in another meeting.
So capital expenditure is gonna stay at 85,000.
Okay,
Is that what you said?
so thinking that will cover building when we get to capital improvement.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
So we're raising that from 75 to 85?
We're correcting the number
Oh,
from
oh.
75 to 85.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
And it's for those items that are listed in the notes.
So the math is wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
And that'll end up being on the. You always put that in writing on the.
Yeah, I
on the
try to break
document.
out capital expenditure and transfers so
Yeah.
that we remember what we were gonna do for that.
And I would tell you, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My notes don't always, I don't always get everything.
so before we get too far into 999, I would like to make a bathroom break if I could.
Yeah, I need one too.
Y'all are welcome to continue on with 999. I've got good notes here. It looks like no discussion took place and we're gonna attack it the first time here.
We're so close to being done with general. You couldn't hold it? You couldn't hold it?
No, I couldn't.
Well. Let's see if I get home. Never got the bathroom break.
Is that what they say?
They do. And they do other things that's probably not appropriate.
Well, the ads say on the 14th, but I'll be in a meeting on the 14th, so it's gotta be done no later than the 13th. Yep.
If you did want to have another meeting, it'd be tomorrow and Friday.
It won't be Friday for me,
Won't be Friday.
and it won't be tomorrow or Monday either, because I have too much other stuff to do. We need to wrap this up. That was the point of this meeting, was that we were gonna wrap this up. There wasn't any talk of having a half day or anything like that.
You ever watch the Bucket List show?
Bucket list?
Yeah.
I never have.
It's a good show, good movie.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's got Morgan Freeman in it. It's about these two old guys. One's dying. And I think it's Morgan Freeman that doesn't tell him, right?
I don't remember, it's been so long, but it is a good one.
That coffee scene is hilarious. Where he informs him where those beans come from.
What's that now?
Ah, Jack Nicholson, right? Nicholas.
Yeah.
He's this really rich guy. And he's in the hospital. And that's where he meets Morgan Freeman, who's in the hospital. And he's like, hooty snooty, gotta have special coffee. His assistant brings it in and it's specially brewed and it's Morgan Freeman lets him know. Do you know where those come from? The monkeys chew on him and poop out.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
He's like, yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
That discussion is a long way off from a budget, I can tell you that.
Well, that's why I did.
Because it wasn't echoing.
Yeah, like other mics didn't pick it up. Got it. Okay, so.
And that started from what old people say.
No.
Circled around.
No.
I put myself in the old people category. It's okay.
So the original estimate for transfers out was recreation 7,000, road fund 25, fire cap 40, 50K to fire. fund.
Hey, slow down.
Oops, sorry. Note
It's in the
60,
notes.
Okay, after fire.
was fire cap at 40,
Yep.
fire fund 50. And I think we talked about a dollar amount for plan review to public improvement. And I think we talked about a dollar amount for property. Can we get those two items for 50 grand?
Can you say that again?
Say what, Cheryl?
Well, this 50,000 you're talking about, it's for what?
Can we get an expansion plan? And additional property?
I don't know.
I think the
don't know.
expansion plan is easier to figure. I think the property value is probably the greater the variable. Because I think you're really not gonna, I would guess that you're not going to get, it's gonna be all of 20 to 25,000 to get a plan review and drawings and, some.
And I
working
don't
done.
think the lot as it sits is buildable,
So,
and that's why it hasn't moved.
Because of the water table.
So to
So do-
use it,
would it be,
We'd use it
would it
as,
be considered as wetlands?
I
Or
don't think
we
there's
don't?
been a delineation done,
Okay,
but to use it for maybe
Setback.
additional parking
setback
setback
needs.
if we were to take a dormer off this way 20 feet or whatever the case might be, whatever the number is, it provides us the setback information. You talked about U driveway. I don't know
Circle
with our,
driveway, you know, to come.
yeah, I don't know with our septic field back there that that's a possibility, but we could potentially create another drive from Vinton to just take care of our recycling, which would then add some parking spaces to this existing space. So lots of opportunities if we had some additional setback.
So your plan of action would be to enter into a contract contingent upon with a due diligence period for us to engage in engineering service, architectural engineering service to do a feasibility study on what we could build there and what exists.
Keep our building on this dirt that we currently have, because we go over quite a ways here.
Yeah, I'm
long
I'm
ways.
not, yeah, I'm merely, I guess I'm probably ahead of myself in terms of a process rather than I'm just trying to arrive at the question is $50,000 enough?
Hmm.
And I'm just trying to walk myself through what would I do? I would go out, I would engage, get a contract in place with an adequate due diligence period, based, and then I would, then I would engage an architectural engineering firm and say, okay, now I have X amount of dollars, for a contract to vet all this stuff. They'd be looking at setbacks and utilities and wetlands and I'd probably, do some soil borings and
Like a phase one.
yeah,
for
like a
example.
phase one type of study
Yeah.
and say, okay, does this even look like it could be buildable? And if there are problem areas, doesn't mean the deal would go down, but you're now
Right.
aware of them, and now you have to structure your driveways and parking and building in addition and how you do those things. And so the question, to me is, I don't have any idea what that property's valued at. It's one thing to be on the tax rolls, it's another what market value is. I think the engineering services comfortably, if you were in due diligence, I think you're going to spend 20,000. Because those are questions the last thing you want to do is purchase that property and find out, get, birthday surprises after the fact that, that it's 10% buildable or it's, got soil conditions. That's just a horrendous, position to be in. But, engineering services, probably 20 to 25 would be my guess.
Okay.
And so somebody more experienced will have to chime in on the value of that property.
And I personally don't even think we look at buying any property until we decide what is like, how much space do we need to add on to put a Band-Aid on this situation? And can that all be accommodated just on the property that we already have? Because remember, it goes to the pine tree line over there. So can we get that? To me, we would be able to, from my visualization of it, but I'm not an expert, we would be able to get probably the amount of space that would put a Band-Aid on this for a few years on this lot over here. And then to me, I like the circle drive thing too, but that's not a deal breaker for me. But to me, the parking lot, I know we have our septic tank out here, and I'm not sure where the drain field actually is, but that could all be mapped out. We could have parking lot go, to the north out there, maybe a little further out. I don't think I don't want to buy any property if we don't have to. To me, we don't need to buy property, and we could, get quite a bit of space without buying property and get some additional parking, whatever the parking regulations are, because of course, the size of your building dictates how many parking spaces you have to have.
Let me counterpoint that though, just something to consider is that if that doing what you said within the framework of our existing parcel gives us X. But if the future use is we're going to try to use community center, some meetings, some things like that, it may be cost effective to buy that parcel adjacent to the north simply for community, for parking. Because the worst thing you want to do is now have you've built this hall out somewhat. And now that you have, some, a meeting place of 50 people or 75 or 100 people, and now you don't have parking. Now you've got parking up and down Benton, which is
Every
not.
election day.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think they tolerate that for election day, but we build that out and purposely don't address, and I'm not saying you need it. I'm just saying, I think we should at least look at that as a possibility, because if we build it all out and we find we're short on parking, the price of that property just went up
It's just
substantially.
doubled.
And so I think we have,
Conversation doubled it.
possibly, yeah. So I think all I'm saying is that, I'm a proponent of, when you're looking at these things, is take a look, try to envision the future need as well, because as you've heard me say time and time, it's never going to get any cheaper than it is today to do it.
Well, sure.
And so-
that's-
So I
Yeah.
differ with you. I don't totally disagree with your assessment.
Mhm, yeah.
I'm asking you just maybe consider different
Yeah,
people.
well, I mean, it all depends on how much extra room
Mhm.
you decide to have and everything. This is quite a big piece right next to us
Mhm.
right here. And you might or might not need that other, and of course you have to take into consideration how much parking you need, because that's a law we have to comply with.
Sure.
So, I guess I don't wanna, well, whatever, we can plan to buy something, but if we, if all we can do with it is parking, I mean, we would never extend the building down that far, but yeah, whatever.
I'm gonna,
Yeah, go right
I'm
ahead.
gonna circle back and saying, okay, we've identified a need. We all agree it's a problem. Fund it. Or quit talking about it. And so if, to your point, original point, maybe 50,000 isn't enough to potentially design by. So let's just limit then to just design. That addresses Cheryl's point that we wouldn't buy
Right.
anything
Yeah,
right.
until we needed it.
Right.
But I can tell you that I'm gonna go buy it. Because I feel common sense tells me if this board wants to add 1,000 square feet to this building,
1,000 square feet isn't very much.
thank you for helping
I-
me make
My
my point.
first house was 1,000 square feet. I know exactly how big that is.
Thank you for helping me make that point.
Yep.
And then you want to address the additional parking places to accommodate that 1,000 square feet. And I'm not sure we even comply here as we stand today, okay? So I'm thinking that there might also be another bathroom. So that's going to be into the septic system. Again, more land square footages. Common sense is telling me we don't have enough dirt. So I am in a public meeting. I am telling you, I am going to go buy that tomorrow. If the owner will meet, I'm going to go buy it.
So then
That's
we have
how-
to pay you more.
That's how certain I am.
Only if we don't beat them to it.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm
Okay, so
totally,
what's the figure? I just want to know what the figure is here.
I think we should be looking at it holistically. I really do. I think we should be looking at in for a penny, in for a pound, and I mean, obviously there's steps.
There is.
And at any point you can bail if it doesn't work. but-
and we don't know how fast the project would move, right?
Yeah, so I think.
If
it's-
anything, we talk it to death, then beat it to death. So it's 5 years down the road before we make a move. I've already sold that to the next person who wants to make money from the township.
So.
Is there a number?
Well, we had originally talked about 50,000.
And I
My,
think
my number was each for design and property. So that was 100,000. That's where I was at in the earlier conversation. But that's too much, I'm sure.
I would, split the difference from my 50 to your 100. And think
Call it 75.
Yeah,
So you want to transfer 75,000 to the public improvement fund. And this is for engineering and land. Of course, land you would put under the land line item.
Yeah, but I don't really want to tip the township's hand here. I really don't.
Then what, I want to know what the description is. Public, so 75,000 to the public improvement fund, because it's
Yep.
going to be in the budget document for engineering,
Building expansion.
Yep.
township hall building expansion.
yeah. Yep, I think that's a great way to describe it.
Township hall
Building expansion.
building expansion. Okay. All these other amounts need to be talked about too. Because they don't match what's in the other funds.
Then should we change what's in other funds or change what's in the funds to these?
Well, Ron's note has $7,000 to going to the rec fund. Rec fund. But if you look in the rec fund, he had 100,000 in there, and then we added 15 from the public improvement fund.
To the rec fund.
Yeah, but Ron had 100,000, but he's only got 7,000 in this $122,000 number, so I can't reconcile that.
And if you recall correctly, I think 93 of the 100 was coming from ARPA. And
Okay, then that's a different thing.
I
That'd be
understand,
coming from ARPA.
but I think when we get to rec fund and we determine how the
Okay.
money transferred, I think the number's balanced, but I don't know. It's been a very long time.
We went over that on 222, and I have notes about that.
So right now for conversation. This number changes to 197.
And then you had 25,000 for road fund, which I see that is accounted for in the transfers from other funds in the road fund.
I think so.
Yeah, but then I see you got 40,000 to fire cap, excuse me, fire capital improvement. I guess it was in the,
Note number 35.
was on 124 that we went over the fire fund. Well, I have a new document in here somewhere, but oh no, I gave that to them.
Yeah, 35 just indicates that ARPA funds need to be expended by 2026. And the original concern was we couldn't have an engine by 2026, but chief thinks we can, so.
Okay, well, so you had in fire cap $193,073. That's made out up from 93,000 and some change from the federal fund, township ARPA funds, and
Yep.
100,000 from the general fund.
Yep.
So, but you've got 40,000 on here, so.
I see that. So the user notes below is 93,000 yep. From township ARPA, 100K from general fund. And 131 from the fire special assessment increase now totals the
24,073.
324,073. Yep.
But
Your point is back on,
that the 122,000 going out of the general fund only contemplates 40,000 going to the fire capital improvement fund.
right, so we need to change that note and that,
So now that's gonna be 100,000.
right? Which will add 60 more to that number.
$257,
Is that what it is?
197,000 plus 60. Correct?
Yep.
So then you also, in your notes, say that 50,000 is going to the fire fund, but there's no $50,000 in the fire fund transfer in line item. Which is on page
I think
Transfer
that
from other funds.
was,
page
10.
10 of your document.
I think that was changed in the 124 meeting. If you take a look at my original document provided, I do have transfers in at 50,000. But it was changed as of the 124 meeting or whatever. So like,
To,
to zero.
but I thought it was changed going directly into the fire capital improvement. Instead of running it through fire to fire capital improvement, we just went directly to fire capital improvement.
And I think that's where the 40 went to 100. Right? On 124.
Sounds familiar.
So I don't think we have 50 going to the
Sure.
fire fund anymore, but that money was transferred into the fire cap fund. I agree, Ardella.
So we're crossing out the 50,000 going to the fire fund from the general fund?
We're
I don't-
changing-
Because the amount going to fire cap, as we just reviewed, is 100,000.
Right.
This
So-
comes out, this gets made 100,000.
So none is going from the general fund to the fire fund.
So if we subtract 50,000, that'll be 207 then. Should be the correct math now for note number 16. The only one we haven't verified is recreation. Everybody caught up to speed so far?
I'm not,
Public improvement fund has got a transfer 15.
so the
Correct.
total is now 207,000 in 999.
That's what I come up with, yes.
Which is 7,000 direct, 25,000 to road, 100,000 to fire cap, and 75 to public improvement.
That's consistent with my note. So let's just double check recreation.
And I don't have the right notes down at the bottom. Once I did the minutes, I had what that transfers in number was, and I need to look that up. Well, it was 180, but I have how it was allocated.
Yeah. How
Well-
it came in, you mean? Or what
Yeah.
it's being spent on?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe that was what it was being spent on.
Because you've got it broke down correctly on the transferred in.
What page is that?
17. You got the 81,257.99. That's ARPA funds coming in.
Right. Oh, and then see 18,742 from the general fund.
Yeah, I've only got
So-
7,000 from that. Is that different? And the
Well,
public
Ron
improvement fund
had,
is
Ron
correct.
had $100,000 coming into the rec fund in his document, so we didn't know. I guess I don't know if we read the notes or not, but, he had $100,000 coming in, so we took what the ARPA, but that's coming from the two
Okay,
eighty-five.
so coming in from the ARPA fund, from the federal fund, the 285 is 81,257.99. That is correct on here. The public improvement fund, 401, transferring 15,000 into the rec fund. That's correct on here also. It shows in public improvement and it shows here. Same thing for the ARPA funds, the 285. The only one in question is the 101 general. I've got 7,000, which is out of that list of what was being transferred out. And your list here shows the 18,742.01. And you have question mark on it.
Because that's how we get to the 100,000. That's how we get to 100,000 that Ron
Got you.
had on the rec fund transfers in.
So do we just change this back to, I'm not sure where the 7,000 was generated from. I get where you're getting the 18,742.01. That makes an equal, even $100,000 coming into the rec fund.
Okay,
does it make it 115,000?
well, the 15,000 is from the public improvement fund. But so note number 28 on the rec fund, 93,073.38 from the ARPA fund. Balance of 69,26.26 is from the general fund. Okay, so that's where the 100,000 came from. So it got rounded off to 7,000, which is almost 7,000.
Yep.
Okay, so then we should actually make it 7,000 in the rec fund also. 7,000 added to the 93.
But now, wait a minute.
Well, no. Well, yeah, because that's what you have budgeted.
No. Remember, this document came out long before any discussion. Okay, so consistent with your discussion on 222. You wanted to bring in 115,000. Not my recommended 100. So the magic number now is to get to 115,000, not 100,000.
No, we accepted your 100,000 and we added 15,000 to it coming from the public improvement fund. Not from the
Does
general
that make a
fund.
total of 115,000 transferred in?
It does, but
Okay,
you're
good.
saying we changed your 100. No, we didn't change that. We just added to it from a different fund.
Okay, isn't that a change?
Here's the change, guys.
It's a change.
In general, instead of the 7,000 to rec fund, we have to change that to that 18
Right.
number.
Yeah, to comply with the
Right.
request for $115,000. You're absolutely right, Ardella.
And then, ta-da, those two are, well, the rec fund's done. Do we need to verify
Yes.
another
Okay,
one?
because the ARPA fund figure went down.
No, the ARPA figure didn't go down. It's still,
I
at-
thought you didn't. I thought you didn't use that for the, I just had that note here. What note was that?
number 28.
Yeah, 28. You say 93,000 is from the federal fund. It's not 93,000. It's the 81,000. It's the 27.5% that's coming from the ARPA fund is the 81,257.99. You've got what's going to the fire fund listed under,
Note
The rec-
28.
yes.
Okay, all right, so that's an error.
That's
then.
that's my confusion with the whole thing, because
Gotcha.
that's not the amount that's coming from the ARPA fund into the rec fund.
So 27.5% should equal what?
81,254.
$81,257.99. And what I did was I took the federal fund balance, which is what we were using at the 2/22 meeting. I took the federal fund balance on January 31st of $295,483.
I don't think any of us are there yet.
Okay, well, I'm just
Currently
saying, I
making-
have all the
but-
figures here is what I'm saying. But
And
anyways,
we want to hear them. We
okay,
want to hear them, but
Right.
we're currently making changes to
exactly.
other documents.
Right.
So while you're spewing the numbers, we're gonna say, can you repeat that?
Okay, well, that's fine. So what is the number now? 18,000 that's going from the general fund to the rec fund is the number I have in there, Della? 18,742.
Oh, one.
Okay, 18,742.01.
Cheryl, it's exactly what you have on page 17.
I got it. Yep,
Yep,
I'm just adding it up again.
Looking at this note, I can see how you picked up that number.
yeah, that was just a mistake on my part.
Took me 2 glances to.
Yep. So then we also. then
So
need to
now-
change-
If I could make this comment. Oh, shoot, no, I did that wrong. I don't have a comment yet. I gotta add this up again. So the total I have now for 999. And it's not gonna show the penny. $218,742. Is that correct?
Say that number again, Cheryl.
$218,742. In 4 different transfers.
When everybody gets their number in their head, we'll go ahead and repeat that.
Is everybody good with that number?
We're waiting for them to get finished with their calculations, Cheryl.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I'm wrong. So,
But are you ready to talk
Yeah,
about it?
yeah.
Okay, how about you, Ardella? Not quite.
Yeah, I'm just going through and checking these.
Okay, all right.
I just, in the attempts to get it moving along.
Sure. So we are now going to assign 18,742,000 to recreation.
Yep.
And we buzz over to recreation fund. That 18,472.01.
742.
Gotcha.
It's there.
Is going to be part of transfers in to recreation equaling $115,000.
yes.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. The next fund is road fund at 25,000, which is going to be received at line 699. in
And I
that fund.
did check, it is there.
Yep, it is there. Mhm. Good, Don?
Yep.
Are you using the PDF document?
Yeah. I'm
And so
using your
are-
one, I'm
are
using
the
your ones with
bookmarks
tabs, with
working
the book-
okay?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
that's why I was just jumping around.
okay.
Yeah, the bookmarks are working great.
Then the next item I have is fire cap at 100,000.
So at the bottom, here we are.
And here we have to go to the notes.
Yep.
The notes that I have are 93,073.38 in from the federal fund,
Yep,
$100,000 from general fund,
yep.
and 131,000 from fire special assessment. Are we good?
That's in fire? No,
That
that's
would
fire
be
cap.
in fire, yep. And then added here today is public improvement at 75,000. I think we have to,
Hang on. Yep,
oh, so I haven't added that.
we haven't added
Public-
it in yet.
Right, because we haven't got there, but I'm gonna do that right now. Thought I did that already. Oh, yeah. I wonder if I did that at fire cap.
Yep, there it is.
So now if we added up 18,742 plus 25,000 plus 100,000 plus 75,000, we should come up with $218,742.
Did have the right number.
Well, look at you go. Concurrence with everyone?
What number did you come up with again?
218,742. Do you concur, Cheryl?
I do.
It was an chance. I thought it was
And the money that's going into the fire capital improvement fund, that's going towards a new fire engine.
I believe that is a correct assumption because
Right.
we have it combined with the township ARPA funds and the 0.5 mil increase. Yeah.
And speaking of the ARPA funds, if we use the January 31st balance for the federal fund, it changes the fire fund. I mean, it changes the fire truck amount that's going to capital improvement by just a few dollars. It becomes $93,077.33,
So plus $4 more.
about $4, yeah.
So can we discuss that? I'm for locking these numbers in,
Me too.
but any interest that is accumulated from the numbers we've already discussed, not the ones you just gave us,
Right.
because that is going to affect every other account we just got done. No. ARPA rules are clear. The interest gained on that deposit can go into general fund. And I just say any boot money, $4 in this case, goes to general fund. So Cheryl and Ardella can clear that federal fund out.
Yeah, we will constantly be making.
We will constantly be making adjustments.
Okay, but we should pick a date on which that's going to be the day that we base these budget figures on. And so that's why that's what we used, 1/31, January 31st at the last meeting. And that's how we got to the 81,257.99 in the rec fund. And that's how we got the 121, 148.28 for broadband. So, I mean, it would be simple just to change this figure now, and then that's the last of it.
But it changes in all of our notes then.
Okay,
I
whatever.
say we leave it the way it is right now.
All right.
That January 31 number didn't include the January interest yet, so you might want to make that.
No.
30.
I thought it did include the January interest. No? Okay, well, everybody wants to just leave the numbers as they are.
Yep.
So,
Those are the numbers we've hashed it out several times. And
Okay.
I thought that we were using Ardella's. I honestly thought it was, and to your point, Lois, it was the December 30th or December 31st number. And so I thought it was computated then, but it could have been 131. I won't argue
Right.
that
Yeah,
point.
I
I
don't-
don't recall, quite frankly.
well,
I
on
don't
124, we didn't have the 131 numbers.
And that's why I'm
So
saying,
that's when we talked about the fire fund, but
And-
we did have it on 222.
but I generated this document using Ardella's 1231 number.
I get it.
So,
Okay.
we're talking about $5 or $6 here.
Yeah.
folks.
So we figured out transfers in the general fund.
Okay. Everybody happy with that?
Yep.
Ardella?
Yep.
Okay. So that total, if anybody's interested, for total expenditures out of general fund is 914, 152.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yep. 914, 152.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've accounted for everything coming out of general, and we verified it in the other funds. Where are we sitting? Where are we at now? Are we Still,
Yep, we still have some, so according to my 222 notes, the next question we have is on road fund, specifically the number of brines was somehow in question. So if we could just visit road fund real quickly. And I see that it refers to note 17. So note 17 is an early note that talks about, or for me, describes the January, the through January number. So when I originally made this document up, that 30,117 that you see in red under brining services
Yep,
was
yep.
not 30,000. It was like in the 15,000 number. And then I think the road commission,
They
early
billed us
December,
late
Yeah.
for both of our brines, but we
billed
had
us
two.
really late, and I
Yeah.
think we paid it in maybe December, maybe January.
January.
I'd have to look.
Yeah, I think maybe it was January. So that's what the note was. I am fully intending to keep our 2 brine per year if we can afford it. I haven't read the latest release from Eagle yet. I have a feeling it's going to be devastating news. We may not be able to brine our gravel roads.
why?
Eagle is enforcing a 2017 rule about contamination or something. I should not speak to it. Jace Sawuski provided an email. I think I forwarded it to everybody about a week ago.
Well, those idiots making those decisions need to live on a dirt road for a while. A heavily trafficked dirt road, and then they wouldn't be so flippant about making these type of decisions for rural people.
And then
Well, I'm sure we'll get at least one in. I mean,
the other thing I questioned, this was not board discussion, but I questioned any contingency money. We are at 0, which it can always be a budget amendment.
I say we put 10,000 in contingency.
Where will that come from?
Gonna have to come from general.
Okay. Now,
how do we know we don't already have it in the road fund?
Well, the road fund as of 12/30,
I'm talking about in the bank.
so am I. The road fund as of 12/30 had 17,209. So thinking some interest, we got 17,300 in there tops.
So so you've got expenditures of 38,000, but 25,000 coming in.
Which puts us at a deficit of 3,470 for the account.
I don't think we should drain that account dry by using the 17 that's already sitting there. Let's just put the 10 in the contingency. If we don't use it, we don't use it, but the way the brining is going these days, we're gonna have to have more money sitting there to do these services for our township people.
I woke up at 2:00 one morning thinking just that thing, and I'm thinking, why don't we just pave our roads?
Wouldn't that
Bite
be
the bullet.
wonderful?
Don said millage. Why don't we just, every gravel road, if it has a occupancy of 3 or 4 per mile, think about that formula, we pave it. When the occupancy drops off to less than 3 or 4 per mile, then we stop the pavement.
At how much a mile?
Well, I've not heard any 2023, but last estimates from the road commission were 750 a mile.
Yeah,
We only have 19 miles.
yeah, that's all.
So you want to put 10 in contingencies
I
Is that
do,
what you're
so
thinking?
that would change general to 35 instead of 25.
And I'm sorry, what was that last statement? It would change
Well,
general.
Transfers in,
Transferred is out of general.
Uh-huh.
We have 25.
No?
It would change it to 35 to road fund.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So
So gotta go back to general and change that number.
that's in 16. And we're gonna make that 30.
also Della, on the transfers. You brought up, that money has to be transferred back out of general to park.
Yep.
So let's deal with that when we get to park, but yeah, that's, I'm sure, a note that's upcoming. So the next notation I have is under road replacement fund. Is everyone good with road fund?
Yep. I am.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did everybody update their new number on general fund to 228,742 transfers out?
Yep.
228. Yeah, let me know when you find it. Okay. Okay. 22874.
Yep, got it.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Good to go.
Yes, I am.
Cheryl?
Yep.
Ardell? Okay. Road replacement fund is the next note. I think I already said that. I'm sorry. Cheryl, you indicated there's 400 in the balance, 400,000 in the balance. 2024 is the next millage election. Della, you indicated that there's 33,000 coming from the county. If you don't use it, you lose it. That's not quite right, but it's close. So 33 is the number I recall, and some light change. You can bank that for up to 4 years. So we're gonna have about 32,000. Then we can use that 132,000 on one project. At the end of the 4th year, if we don't use our banked money from the county, they will decide where to use it, and it'll be gone.
So you don't lose it, but they're gonna put it somewhere.
You will lose it after the 4th year. They decide where it goes.
But then
And it
you're not
could
even
be out of
deciding-
our township.
No, it'd be within our township.
Okay.
It's always assigned to our township. It's dedicated to us, allocated, however you want to describe that. We can bank it for up to 4 years, and then we have to come up with the rest of the money for that project. And so I understand that $400,000 is a lot of money to set on. I get it. And it is. We are not the people's bank. But in this particular case, even at $535,000, that's not a very big project. And so couple years ago, I provided a document about tar and chip, right? I think that $50,000 needs to be spent every year to tar and chip our paved roads in a 5-year cycle plan, which is recommended by the road commission.
What exactly is the road commission doing that we're not paying for additional?
So they just had a strategic planning. We were all invited.
Mhm.
I had to miss it because of illness. I apologize. I don't know if anybody else went to it or not.
I was ill. I was planning on attending, but I was ill.
It
Okay.
wasn't gonna be township specific, and that's why I didn't go.
So, but to hear their overall plan would have been important.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's gonna work. They are on our March agenda, so maybe that's gonna be more township specific. Long story short, someone asked to revisit the old note to crack and fill tar chip contingency money for repairs, not construction. Okay, so the 400,000 we have is not going to do a construction project, nor the 132 that we can bank, but we can do some skip patching, like they did on Cook Road, for example. We could have that happening now that they allow that. That was the first time
Mhm.
I know of skip patching other than Gay Road.
Skip patching is what?
So they take this section of horrible road, cut it out, rebuild it. So you go over the first bump, boom, and then you're on smooth road, boom, the next bump, and you're on old road.
It's like a splice.
Yeah, they did that on Williamsburg Road before they redid it. And it actually became a dangerous situation because they didn't do all the way across the road. They did it 2 lanes. They did a section here, they did a section up here, and the way it deteriorated made it dangerous. People were trying to avoid it, so they pull over and on a hill.
What I recall they did is a heavy repair, and I forget the name of it, but it's where they feather out the pavement to the center line, the original center line. So it didn't cover the whole road. You're absolutely correct. But this is actually a cutout,
Mhm.
and then they try and build the new road surface right back to the level or plane of the existing road.
Did you say that they're coming in March?
Yep, they have a presentation they wanted to make.
Well, maybe we should have more citizens here that day to say, what are you doing for our millage money we're paying? What is it you're doing for our township?
It,
I'm paying. I'd like to know what you're doing.
it's in the board packet. So, I mean, yeah, we could send a flyer out, say, hey, the road commission is gonna come here and
Come
bitch.
tell them what you think.
But you know what? We need to get a lot of business done on that day.
Yeah.
So, fact of the matter is, this money that I have recommended as expenditures of 200,000 is just for the crack and
Crack and fill.
crack and fill chip repair on undesignated roads, because that's really an entire discussion all by itself. Which one gets done first? You know, if it's my road, I'm gonna hear about it.
So the entire 200,000 is gonna go to crack and fill chip repair on undesignated roads.
Yep. If that's still a good number for the board, if you want to expend the whole thing, I'm sure we could get that done this year.
I don't think you can't get, I don't think you can do it physically. I don't think we could.
I just tell the road commission, this is what we want to do. And then they'll come back and say, well, we can only get 70% of that or whatever.
That's a good
Okay.
point. That's a good
So
point.
if the board wants to authorize all the money in this account to be set aside for chipping, the only thing I think the road commission currently has planned in Whitewater Township is a chip on Williamsburg, Elk Lake Road from Town Line to Gay. I might be wrong.
There's
but I-
not much in there.
But I think that's the only project for Whitewater Township. Now, because they didn't have a very big plow bill this year, I'm thinking they're gonna be flush with cash.
I don't know
Labor
why they'd
becomes
be
an issue.
spending it there. That road was redone just a few years ago.
Because the new philosophy is that the roads volatate. They flash off. The volatiles leave the roadway. And if you can seal the volatiles in, then the pavement stays pliable longer.
I'm okay with just leaving that 200,000 there.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay,
Well,
I guess it'd be nice to know how far.
Nobody
they-
wants to spend the money
how
on
far they
this,
would
but
get with
I
that.
guess, yeah, I guess I would rather challenge them, say, okay, here's what we want to do, and if we could get 70% done. You know, rather than give them a break and let them, give them a 50-50 shot, because what's the next excuse next year? They can't get to it. I mean.
but Don, there's no ramifications for any of this. The only ramification is the voters say, no, we're not giving you any more millage money. But you have so many people in Traverse City that are gonna vote for it because they're on city streets. And they're in that circle.
Yeah.
We're outside the circle. We don't
I
matter.
don't
We're
disagree
not
with you.
gonna change the
But
vote.
we have the $400,000. Why not push the road commission to get as much work possibly done for us this year? Rather than give them the ability to make another excuse next year why they can't get to it, or the next year they can't get to it. I mean, if we say, okay, we're gonna recognize you guys may not be able to do more than 50%. I just think that's self-limiting. I'm all for challenging them and saying, okay, here's the roads. Here's a $400,000. What are you gonna, how much of this can you get done? But
I'm hesitant to do that when the roads aren't designated. I'd like to know what roads are going to be done because the taxpayers, if certain roads don't get done, then we'll have people down here saying, how come my road didn't get done?
so that's an
Good point.
unreasonable comment. This is budget. And the board has the authority to name at a later date those roads.
Okay, well, right now you've got undesignated roads in here.
I-
So,
And because careful consideration by this body needs to take place before we choose what roads. And to Don's point, maybe we say, okay, we've got this money to spend X. And we tell the road commission, we want it all done. Road commission says, no, we can only get to this one, this one, this one. Hopefully they use scientific data, phaser ratings, so on and so forth, to say what roads we can get to. And then that helps us explain to the public that will call and say, gee, Ron's road got done, but nobody else's got done. Well, we didn't make the decision. The road commission told us what we could get to.
what they could get to.
but I thought you just told us we would be making the decision on what roads.
We still have the final approval, Cheryl. It's-
Okay, well, you didn't say we still have the final approval. And then if you're gonna look at it like that, then I say put the whole 400,000 in because that money's been sitting there for how long? And we haven't done anything with it and,
I think
so
we're trying to
those
build it up for
400,000
a project.
No, I'm saying I agree with that, but for a different reason. It's been sitting there too long.
I'll take the agreement.
Yeah, it's
So-
been sitting there too long.
Stella?
The reason that money has been sitting there and that we've been building it up, trying to build that money up is because we were trying to do a specific project. We come up with a specific project to fix because the road commission is no longer paying for anything. They're giving us that measly 32,000 a year.
But it's not enough for any big project.
No,
So we have to now change our tact. I think you're spot on, Ardella. That's originally why we were setting those large sums of money aside, is so we could do a project of our selection. Yep. And then the road commission was going to do 25% of it. And then we would go out and ask the people for X%, and the township, depending on what the project was, had the opportunity to contribute 25%, just like we did for Bags Road. That was the original contemplation here for this number. That the
Well, and you know, we spent a lot of time with the people down on Skegamog Point Road. An entire meeting was set aside for them a few years ago.
More than
because
that.
They wanted something done with their road. And then all we heard was, I don't want any trees taken out. I don't want any trees taken out. And then the road commission said, well,
We're
that's
done.
not gonna get, then we can't put in any ditches and, fix it the right way. So they said, okay, we're not putting any money into it. And then we said, yeah, that's a good thing. We shouldn't put any money into it either. So then nothing's been done down there.
And there were people who didn't want to pay because they didn't have road frontage. And I get that. I mean,
Sure.
that's outside of the special assessment
But
district.
keeping that in
boundaries.
mind, there will never be a Skidmore Point will never get their road replaced.
Oh, they will.
A special assessment.
Yeah. Yep.
I-
That's the
Cook
only way it's
road.
gonna go.
That's all gonna happen.
That's how they're
Yeah.
all gonna happen
That's
from.
what-
So what exactly are we paying the road commission millage for? For snow
Exactly.
plowing?
Exactly.
Because others voted for it.
And maybe every once in a while, like
Remember that
grading on our
circle you
dirt
drew?
roads?
Remember that circle you drew?
Yeah, we're outside the circle.
I know.
This is the circle of friends. We're over here.
But if you remember, Dave Hauser presented original ballot information that listed Skegamog Point Road as one of the roads that would be done with millage money.
The problem with our road commission, as in any of the road commissions out there in the state of Michigan, they're not really governed by anybody and they can do anything they want. And they've proved it.
I sat in a board meeting yesterday, or a meeting with multiple county commissioners, and I made sure they understood that there has to be a change at the road commission. Has to be. Has to be.
Did they agree with you?
Are
They
we,
were
what
silent.
are we gonna do about this budget item here? Because
So I'm for 400.
I'll go for it.
I am as well.
The 5,000 contingency seems like it's not needed in the face of.
Yeah, in the
400,
face of
yeah.
what we just went through.
Yeah.
I
Right.
agree. Yep. Okay, so the next note I show is on park fund. And that note is consistent with park fund, second go around question mark. Cheryl, you wanted to start at the beginning of the, oh, okay. So this talks about calculation of the wage scale and so on and so forth, starting at the beginning, moving the dollar amounts all forward by the raise amount.
Are we talking about 702 then?
Apparently, again, I didn't make a line item. And so,
Are you talking about the graded wage scale?
yeah.
Okay,
That's that long one, yeah.
right.
Yep.
And I didn't put anything on here, except it does need to, all these apparently needed to be. I don't know what your new starting number is now, but this,
So I calculated things a little differently. Bear with me for a moment, board. I took today's 1-year wage and added a percentage to it. I took today's 15-year wage and added the same percentage to it. Cheryl calculates it differently. Cheryl takes the beginning wage, adds the percentage to it, then carries out the 3% computation, then adds the same percentage to that number. And they are completely different numbers.
It's daisy chained.
It is.
well,
So I don't care what way we do it. but just know that my numbers were calculated. So let's take Dan and Peggy, for example. I forget what number they were actually on. They were off the chart, if I remember correctly.
No, we extended
Yep,
the
and
chart
then
out
we
to year
extended it out.
16 because they
Okay.
were in year 16 last year.
So I took year 17, added, I think 6 and 3%. We called it 9.
Yep.
And that's what I used for a base salary. But Cheryl is going to come up with a different number. So,
The reason I have done it the way I've done it is because in the guidelines, it says the increases shown are automatic and are not merit-based. And so this scale has always had 3% increases every year from whatever the starting number is. So I haven't written anything on here because to me, it looked like Ron was upping park ranger wages by 6%. Okay, so in that instance, I would multiply the $17 times 6%, and then I'd see what that is. And then I would add, then I would multiply by the 3% every year. And that's how I've done it, so that it's consistently calculated all the way along.
we do the first number at 6%.
But I did that for the deputy wages because it looked like Ron was adding 9% to those. Well, the 3 gets added automatically in the thing. So I just added 6%. So I guess I don't know how you want it done. But to me, whatever you do on this graded wage scale, you do it to everything on here. The same. I do know, I get some emails from the state park system. And I do know that they have park workers and they have park rangers, and their park rangers equate more to our park rangers. And this year, this was over a month ago, this was sent out, they started hiring. Their park rangers are starting at $19.39 an hour. I could forward you that email. But whatever you guys decide, I just want to know what the numbers are, so I have this document ready for the budget.
And
Got to be
again,
posted by Monday.
I don't care how we do it either. I just was letting you know. And then the other comment is, yes, I did include 72 hours of sick time for the long-term park rangers and sick time for up to 7 employees. So that was, I think, a total of 9 employees, which discussion from the 22nd, I think, indicated we should be at 10 employees. Long story short, we don't have to worry about the sick time or anything of that nature. So, my original budget of 130 was off. I'm totally fine with the 109.
Well, and let me just tell you how the 109 got in there, because after the 112 budget work session, we moved the 130 to 95,000. That was a change that was made there. And I put
After
those
what session?
on January 12th is when park fund budget was discussed. January 12th was when park fund was gone through completely.
Okay.
We touched on it on 2/22, but we did not go through it completely. We had already done that on
Gotcha.
January 12th.
Okay.
And so that number on January 12th went to 95,000. However, in looking through Ron's document, and I don't remember exactly how we got to that number. But then in looking through your documents that you provided, I saw that you had 109,000 in red. So I stuck that number in here. So I don't, the board can tell me whatever number they want in there, but all I'm telling you is that at the January 12th budget work session, the 130 went to 95.
For 109,
I thought 109, quite honestly, came from 222. And
hey guys, we need to find a way to move this along.
Yeah, we do.
I'm getting one of those pressure headaches right here from this. And I don't want to leave, but I do have.
no, quit talking. We'll move through this.
So what, I
Did
guess.
you notice I haven't been talking for 10 minutes?
What's
I
the
think-
number? Yep.
Yeah, what's the number? What do you want in there?
So your discussions from 222. We already recounted how the wage scale, Cheryl determined that number. I based my number something different, but it probably doesn't make $1,000 worth of difference. Cheryl's would be higher. So,
Can we just leave it at 109?
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's right. For the 222 budget session, the document you provided said 109. Right, note 22, and we had a note to revisit it.
Yeah, I think it's good at 109.
And
You wanna
then
leave it at 109? That's fine with me.
the second line item I have is 830. We needed to add a pension line.
Yes, and I did add a pension line in this document for today. I added that and I put 4,050 in there because we
Which would be
split up
10%.
we split up the $45,000 park manager wage between park and rec.
Yep,
So,
I'm totally good with that.
and I believe I also added a pension line item in
Recreation.
rec too.
Yep.
I think I did.
Yep. I'm totally on board with that.
Pension, yes,
So
I did.
I have 702 salaries at 40,500.
That's right.
And I have 703 wages, at 709. I'm sorry,
109.
109. 715 is 9269
Yeah,
and 716 is 2168.
yeah.
So I'm good with that discussion, not a problem. 970. Discussion was about toilets, secondary well. Cheryl, you didn't think $100,000 for the bathroom was a good expense. And you didn't think 15K on spending 15K on the pavilion was a good idea. So,
Well, I just think it's gonna take more than that eventually, and
eventually, but Dan highlighted some things that needed to be taken care of right away, I thought, on the pavilion. So I would like to assign some dollars to the pavilion, and whether or not we do $100,000 bathroom toilet trailer.
I like the idea, what you were talking about, where they bring it in, it's an actual little building
Yep,
and they're nice.
they
I mean,
are.
We've all used them at receptions
Yep,
and
they got running
we've
water in
got,
them, the whole thing. Yes, would we like to have something different? Yep, can we work towards it? Yeah, this trailer has got huge resale potential.
right. So, and I know you gave us the numbers on it, but obviously we would do more.
Fact checking
Right,
and
this is
board
just for
approval.
budgeting purposes, knowing that we've got a place marked for it.
Yep, that's it.
So why wouldn't we do the same thing we did for the rec fund? Remember, we put all those we brought all that forward into the capital expenditure side, and then we footnoted what was in there, just so if we needed to go back and strip something out, we knew where that was. But from a budget standpoint, I remember you and I were discussing, we were here and you said, well, let's all load it all in
Yep.
and footnote it. And then that way, then we'll know what we have to pull out if we have to.
Right, yeah. We've kind
Why,
of.
why wouldn't we do that same thing here, maybe?
My note number 25, which covers, I think that's 970.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yes,
So
because I really like that idea.
my notations along that line were capital expenditures, line item 970, 602,934 for the boat ramp. And I had an issue with that. I don't know why we wouldn't put the 10% contingency in there right from the get, but we could do that.
Well, I
as-
think that is it with the contingency,
No.
isn't it? Because it was only 524 was the total.
I would have to review my notes from that day, but I don't think contingency was in there.
All right, so boat ramp project was under capital expenditures.
Yep.
970.
Yep. And then $15,000 to F and V. And I'm thinking that was a potential cost overrun of their 52,000. Or
They
maybe
haven't
that
brought
was,
that up.
maybe that was 15,000 to, 15,000 was,
That's left on their contract, I think.
yeah, yep, was left on the contract.
So what was
Yep.
There's more than that left on their contract, but it's our,
Is there? Okay. I thought we were at 37 and it was.
I think it's
52.
52. I don't remember now, or
If I read.
56, and we paid them 33 or something like that.
So 15's close.
But it doesn't, I don't think, have we paid it out of that line item? I can't remember now.
Well, maybe not. And we can assign it to any line item. And then,
So what, I did not catch the boat ramp dollar.
oh, I'm sorry. 602,
That is with the 15% of.
934.
Because it was 524,000 something. And if you take that plus 15%, that adds 78,600 to it, and you get 602,600. And that's rough because I don't have the whole, but it was 524 or something.
It was 524, 290.35, and multiple of 1.15 for the 15% contingency, took the number to 602, 933.90.
Okay.
I'm looking right up.
Yeah, so that's with the contingency.
And that included the rest of the payment for F and V.
No, then there's the plus the F and V, and I had the contract at 53,000. Cheryl said
Thank you.
52, but my recollection, I don't, I see. I thought we had 30 set. Oh, we paid $36,175 to F and V to date on a $52,165 contract, and that's from the meeting on the.
Okay, so
16.
we have 15 or 16 to pay them.
Yeah, so that's what that.
Okay,
And then I left in $30,000 for a project manager on the boat ramp. I think we've all come to understand that F and V is going to create the payment documents. I
Yeah.
guess they're going to be our owner's representative. So the board can do whatever they want there. They can leave it in. If we don't spend it, we don't spend it. Additional notes for number 25 is $100,000 for restroom trailer. The number I think was right around 80. 10K for the backup well, which is probably light, and 15,000 for pavilion repairs. That's how we got to the number equaling $772,934.
What's the number? Oh, okay, 772,934.
Yep. And again, I
Then
don't
how
think,
come we only have 400,000 in here? That was your number for 970. You put 400,000 in there.
oh, incorrect. I have 772,934.
Well, I took this right off one of your documents, but
Well, I-
it might have been
I-
an earlier.
I-
No, let's see, 222.
Yeah, I don't know. So are we good with 772,934?
Well, I know what I did. I took it off probably the original park fund when we did it on the 12th, and it was 400,000 on that document. And then you have since changed that.
Yes, we're good with that.
Yes,
772,934. So my 400,000 was wrong, so I'll change that. That's what happens when you talk about funds 2 or 3 different times.
Sure. So,
And also the theft thing, we had a note that we were gonna revisit that because you had kind of stuck that in there for the health insurance thing.
Right.
And then you guys said you wanted a health insurance line item. You don't have it on your document, but it is line item 714, health insurance. It's right in the budget document. I did not add that. And so there is what's happening with this theft of 16,000? Is that going to zero? Are you,
As your conversation from 222, it went to 0.
okay,
And I believe that it was not added to insurances because you indicated we couldn't treat one potential person, the park person, differently than the others.
well, I
And-
think if we're gonna have health insurance, everybody gets it.
And my note to that, or response to that was, we currently pay the chief $40 a month to use his cell phone, but nobody else gets it. So this
I
township
understand.
does have a history of treating one person differently than the other.
yeah, apples to apples there in rural run. You can't compare $40 a month
Yeah,
to a $16,000 bill for one person. You can't.
It's equal treatment. So
and if you wanna get technical about it, we all use our cell phones for work and we all could be getting paid some stipend towards our cell phone use. I won't submit anything for that, but, you know, so. Yes, the chief is getting it. We agreed to do that for him.
It's emergency services thing.
Yeah.
So there is no current expenditure according to 222 for insurances.
222. Well, yeah, because we didn't think at that time.
It's
your
my
document
understanding that this
doesn't have the
township
health
doesn't
insurance.
offer health insurance, dental insurance, optical insurance, or life insurance. That's my understanding. We don't offer benefits.
Well, the fire department does have Aflac.
Okay, well, we can offer Aflac to everybody then, including us. But at this point, we don't offer benefits. So maybe that's another discussion later.
Yeah,
I would say.
totally fine with that. Don, you had questions about the transfer in.
yes.
And I think this is where,
How we came to the 525?
Yeah, that's where I think that, after the fact, having, after we discussed, and then I thought that we probably would be, it would be more appropriate to bring in that 602,000 number, 602,934, for the boat ramp project.
and that's where my note about didn't fund the 15% comes from. We got it on the expense side,
But we
but we
pick up
didn't get it on the revenue side.
Yeah. I caught that after the fact and whatever didn't go back on it. And so, because we had moved past it. But in preparing for today, that's where I made that note.
Well, I'm not sure why we put that 525 in there, but that was the 325, I think, that got moved out of the park fund, plus the $200,000 DNR grant, and that actually, that says 150 up there, but maybe should be the 200. This project's supposed to be done by December 31st, which all falls within this next fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm just saying that transfer out of the fund should be the 325 plus the contingency. Or the three, whatever the number. So we have the 200 for the grant plus, so, and then the 402,000. So the whole project being 525 with the 15% contingency goes to 602. So I think it would
If it
be,
gets spent.
If it all gets done. you mean?
yeah, true. But I think to represent it in there, to balance that properly, we should have the 602 in there. Just looking for it right now.
So that would be line item 699 under park.
Yes.
Is that what you're
That's
looking
what I'm
for?
looking at.
Okay,
So,
let me know when you get there.
no, it's, no. It's
Transfer in.
Pardon me? Yeah, with the transfer in, where is it? Eyes are getting sideways here.
Well,
Yes, the 699 where it's the 525. I think that the 600 should be in there, 602 or 600, which would be the 525 plus the contingency of the 15% to protect ourselves. And then knowing that there's 200 in there, that is the grant money. So potentially there's a $400,000 transfer in from the general fund.
So
Well-
looking up a couple of line items. I thought the grant 590 was the incoming waterways grant.
It's 200,000.
It is, but I thought there was discussion that potentially there was a certain amount of it billed yet this year for F&V's services to
It
the,
won't come in before the end of this fiscal year.
okay, won't come in,
No.
but
no,
it
we
might
haven't
be
even
billed.
applied for it.
Okay, all right. So I
And
think,
actually, in looking at F&V's contract proposal, they submit that.
okay. So then we could change line item 590 to 200,
I would.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Don, to your point, how do we calculate the, what was that number? 602.
Yeah, and I think we do the same thing like Della did, like we did with Parks and Rec. I think we bring the 602 in, noting that the project is at 525 or 525,000 in round numbers, and we're accounting for a potential contingency because of the unknowns with the state of supplies and inflation.
So the number that we said in capital expenditure was 602,934
For the boat launch.
for the boat
Yeah.
launch. Yeah. So you're saying the 525 should move to 602,934?
Yes, to be consistent.
And I would like to make a note on how
But-
that's, okay,
But you've got all these other things. Are you planning on funding those out of new money? The well, the restroom trailer, the pavilion? New money as in new camping revenue?
so looking at the revenue side of things, I'm at 1,039,000.
I guess I don't understand why this transfers in would be the entire amount when you've already accounted for $200,000 of the cost coming in through 590.
I see your point.
I don't follow that.
Well, if you're not allowed to build accruals, correct? So if you're going to have to pay that money out and expect some point in the future a reimbursement. Because doesn't the state accounting laws doesn't allow you to build accruals, or am I wrong?
I think the point that you're trying to make is that this is a restorative grant. So we have to spend the money first.
That's all supposed to take place by December 31st.
And
Spending of it and the receipt of the money back.
and then we can apply to get the money back.
No, the money has to be applied for before the end of the year.
Yeah, but when will we get that?
Did I
back?
just say that we had to pay for it all and then we can apply for the money back?
That's not correct.
Okay, so.
Okay, so you're gonna pay,
Have a contractor who is going to do this work for no money until we get our reimbursement.
no. No,
How much are we gonna pay the contractor before we get our reimbursement? Is the project gonna have to be
we're-
done?
we're going to, well, no, we've already
Yes.
talked about this.
Project will have to be done before we can apply for our last payment.
No. That's not true. Look at the F&B proposal. They say they will take care of applying for reimbursement grant monies up to like 3 times or something like that. So that means that will take place along during the project with, I presume, the last one taking place after the last of it has been paid. So we don't wait till we spend all the money before we apply to get reimbursed for those funds.
So, okay.
So we are going to be paying out of this fund. And then we apply to get reimbursed for what we've spent
Along the way.
along the way. So the money has to be here in order to pay for services rendered. And then we get refunded.
I think that's Don's point.
That is my point.
If we don't get a refund, like the last one, for example, so the project has to be done by 12/31. Got it. So let's say 12/31 is our last submittal. I don't know how fast the check will come in. I don't know. I assume it'll
Well-
come in before the fiscal year flips.
Well, I don't know either, but I would hope that we've applied for
So I
half
have
or
a
more than
question.
half of it and have gotten it back before then too.
I have a question. Are you saying, Cheryl, that the 200,000 under 590 is included in the 602,935.34 number? Or no?
Yes, I am.
Are you saying that it's in there too?
Yes.
Okay,
because-
then we need to take it out of one or the other because you can't have it in there twice. Right? Right? Say yes, people.
No,
That's the
We
way-
can't,
that's the
we
way
can't
I
add it
understood-
twice.
no,
that's
It's
the
only
way
one
I
number.
understand it.
it is only one number. Don is not saying that we've added the grant twice.
No.
Don is merely saying that the money has to be there to pay for the project.
Okay, all I'm saying is on 590, we've got $200,000 entered. And that is listed as grant.
Yep.
My question is, in the 602,934, is that grant money in there?
Nope. That
I
is-
just got told it was. Now
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
That is, no, you got told yes by Cheryl.
Don
And
said yes
Don.
too. So were you misspoken?
Yes, because you're gonna have to, out of the checkbook, I'm gonna pay up to $602,000. And at some point in time, unknown, we're going to get $200,000 back. So that our net expenditure potentially could be $402,000. However, to your point earlier, that contractor is not gonna work until, as they're working, regardless of the 2 or 3 milestones they hit. They're not, we can't say, well, we get to milestone 1. Don't, or milestone 2, don't worry, you'll get your money when we get our money.
Yeah, that don't work that way.
That doesn't work that way. So,
No, I don't think anyone was suggesting that it would.
yeah, look, you're
Okay.
it's-
Let's try.
spot on. So the. I'll take a stab at it.
So what you're saying is we need an additional 200,000 from general fund to be put in here.
Yes,
That makes a total of 400,000. The grant, 200,000 from general fund, plus the 325. Where'd my notes go? Of the park funds being transferred back into from general to park. Where'd I put my notes? Here. That's where we're spending it. I gotta get to where we're
It
getting.
was
it
like
in.
348, wasn't it?
Yeah, somewhere in there. No, I don't know where.
325 something, I think you said it was, or 326.
325. Park moved from general to back to park. That's that 85% we transferred in.
325, what's the exact?
And then the
number?
200,000 was the DNR grant, which we accounted for up in the 5 revenue section. 590,
What's the 325 exact number?
I don't have it, Ron.
Oh,
I
okay.
think we just. Hi,
Hi, I'm so sorry.
that's okay.
Just, may I?
Oh,
What can we help you with? You
this
just
is
dropped it
one of
off?
the maintenance contractors.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
it's just
sorry,
dropping off a
yes.
proposal. Great. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate it.
Thank
Yep.
you.
So, yeah, I think we were just using the rounded off numbers of 325.
Okay.
I don't have the exact numbers here with
Okay.
me today.
So.
And then the
and that makes perfect
200,000,
sense.
the DNR grant, which is already accounted for in the 590 account.
Yep.
So other funds transferred in from general would be the 325 plus whatever else that's gonna come up to the 602.
Yep.
And all of those include. No, these are the other things coming out of general. So I've got 525. There'd be another 200,000 out of general
So are you?
for
in-
park. So
are-
you're saying 400,000 out of 325 out of general that was put in there from park. We're moving it back to park. It's going into the fund.
Yep.
The 200,000, the DNR grant is accounted for up above. And then you've got 200,000, this is what I've heard, out of the general fund to park fund to make that fund solvent if the project gets completed this year. That's 4, 6, 7. That's more than what you've got there. So where am I hearing wrong?
Okay. I'll take a stab at it.
Yeah. If you want, just break down what the 602,934 is, and I'm good with that.
Okay. So, first of all, let's establish the need for 602,934. And that is the entire amount for the boat ramp expansion.
yes.
Does everybody agree with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Plus the 15%
Yep,
contingency,
includes the
Inclusive of it,
15%.
which may or may not get it done
Yep.
with that spec.
That's
Yep.
correct. Yep.
Okay, so imagine now that we have up to 3 draws or 3 requests for payment from the state of Michigan. Okay, well, just hold on a minute.
I don't need any of that.
I understand, but let's establish the 602 need first. That's what I'm attempting to do here. So, let's say that the contractor wants 30% down to start. 200,000. Round numbers.
Sorry.
then is that anything that we can apply to state waterways for? Probably not.
What are you asking again?
Whether or not, let's say the contractor wants a $200,000 draw just to get the equipment there and get started. Is that a milestone that we can apply for?
I don't know. We have to look at the guidelines.
Probably not, is my thought. So
I'm
the
sure they're gonna
next,
want some money down.
yep, so the next milestone, let's say they've got the parking lot complete, but they want another $200,000 at that point. Now we're at 400,000. We can submit for reimbursement at that point. Okay. But now we're into, let's see, we're gonna start September. Now we're into October. Before we get our payment back of 400,000, 200 to start, 200 to get the parking lot finished. The contractor is going to finish the job and want his last $200,000.
Well, the contractor isn't getting $600,000.
Okay, so you use whatever it is you want to use to satisfy it in your brain. I'm just trying to tell you why Don thinks that the entire amount needs to be available for the township to spend. And where do you get it from? Ardella, this is your question. So 320.
So if you take 602,934 minus the 325,000, minus the 200,000 from the grant, you get 77,934 to make, that's what you got to add together to get up to 602,934.
That's the 15% contingency approximately though.
Okay, so so all I'm seeing is that we need to transfer in another $77,934 to make up that 602 from general fund. Not another 200,000. Where's my math wrong?
Your math is correct,
Okay,
but while you were calculating, I was explaining
I was
why.
listening. Because we're not gonna get the full 200,000 in at the same time that we're being expensing it out, because there is a lag between getting a refund for what we spent and what we're
And
spending.
depending on that lag,
Yep,
you have to, you've
I was
signed a
listening, Ron.
contract, the contractor's fulfilled the project, it's done, he's given us a bill from between $525,000 to $602,000, and we do not have the money budgeted to pay him. And so we were gonna tell the contractor, sorry, you can't get your money until we get our money back from the state.
so what you're
that's-
trying to do is where we say, okay, we're expecting to get the 200,000 for 590, but we can't guarantee that that is actually coming in the time frame. That's why you wanted to add more than the 77,934,
Yes,
correct?
yes, so I can pay the bill.
See, guys, that wasn't really all that hard.
No, I did a terrible job explaining. I will
What's
work
the
on
number
that.
that's
I will
gonna
work
go in there? That's all I wanna know so we can move on.
602,934 in 699 and 200,000 in 590.
This is actually gonna, I mean, I'll have two in front of it. All right,
Sorry.
nothing to apologize for.
So then the 200,000 that is that you want to transfer, so you make sure we have the total amount, that 200,000 will have to go back to general if it comes out. If and when it comes out, it will have to go back to general fund because that is not where we're funding this project.
Okay, it's like a
Precisely.
temporary loan
Precisely.
from general.
Precisely.
So would put, when we got the refund back in for the reimbursement, not refund,
There'll be more than
reimbursement,
one.
right? We'd put it back in general, not in park.
Precisely.
Because what well, you get it. We're just taking the loan of the 200,000 from general. And then when that,
Then, in that instance, why would you have it in 590? Because when we get that check, we're gonna want to deposit that into the park fund until we get to the point that it's the extra 200,000. Because otherwise, it's not just. the
what I say we
200,000.
do is at the end of this project, we do a budget amendment where we take 200,000 and we put it back in general. When we get to the end of the project.
Right, so it just, as it comes in, it goes into the park fund.
Right, I can see your point there,
Right,
Cheryl.
yeah.
Now that we got the math worked out on how we're supposed to do it.
Are we done with park?
Nope. So I've made changes to the general fund. Transfers out of another 277,934.
Yep.
So when you get back to line item 999 under general fund, let me know and I'll give you that number.
277, what was it?
An additional 277,934.
What happened to the 325?
Keep up, Cheryl.
I am keeping up. We haven't returned to general fund. Okay, we're transferring out of general fund the 602,934. Okay, and what is that? 602,934, right?
Nope. The new number for general fund 999 is 506,676.
And I need to know how you got to that number beyond the 218,742 that we had in there.
Ardella's math. Shall I recap Ardella or do you want to?
We're going over again, the transfers out of general?
Well,
Well,
we
yeah,
have to
because
change
we
it.
just got transfers from other funds of 602,934, and that's coming from the general fund.
Well, you got the 325 coming out of the general fund.
Yeah,
and you got
being
this-
subtracted from the 602.
Yeah, but we're just talking general fund right now, not park.
you want to transfer in 602,934, then you need to add that entire figure to the
Yeah, you're right.
218,742.
Yeah, I see, because we didn't have any transfers out to park originally.
No, we
The
didn't.
324, and that was the original comment from 222, is that the 324.5 transferred out. Yeah, so that number changes even bigger. Wow.
No,
Because there has to be the original 325 plus the rest of the balance of the cost plus, well, the 325 plus the 200,000.
okay, so general, we've got Rec fund at 18,742.01.
Yeah,
Road fund at 35,000.
Yeah.
Fire capital improvement at 100,000.
Yeah.
Public improvement fund, sorry, at 75,000. And we got park fund at, I don't know if you want me to break it down or just,
I don't
I've
think
got
we need
park,
to.
I've got park fund at 325, 200, 200, 400, 725.
No, it's the 602, 934. Because that's what you just put in whatever, 699 or whatever it is in the park fund.
But like Ron said, transferring from general is 277,934 plus the 325.
Yes. It's all of it. It's the entire cost that's budgeted to come out of capital expenditure, which is the 602, 934. Don wants all that money brought into the park fund and not worry about the 200,000 that we're supposed to get back from the DNR because we don't know when we're gonna get it. So I come out to 821,676. But I've only done that once.
And I have 831,676.
Why are you adding the $200,000 from the grant fund? That, if we're including that 200 are matching 200,000. If we're adding our matching 200,000, that's gonna be repaid. And that becomes 277,934 plus the 325. That comes up to the 602,934.
But Don says,
That's including what Don says. That's including what Don says. Plus in park, you're saying the grant money is gonna come in and it's 200,000. So from general, you need to transfer 602,934 for park.
And so I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I haven't checked this. But will you add this up for me, Ardella? Let me know when you're ready.
And my thing keeps locking me out. Okay,
Take 277,934
and
plus 325,000 should equal 602,934.
yeah, I just told you guys that.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying. No, that's what we've been saying all along.
we just had the discussion that the entire thing with the contingency could cost 602,934. We gotta pay the contractors when they want to get paid, or they won't quit working, or they won't keep working. So we have to have the cash flow to pay the contractors, and the 200,000 reimbursement, we're going to put that as it comes in into the park fund. But then we're going to transfer that back to the general fund because it's accounted for in two places.
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Right.
I fully understand that, but if we're talking about what's coming out of the general fund in a transfer for park only, it's 602,934.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, ready to move on?
Added to the 218,742 for those other items. Gets you to 821,676.
Excuse me, I have a note, the 218,742, I agree with, but I thought we did a $10,000 transfer to the road fund. After that, bringing.
No,
that
that's
over
in
to-
that. That's in that. That's $35,000 to the road fund.
No. Oh, maybe
I have a total of 831,676.
I've added it up twice and got 821,676. I'll add it up again.
Well, hang on a minute. Let's make sure we got our numbers right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because
Oh,
we-
I'm sorry.
It was,
It was 228,742. I didn't change it down here. That's
Yeah,
10,000.
I think so. I
Yep,
think that's
yep,
the
yep.
$10,000.
I didn't change it down here.
I've been
Yep, so
adding
it
and
is-
subtracting, so
So it is 831, 676.
yeah.
How can the general fund do that?
well.
We
um,
already know that there's 325,000 in there that belongs to the park. But then you've got this other,
So the fund balance I have for general fund as of 12/30. So this does not include the 325 coming from park,
Mhm.
okay? So I'm gonna venture out on a limb here. 602,934 minus 325 is 277,934. 325 came into the fund from park,
Right,
right?
but
So-
there's way more money than that that was already in the general fund,
I understand that, Cheryl. And so I'm trying to answer your question.
right?
So really, ultimately, the aggregate amount that's coming out of general fund is 277,934.
Additional,
Additional,
beyond the
beyond the
325.
Yep, so
But
that
we have
equals
to
the
account for the
602.
325
Yep,
in here.
Yep,
Yep.
so the value of the general fund as of 12/30, again, before all of the transfers from the park, because Ardella did that on 12/31, was 732,880. So if
Right,
we,
I know it's over 1 million right now.
so if we subtracted 277 from 732, we're left with a positive number.
But what about all the general fund expenses
So,
budgeted for this year?
yep,
I get it, we get money again in December, but
so.
it's not that much.
To answer that question, okay. Are my total transfers out that I have right now is 831,676. Do you agree?
Agreed.
Okay, and so if we took the 732,880 number from December 30th, add 325 to it, come up with 1,050,000
Right.
in my head anyway.
Yeah, 1,057,000.
Okay. So subtract 831 from 1,050,000 is still a positive number.
Roughly $225,000.
So we potentially,
How fast are we gonna go through that?
we potentially are really going to, if all of these park things and recreation things that we've talked about come to fruition, we will no longer be in a terrific financial position.
However, by the end of December 2023, we'll have a whole nother round of tax money coming in. It's not like my niece says, it's not like we can't make money.
It's not like we can't,
I need to go.
it's not like we can't raise the millage, but to answer your question, Cheryl,
Well,
we
that
will
takes a
still,
vote of the people.
we will still be in a positive number. Do you agree with that?
Well, from what you said, we will.
Well, you concurred with the numbers.
Well, I concur with the 831,676, and I haven't seen what you have on paper, but you say that there's going to be still $250,000 in there.
Okay, so guys, I think we're all on the same page here. We just need to finish
Are
up.
we done with park fund then?
There was no contingency. That was the last note that I had on park fund. But like roads. Let me just make sure that that was in fact,
No, we put 26,000.
oh yeah, yep, 26,000 was put into contingency. Yep. So,
Also, I would want to bring up on the insurance that we paid out of the park fund for liability insurance, we paid $3,730. And then we got a $245 dividend, so we wound up with 3485, but that 36 might be a little short because we paid 3730 last year. I just
So-
hate to have to do budget amendments for that.
so
So moving on to rec fund then?
do we want to change it to 3,800? Is that what you're recommending?
I would,
Okay,
and with workers' comp, that'll be covered. There's no, we paid 1,023, we got the refund of 172, came down 851, so 1,500 is gonna work there.
so don't forget, we went from a $78,000 payroll to a 109. So that's gonna add a third right there. Actually, we went from an $80,000 payroll to, let's round it off to 110. So you might be right. We could be a little light there on the 1,500. Can
Well, we paid 1,023, I mean, that's increasing that by almost 30%.
Yeah.
I mean, that ought to cover it, I would think.
Okay.
If not, we'll have a budget amendment.
If not, we'll have a budget amendment.
That's right.
So the next notation I have is for recreation fund.
No?
A clawback discussion took place. And I think, Don, you initiated that. Definitely possible. Everybody's talking about fund clawbacks. Yep,
Clawback of what number here?
the ARPA funds. And I believe that the county, I should have asked Daryl the other day, but I believe the county is looking at, they're reaching out to recipients and making sure that the projects meet a certain requirement. I'm not sure what that is, but
You know, they spent $10 million or not $10 million. They spent a lot of money to hire a company that would set up these parameters. And now they're coming back and saying, oh, by the way, can you do? Or
No.
should you do? Or now we want you to do? When it
The-
wasn't laid out to begin with? I mean,
the company was hired to figure out a way to distribute the money, not whether or not it was being distributed
legally?
according to federal purchasing guidelines.
Yeah. Well,
And
that
so,
seems like a waste of money. Seems like you'd want that right
Well,
out the gate.
oh, I brought last month, maybe a month and a half ago, federal purchasing guidelines. None of us know really what those are all about.
So,
So the concern over note 28 was lodged
you know what? I just closed that out.
in
What
note,
was note 28 again?
sure, note 28, rec fund 81,257.99 is from the federal ARPA fund. And I had a balance of, I had the 90, I had the fire department fund there.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
you
I-
had it broke
I
up.
had incorrect figures on note 28. So you were right to question that. Yes. Yep. So I think that item was resolved.
It was.
And as far as the capital expenditures are concerned, Cheryl, you got a question mark here on the 180,000, how the,
Okay, so when I was doing the minutes, we revised the $150,000 number to 180,000 And this is how we allocated it. 130,000 to the Lossy Road Nature Trail wet area mitigation. 20,000 to high prey projects. And 30,000 to unspecified projects.
And I believe that came because Ron, you wanted to make sure that not all of it was going to be allocated to trails. So that's how we came up with the division of the 20,000 for high prey and then 30,000 for unallocated future projects.
So 120 was for Lossy Road,
130,
130.
130
wet area mitigation.
for what area? Mitigation.
Yep.
And then how much for high prey?
20,000. High prey projects.
And, okay,
Improvements.
They were not specified what the projects were gonna be, just putting some money in there for that.
And then there was the 30,000 for unassigned,
Unspecified projects.
unspecified.
unallocated.
Well, it's allocated to unspecified projects.
And Melissa Melton sent us all this email with a memo about the toddler playground equipment proposal. So,
Yeah, but that's not in the rec. She's proposing that for the park, isn't she?
I believe that's what I,
oh, that's right, it's at the park.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
haven't. She sent.
See, I keep, in my brain, I keep thinking the toddler park or toddler playground equipment would be at Highbury Park, but she's saying it should be at the campground park.
Yeah,
Well,
what you
and-
just said to me is, I could have sworn, I would have said the same thing at the last.
Yeah, I keep
rec
confusing
meeting.
the two.
I thought they were, I actually thought they were putting the toddler toddler pay structure at high prey. And then now again, I haven't seen her email, but I understand it to be Township Park.
Yeah,
and there, it's not true that everything is for the 5 to 12 age group at Whitewater Township Park. When I got the decals, the merry-go-round is for 2 to 12
mhm.
years old. So that is,
I don't know
But
where the
still,
toddler
they want-
park would be best used at. I didn't do any research on it. I'll have to defer to the people that did.
yeah.
And I always thought it was for the baseball group. So.
Because, yeah, you got
I think-
baseball games going on there. I thought
Yeah.
that, you know.
Whether they said it
families come
right.
with Little kids, you know.
I figured it was, well, siblings were playing at the park,
That's what I
so.
made sense to me, but the money is set aside.
Yep.
We can deal with the project specifics as a board in a different day.
Yeah.
Yep,
Is that agreed?
Yes,
that's
please.
totally agreed.
So the other thing that you guys had an issue on was note 30, 18 meetings was too many or something like that. And Cheryl, you came up with new math for 703. Can you share that with the board?
Well, let me see. We all came up with new math.
Sure, yeah.
I think we came up with 12 meetings.
I thought it was 14.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'd like- and
that
I'd
we
like-
came up with $75 per member. 120 for the chair. That's $420 a meeting. Times 14 meetings is $5,880.
Hold on. 14 meetings equals what?
$5,880.
Okay.
Then the recording secretary, which we took it, was going from $50 to $53 an hour.
Does that come out of this line item?
Yes,
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
at 2 hours. Sometimes they go over.
Yep.
We just said 2 hours, so that's 106 times 14 meetings. That was $1,484. Oh, And then that's not all. Then there's ranger time. That comes out of 703 from the 209 fund. And we figured that, we just said $20 an hour. And we figured 34 weeks. Because the park's not open all year. Times 2 hours a week, that was 68 hours. Times $20 an hour was $13.60. So. So we had the 5880. Plus the 1484. Plus the 1360. That came to 8724 and we rounded it off to 8800.
And I'd respectfully request that you consider 14 meetings at $220 for
Right.
$3,100.
Under recreation.
What's that number, Don?
$3,080.
So what is that again?
14 meetings at $220 for. It comes to $3,080.
So let's call it $12,000 in that line item.
Under 702,
No,
703.
703.
703, sorry.
I originally had 18.4 there, but I'm certain that included sick time.
The
Then what's the 715 and 716 gonna be?
Okay,
I don't know.
ready? 715 is 1023. 716 is 239. So we're gonna have to kick in more money from general fund. Because as I see it, we are gonna deplete that fund by $8,200. We're gonna deplete it plus put it in the red by 8,200.
But that's if you spend every penny. So apparently it was already over before the 3,080 because you had 18.4, we took it down to 8,800, now it's back up to 12. So apparently it was over.
Under my original recommendations, I had a positive $124 in the account.
Yeah, that's what was still in there, but then
No, from my
That-
recommended budget.
that's what I said, the requested column. When I put your numbers in, it came up to the 124 to the positive.
Yep.
But then with the numbers that we had, it was a deficit of 24,836. And now it's higher with what you,
Now it's higher.
but what's already in the rec fund.
Oddly enough, I don't have that value listed here.
Well, I know we made a
So did we have a
major
change in
transfer to
702?
that. What's that?
The change.
Did we have a change in 702 salaries?
Yes.
It went
No.
from
702.
No,
That's still the
703.
703,
703 went from 8,800 to what?
12,000.
I mean, I don't know that we need to worry about that. I believe there's money in that fund.
So Ardella, when is you supplied a balance sheet for 214, didn't you? Didn't you supply?
I gotta tell you, Ron, I have no idea.
All right. well,
My brain is at the point of mush right at this particular point.
Yeah, here you are. You provided. So in the 214 packet, Ardella provided a cash balance report as of January 31st, 2023. She signed it with blood thumbprint. And in the park fund, that's where we're at, correct?
Yep.
There was 53,436 in the fund itself, plus another 2768 in money market, for a total balance of 56,204.75.
So we don't have to transfer any more money.
So
out of the
we
general
wouldn't
fund.
have to transfer any more money to
No.
Cheryl's point.
Right, it's just an operating deficit that's taken care of by the fund balance.
Yep. Thank you for making that report available. It was easy to find the information. No, I mean, it's really helpful. It really is. I know it's more work on your part, but that was perfect example of how easy it is to find that information when you provide it. So thank you for the additional work.
See you, trees. Bye.
Are we good with recreation?
I think so.
We didn't make any changes in ambulance fund at all.
So. There were additional talks from Melissa. Mowing Battle Creek, bleachers need to be replaced, so on and so forth. There will be more than $10,000 worth of trail maintenance. Cheryl, I think that was your point. No, that was still Melissa's. Ardella, you had questions about line 590, where the income was coming from for recreation. That was ARPA fund at
County ARPA funds.
right.
Mhm. And this broke out right there.
And I have a notation that 150,000 was not set aside for Lossy Road Nature Trail. So, but I do concur with the 130, the 20 and the 30. And the next question, or the next fund that you went to was ambulance. And the contract is due this November.
Yep, it'll be
And
2 years in November.
So Don indicated that you attend the meetings for MMR and that no changes have been proposed at this point. But if I remember last year, they were, or 2 years ago, they were proposed at the last minute. So,
Well, they wouldn't come from the supervisor, Amy Fairchild, who is coming to, who's running those meetings now. Nothing has been discussed there about MMR's contract. And I believe that would come from their corporate office.
sure. So in other words,
To the
we're
board.
still in the dark. We're a mushroom like we were 2 years ago,
Well, I mean,
unless you have different
if you
knowledge.
want to put some more money in there, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what their proposal is gonna be. We've got, you know, a few, I have not been given any indication that what anything is going to be. So, I believe that will come from the corporate office right to the
Yeah,
board.
and I think at this point, we cannot guess what they may or may not do.
Right.
I've got a good idea what Acme is going to do.
Well, Acme can do whatever they want.
Yep. And I believe that's their feeling.
Yeah,
So then.
I see the Acme reports. They're doing a good job down in Acme.
Federal fund, I have no changes.
I have no changes.
Public improvement was the next one that we had changes to. And that change was, I had taken 15,000 from the general fund. And you folks wanted to take it out of the public improvement fund, which I think was a good recommendation.
And it's already there.
And note 36. Public Improvement Fund, Boundary Survey, High Prairie Walking Park Trail, High Prairie Improvements.
So the 15,000 in professional services, we took that out. Right, Della?
I'm sorry.
We
say
made that 0. And then we put that to be transferred to the rec fund.
You guys changed it to 65,000. Professional services, you changed to 65,000. And 15,
That.
I have transferred 15 to rec fund, 75K from general fund
To
for
public improvement.
No,
Which
we changed professional services to 0.
I put in 65,000.
No, you put in 15,000.
No, as of 2/22, I put in 65,000.
I'm looking at your 222 document.
Yes, and which has been updated, right? Post 2/22 conversation, and I'm telling you that that figure now is at 65,000.
Okay, so let's start back up.
Yeah, because we changed it to 0. That's
Okay.
my note. We changed it to 0 and we put transfers to other funds, 15,000 to the rec fund. So we didn't discuss any, you say it's happened since 2/22. We haven't, the board hasn't
It
discussed.
happened on 2/22.
Yeah, you know
The
what?
document that you're referring to was for 2/22. So the document that you're referring to was generated for the meeting on 2/22.
Mhm.
And you folks made changes to it on 2/22. And so I just recorded the changes as you made them.
I'm looking at, I have all the changes in red. And we zeroed out 804. We never talked about $65,000, anything.
So you're not going to conduct a boundary survey.
Okay, stop. Can we start with the revenue section? Because we need to add the 75,000 from general
Yep,
in under line 699. Let's
I've
do
added
that
that.
first.
yeah, I've added that.
699,
Transfers from other funds.
I have as 115,000.
I've got 75
And
from general.
But
I,
see, no, your document that you generated for the 2/22 meeting has 0 in transfers from other funds. Just today, we decided to transfer $75,000 in there for Township Hall building expansion.
In 15,
And on 2/22, we took the 15,000 out of 804 professional services, made it 0. Do you have 65,000 in your notes, Della? Do you, Don? For 804 professional services, I have 0. I don't recall any talking about any $65,000 number, and we took that 15,000 and we transferred that to the rec fund.
the underneath rec fund, my notes, revenues transferred in out of the public improvement fund, we're taking 15,000 and putting it in rec fund.
yep,
That's right.
So that would be the transfers
in,
to other funds, 999. We're gonna take it out of public improvement, put it in rec, because rec is where we're gonna be doing that boundary survey.
That's
And
right.
That's what you're talking about, right, Ron, with the 15,000?
let's get back to 999.
We decided that needed to come out of the fund that of the park that it was going to be spent at.
So we transfer it from public improvement because it surveys and things like that to improve your public properties. That makes sense, but we wanted to show the expense coming out of the actual rec fund. So we transferred the 15,000 into rec fund from public improvement fund. So that's where the 999, that 15,000 shows from. Now, this professional services was what was going to be covered under the survey. So that's why it went to 0, because we're going to account for that in rec.
That's what my note showed too.
So under rec, we have to make sure that we say, okay, part of what we're doing in our expenditures is
That survey.
the survey.
Okay, and what did we put that under? Because I don't see where we expensed that out, because my note on the expenditures, of course, we made those salary changes, which have now been changed again.
Are you back in the
703.
rec fund expense?
Yes, and I have that we changed 930 in the rec fund from 15,000 to 20,000. That we added 830 pension fund. And that storm cleanup, we put 10,000 in for the rest of the BCNA cleanup. And then we had this 180,000 that it was, as we discussed earlier. So where did we expense the boundary survey? Where did we expense the 15,000 that Ron had in professional services?
You're right,
So-
because the 5,000, the 5,000 and 930 was for the additional mowing of the trails.
Yes,
And so, the transfer, 699, the transfer in that what we took from 100 to 115. That is absolutely correct. We did not move that 15,000
to expense.
to
line item.
expense line item that needs to be done.
Right,
Yes. I see that as well now.
So Cheryl, your 930 number, how did you, in recreation, 930 number, how did you break it down?
well, you had 15,000 in
How
there,
did you break it down?
whatever your note says. If you have a note for 930 in the 209 fund,
How did you just recount it?
I didn't just recount it. Don said
She was
we
reading. off the
added
series.
5,000 for additional mowing.
Yeah.
To
So-
your 15.
What she had said, Ron, was that we had made the adjustments.
Hold on.
And
930 is currently at 20,000, is that correct?
that is, yes,
Okay,
and it
and
went
so
from
how is that 20,000 expensed out?
the
5,000 for mowing?
the for additional mowing.
Yep,
Yeah,
I don't have any notes on what went in it on the 15,000.
I'd have to look at if your notes had anything. We just took the $15,000 as something that you,
Well, we had historically, I mean, we're on pace to spend 15,000. We knew it was,
Right.
we didn't think it was gonna be enough because we added 5,000 for additional mowing on the trails.
right,
So that's why that went from 15 to 20, historical plus the 20. Then
Right.
we added 10,000 and 960 for storm cleanup if
the rest of the BCNA
BCNA.
cleanup.
right?
Yep.
And to your point, we had moved the $15,000 from public improvement fund into 699. We transferred that in and that changed that from 100 to 115. However, we did not move that $15,000 into either an expense of professional services 804, which is where I think it goes.
I think so too. And then make a notation
Because
that
Ron
that
had,
15,000 is going towards, I don't care what Ron had. The
Right.
15,000 needs to go to 804.
okay,
Changes are
Okay,
bottom
so
line, but we
15,000.
should probably make a notation that what we thought the professional services, the 15,000 is going to be used for.
Yep.
Is for survey boundary marker
Cypress Park.
services, High Prairie Park.
HPP boundary survey. The 15,000.
Yeah.
That you want to put in professional services.
Yep.
and I'm going to indicate that it's also for the trail, the walking trail. Because while you're doing a boundary, you might as well survey the trail.
Good. I agree.
Yep. So I just don't want,
Boundary and walking trail survey.
just don't want to limit us because of a note. So now that changes that number quite a bit. So now we're negative 43,280 in that account. But
Negative what?
43,280. But I believe we established we had 56,000 there.
Right, so we're
Yes.
still,
Yeah.
We're
Covered.
okay. We're
Yep,
okay.
we're still in operational. I'm
no,
sorry,
that was rec. I thought Lois is saying that what you said earlier about the fund balance was in the park fund, but wasn't it in the rec fund?
let me just verify. So Whitewater Township cash balance report, Park Fund 208 has a total of 56,204 in it.
Correct.
Oh, that's Park Fund. Yeah,
Rec,
yeah,
rec fund has
no,
53,436 plus $2,768.
no.
No, That's not right.
Lois is correct. That was for Park Fund 208. And we are in Recreation Fund, which is 209.
Okay, and I have an up-to-date figure because this is a balanced report between the clerk and treasurer's office for January 31st. What's in the rec fund is $40,134.45.
That have the bank account balance, the savings account balance too.
It'd be both.
That's the total, the
Yeah,
40,000.
because there isn't a money market fund. I
Okay.
should have known when there was a money market fund that recreation doesn't have that.
Okay.
And so I was on the
Right.
wrong line item. So this is
I thought
definitely,
that sounded like a Whitewater Township Park figure, but I
Yep.
didn't have the document, so.
yep. So that's a good catch. So now we have to transfer for more money out of general fund into recreation.
Or reduce something.
So why can't we take, instead of 15,000 from public improvement, why don't we take
20
25?
rather than tapping into general.
Right. So public improvement right now, and I see that in my transfers out, I left everything under 804 because I don't have a transfer out in public improvement fund, and I should have. Oh, I do have a transfer out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Transfer to other funds. I do have that. So that's 0. And
Okay, is that what we're doing? We're taking $25,000 out of the public improvement fund?
Yes.
So it should be originally, what was in there was 15. We're adding another 10. And we're changing that to 25,
25,000.
correct?
25,000, so then that's gotta be added in the rec fund. It's just those two places.
Yep.
Transfers in and rec transfers out in public improvement fund.
So in the rec fund, line 699 will go to 125,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which leaves us a negative 33,280 in that fund.
Okay, and this is.
Okay.
We're almost done, Dell.
I see the finish line.
Yep.
What's it look like?
Red flashing lights in my review.
A Southern Norfolk,
Norfolk Southern.
whatever.
Okay. Fire
And it's
capital
running
improvement,
backwards.
So in public improvement, we have 75,000 coming in from general. We have 15,000. No, we have 0 in professional services,
Right.
but now wait a minute.
yes,
So I know, but with the 75,000 coming in for this, for Township Hall building expansion, isn't that for some kind of professional services? To,
It is.
Yeah, but
can't
we're
we
charging-
spend, can't we show that we're going to spend some of that money then?
We moved that 70, we moved that into the township hall fund and allocated professional services there to do that survey.
No, we took it, we're taking it out of the general fund and putting it into the public improvement fund for Township Hall building expansion. Those are my notes.
So Don
Okay, yeah.
has, Don has the same point you had with respect to recreation fund. We never expensed
That's right,
that professional. We made the same mistake twice.
right.
And so we need to, we did fund from general fund 75,000 into public improvement for building addition, potential property, right?
Yep.
But we never expensed it, did we?
No, we haven't expensed anything out of the public improvement fund towards those goals.
But the same question applies. For tracking purposes, wouldn't we take it out of the general fund?
no,
Wouldn't
not
we-
necessarily, because this is
Then we.
public improvement expenditure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we
So-
said. We would,
We're adding, like, we've been adding money, a little here, a little there. That's all that 75,000 is doing. So if we do need to put some money in professional services if we're gonna start getting some conceptual drawings or,
50,000, good?
yeah.
Yeah.
Good catch on
And-
that one.
In the township also, we don't have a professional services, do we?
Good
If
what?
we do, then I think it'd be,
I don't see a.
you mean
subcat-
under the Department Township Hall and Grounds?
Yeah,
No, we don't.
was that something we add, right?
No, we're gonna deal with it in the public improvement
Okay,
fund.
very well. Got it.
all right.
Okay.
Which
Good
is
with-
different than recreation.
I got it. I understand it. I'm done.
Well, the
Move
public
along, I'm good.
improvement fund can be used for any, in my opinion, it can be used for any, and what we did was we have been moving some money into there and we paid for this water feasibility study and the Township Hall, what we should do about that, and the fire station out of the public improvement fund. That's where we paid those out of.
Do you guys see anything in the capital improvement fund for fire that is going to be changed? Or is that pretty much set in stone?
I'm sorry, we're not on that fund yet.
Could we be on that fund now?
I'm on that fund. I think we're done with public improvement.
From the 22nd, there were no changes to that fund. And with the exception of the funds we no longer use,
Didn't make any changes on 222 in that fund.
right?
Well,
Did we talk
no,
about?
I take that back. Because we put. Isn't that, we put the 308,500 in
Oh, yeah,
capital expenditure, which you have the notes there of what that's at for.
so on 222, we took 699 to 324,073.
Right, right.
And then we increased
That's
the
right.
expenditures to 308,500. And my notes are transfer from other funds equal 93,703 township ARPA funds, 100K from general fund, 131 from fire special assessment equals the 324,073 number. In
Yep.
capital expenditures, there was 105,000 for the new brush truck. Chief's truck needs $3,500 of upgrades. I'm not sure what that was about. I'm thinking it was upgrades that he wanted and couldn't get right away. And then 200K down payment for the fire engine
Yep,
should equal the 308,500.
it does.
So I think we're done. Yay.
Well, I guess in my only thing is I've been right along noting, of course, everybody will get to review this, but I've been right along noting all the changes that will have been talked about for the salary wage schedule. But what are we doing with the graded wage scale?
Okay, I gotta go. I was hoping we were gonna be able to get done with this, but clearly we're not.
Well, I think that's the
So-
last thing, but,
But that could go on for hours. You know, we're talking about wages again in percentages and
Well, you're either talking about doing it horizontally or vertically. If you take it horizontally and you take the first one to the far left, and if you increase that 6%, then you adjusted. You by de facto have adjusted all the way across, because as you then
Right.
take that new base wage,
Yeah.
which has been increased by 6%, add the 3% across, every one of those are picking up the 6% because your starting point was increased.
that's right,
so how have we traditionally been doing it?
just like that.
So
Then
we
why are we-
haven't
ahead.
done a 3% annual and an increase in the same year. And that was my point, Don. And that's why I originally did the 3% plus the 9%, which should get pretty close to what Cheryl's documentation is. And so that's why I did it that way. So for wage and salary, I think that
You have a piece of paper on the floor, Cheryl, that's that wage thing.
Okay. That's,
If you were looking for it, I didn't want you to keep looking if that.
that's right. Thank you. That's
I have some numbers quickly made up. Cheryl, if you wanna. So this is on the wage salary. Supervisor is 30,068.
Yeah,
Clerk is 30,645.
yeah,
Treasurer is 30,068.
yeah,
Trustee per meeting, I have as 218, but the board voted to round it up to 220. Okay. Board of Review, I have at 76, but the board decided to round down to 75. Board of Review member per hour is still at 18.
no,
Let's see, it was at 15.
we
Yeah.
made it 16.
You know, that doesn't sound right. Is that right?
6% is 90 cents.
But we're actually doing 9% for everybody else, right? 3 plus the 6. I don't care. If we want to do it at $16 an hour, I'm good with that.
Well, if we,
Yep.
and I didn't think about that, but we just added the 6%. So then all these numbers are gonna change in the document too, because we used 6%. In all those departments, we used 6%.
But it's only going to change slightly. It's going to change by 3%.
Yeah, it's gonna change by 3%, but all the numbers are wrong.
Okay,
Different meeting?
different meeting.
So moving on, assessor is still at 100. Employee assessor is at 25. Abandoned building officer, I had at 109, but the board, I think, went to,
We didn't even discuss that.
you did, because your comment was, we don't even have one.
No, we don't. We haven't had one for years.
Right. So, planning commission.
Are you changing that to 109?
Yeah, it should be 109. Planning commission members, I have it 76, but the board went to 75. Chairperson, I had at 109, the board moved to 120. Subcommittee of the planning commission, I had it 76, the board went to 75. Recording secretary, I went to 55, but I think the board went to 53.
That's what looked like your calculations were. That's where I got that at.
No, I went to 55. So, the board went to 53 there.
Well, I
s-
think they all should be the 9. I don't know why the board should get 9 and everybody else doesn't.
Everybody else does, Cheryl. They get the 3% because the way you calculate it, you take the 3% by their merit raise.
On this document,
Yep.
those, what you're reading off is on a different document.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mhm. I see your point. But still, so, okay. Then the Board of Review went to 76, Planning Commission members went to 76. We're $1 off is what it is. So I don't really think it's anything to redo. Do you
I
dis-
agree with that.
I concur.
It's a small amount,
It's a small amount.
so
Zoning Board of Appeals, I had at 76, board moved to 75. Zoning Chair, I had at 109, board went to 120. Recording Secretary for ZBA, I had at 55, board went to 53. Similar with Park and Recs Advisory Committee. I had at 76, board went to 75. Chair, 120, yep, I had at 109, recording secretary, 53. And marijuana subcommittee, I did not move forward with that,
There won't be anything in the column for that for this next year
right?
because it doesn't exist.
So recording secretary, historical society, I had at 55, that should move back to 53. Fire chief. Everybody got that line item?
We don't change that because his salary falls within that range.
67,474 is what
I
the
believe
bo-
so.
the board moved to. Assistant chief went to 4169.
Yep.
Lieutenant, fire lieutenant went to $20 per hour.
We didn't discuss those, fire lieutenant or safety officer.
Oh, you're right. Yep, I have those in red. Yep.
Those are,
um,
the chief did not ask for those to be changed. He
and-
doesn't have anybody serving in those positions right now.
Well, that's immaterial. Firefighter response time, we went to 30.
No, we went to 25.
I believe it. We went to
I
30.
thought it was 25. That's
No.
what he asked for.
So we went up to 30.
I believe we went up to 30.
You think so?
Yep, I do.
Yes.
Yep. And the training wages, I wonder how come I don't,
Did
oh,
those go to 20?
that went to 25.
Fire fund was adjusted with those numbers
Yep.
as we did it.
Okay, so what was it? Response is 30,
Yep,
training,
On-call wages were 100. We don't have
What was
training.
training?
We don't have training on this list.
Training time, firefighter training time. It's
Oh,
been at
excuse me.
17.
Yeah.
You guys
yep,
said it went to 20 or 25,
I believe 25.
okay? The on-call wages, he didn't request that be changed.
Right.
Said he's not gonna use that.
Interim chief, we don't have. Interim deputy chief,
Nothing else changed
interim fire
on that
captain.
page.
Election inspectors. I took to 1744.
I don't know what you had on there. Is that what you want it to be? 1744?
Let's take the 16.
Well, 1744 is an odd amount. Can we make it a whole number? I mean, at least 1750.
Okay, so here, that's 9%. Takes to 1744. So if you want to move to 18, I'm good with that.
Well, let's move it to 18 then.
Sure. So everybody's getting 9%. Election chairperson. I assume that's also 9%, but you want to round that to 20, Cheryl?
9% would be what?
The 1962.
20.
Building and grounds worker, took 18 up to 1962, but we'll round that to 20 as well.
I really won't get one for that, but we don't have one, so.
Well, the preliminary dollar amount from this company was like $35 an hour.
Yep.
But that's all in and done. We don't have any other engagement with them. But I don't know what this actually says, but that's what was being tossed about. And then the last item is additional activities compensation moves from 18 to 20. Close enough?
Yeah. I just don't know what we're doing with this document. So I added the 6% to the deputies and made those calculations. I added 6% to year one, then 3% every year up to year 16. But I mean, what are we doing about park ranger? I don't know what you're doing with that. I don't know what your calculations were.
So from my notes here, I didn't make any changes because I think I wanted to get board discussion about, do we do the 3% from the start forward and then add our 6%? Or how does that go?
I mean, to me, you add the 6% at the start and then the 3, it's easy to just do that. That's the easiest way to do it, I
well,
think.
it makes no difference whether you add 3 at the beginning and then add 6. I mean, that's,
No, then you just add 9 all the way across.
and that was the discussion.
Okay, so is that how you calculated the wages?
No, I didn't calculate that because I wanted board input. Do we do the 3? Which is the annual increase? And then do we add the 6 to that? Or do you just want to take a straight 9%, which is a little smaller number? Doesn't matter to me. I can do it either way.
I'm a proponent of doing the 6 initially in the base one, the initial year, and then doing 3 and then adding 3%
Okay,
across that.
so
So year one picks up a 6% increase and then just bring them all 3% going forward.
That's $1.02. So year one would be 1802. And then just calculate the 3 on that.
That's the way I would do it.
I'm fine with that.
Since we have a historical society director, are we doing anything there?
Yeah, I think we're
Same
treating
thing.
everybody equal. Yep.
Okay,
I think straight across the board should be.
and
that
then
way.
on the grade ones as well.
Yep.
Okay. That's all I need to know there.
Anything else?
Not for me.
Public comment from Zoom. Please use the raise your hand function if you have anything to say. Thank you for sticking with us through this now what has become the longest township board meeting in Whitewater Township history. Glad you could all be a part of it. I see no hands up in the Zoom field. There's no one here in Township Hall. And so that would bring us to my favorite part of this agenda.
Board
which-
discussion?
Sure, board discussion, yep.
I only said that because I want to remind you guys that articles for the newsletter should be turned in by this Friday at the latest Monday morning. It would be appreciated. And I did send an email with a reminder to people, but.
And thank you
And
for
so,
that.
and so that you know, I also sent it to the chair people. I sent it to Melissa, to Rachel, to Ed Owen, zoning administrator, Randy Melnick, in case he had anything he wanted to update the citizens on.
Yeah, I don't know.
no,
That should be a board decision there, I think.
If Heidi can send out invitations to movie night without asking the board, I can ask him if he wants an article.
And I have a similar, I have no idea where that came from.
I don't know.
Was it even in a planning commission discussion? I have no idea. Not in a meeting? So, I mean. this is not-
Popcorn served.
This is
I'm
not,
not
an-
like-
I don't know. I don't know, Ron. It's just
I
that
don't
if he has something that is benefit for citizens to know, I look at it as it's more information than working on the master plan.
I get it.
You know,
As far as this even being put on the township website, now that we have information that it wasn't even discussed about in a meeting. I guess I have second thoughts. Comments, board? Okay.
Not a meeting.
not,
Yeah, but I don't understand how you can have X amount of members of the PC there and not have quorum.
Would be the same thing if they went to some training at another location and a quorum of the PC was there or a quorum of the board or whatever.
but they're not making
Yeah,
decisions.
but
All they're
the
gonna
difference
do
being is
watch
if I-
a movie.
yeah, well, does that qualify as training? I mean, I go to a workshop and, everybody's there. I think we've got an instructor, it's a sanctioned class. I mean,
But
I don't know.
we're
what
not making decisions as a board. They're not gonna be making any decisions at this movie night, right? It's
Well,
training.
Who's
They're
putting
getting
the training
educated.
on, I guess, at this point?
I just find it questionable. I mean, I won't be attending because
Neither will I.
Who
Yeah.
decided to advertise it as a movie night? Heidi did.
I just don't want to be
Yeah.
caught up in something that's not.
I don't
right.
think I'm gonna post it because, I mean, there's just too many questions at this point. If the planning commission wants to sponsor something, I'm all for that. But I think it needs to come to us from the planning commission and have some prominence behind it.
Well,
We're
I thought they were
gunning
autonomous.
questions around the table, so obviously we all have some thoughts or.
Yeah.
Cheryl, what'd you say?
I said, I've heard in this room before that the planning commission is autonomous.
Well,
So,
But the thing is
Sure.
they didn't say they wanted it. They planned this as a training night. That means they're there to get training, not to entertain the public in a movie night. And why would the public want to come for their training? It would be distracting, I would think.
I think this is quite honestly going to evolve into an Open Meetings Act violation.
Well, I do know that Rachel contacted the township attorney. I don't know exactly what was discussed, but I've already seen it on the bill that we just got this week,
How
and
is that possible? We don't allow that.
I didn't give her permission to do it. I have no idea how she got the attorney's number or anything. I was told about this after the fact.
I think, maybe somebody needs to be reined in a little bit.
So to my knowledge, it's board request that access to the attorney is for board members,
And the zoning administrator.
zoning administrator. And I believe that we have upgraded Randy to that as well.
I think he's had some contact with him.
So to my knowledge, those are the people that we've allowed.
And
You didn't allow
I
committees?
totally agree with that
No.
because I never ever agreed with the planning commission contacting the attorney on their own. I
Right.
never agreed with
Well,
that.
is there a chance that Rachel doesn't know that?
First I'm hearing of it, right?
Yeah.
So,
And here, that brings up a good point, Ron, that when we have new members coming in from ZBA, Park and Rec, Planning Commission, whatever it is, there should be an orientation.
mhm,
Yeah.
And it needs to happen and it has not happened. Now, when I got here and I got put on the ZBA or I volunteered, whatever it is, forced volunteerism,
now stop.
the
that.
zoning administrator that
that.
was here at the time was also a planner. She sat me down, put a laptop in front of me and went through a complete orientation of what you do when you're on the ZBA. These are your responsibilities. This is what you're going to be seeing. I mean, it was a complete educational thing. And I called that an orientation to the ZBA. And I know our people aren't getting this for any of our committees. And really, that's one more thing we need to put on our bucket list that we should probably be taking care of.
It's already there. Roberto Garza, back when we went to the Cadillac training that Bob Hall sponsored, Roberto rode with me and he had a list of ear-bending topics to add for ZBA. And that was one of them. He asked and asked and asked to have a ride along with Bob. And it took a year to make that happen.
Yeah, see,
Well, no. I don't know when he asked Bob about it. He was trying to get other he was trying to get a ride along with other ZBA members for a long time, and then maybe he went to Bob, but
Okay. So
Anyways.
I have a question or a note to get with Rachel about the attorney.
there's a very good chance she doesn't even know that we don't want them doing that.
Well.
So
Heidi
that's our
certainly-
problem.
Heidi certainly should.
Maybe she's the one that told her to. We
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't know.
Gotta have the conversation.
I don't know.
motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I just did.
Oh, I'll second that motion.
Roll call and ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Glenn,
Yes.
Goss. Yes. Who's Goss? Pop?
No.
Okay, Valmuth is absent.
You're all voted. We're out of here.
Is this 5:48?
That's what I called it, 5:48. Yep.